Good afternoon. Yeah. Good afternoon. Due to the COVID-19, Committee of Adjustment public hearings are being conducted electronically via WebEx webinar, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. Participants who registered in advance will be connecting to the hearing using a phone or compatible electronic device and are able to make their presentation to committee using WebEx webinar. Participants will be muted automatically upon entry, and when your item is called, participants will be unmuted one person at a time by the moderator. Please mute your devices until called upon to speak. Today, Committee of Adjustment is offering attendees the option to appear by video. Attendees who registered in advance to attend by video will be temporarily upgraded to panelists when their item is called. During this time, your camera will be enabled. You will only be visible during your 5-minute allotted speaking time, and at all other times your video will be disabled and you will be reinstated as an attendee. Committee of Adjustment staff will assist us by moderating the WebEx webinar platform, including sharing presentation material received within the written submission deadline. Members of the public and applicants are not allowed to use the share screen function or any other panelist controls during a video appearance. The host will remove you from the panelist role if you fail to respect this instruction. My name is Nancy Oman and I will be chairing this hearing. Panel members participating via WebEx webinar who can be seen and heard are Joanne Hayes, Carl Nipfel, and Larry Clay. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and it is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment for the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to the property, permission to extend or alter lawful nonconforming uses, and consent to sever property to create new lots. Anyone attending today who wants to receive a copy of the committee's decision for an application must submit a written request by email to the general email address for the Committee of Adjustment, Toronto and East York District Office. Please include your name, address, and an email address. Committee of Adjustment and TLAB notifications and appeal updates will be sent by email only. If you do not agree with the decision of the committee, decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body known as TLAB, or in some limited circumstances to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions will be set out at the bottom of the committee's decision. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or applicant may proceed with their presentation if desired. When the committee does not require a presentation, applicants are to advise the chair should they wish to speak to the committee. The committee may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant or agent, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you're reaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please speak slowly and clearly state your name and address. Please confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first with a presentation of the application, and then individuals either in support or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after they have completed their presentation, and when all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will be unmuted and will have an opportunity to rebut only those issues that were raised by the speakers. This will mark the end of the discussion and the application will be taken into committee for a decision. When a presentation is not required, panel members may ask questions and or take the matter into committee for a decision. Please note, the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Panel members or staff, anyone have an interest to declare? No. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, are any files to be withdrawn or closed this afternoon? And I believe there's one deferral
So, yes, through you, Madam Chair, no files to be closed today. And yes, one deferral, item number 30, 393 Berkeley Street.
Okay. Thanks. All right. First item is item number 21, 115 Galley Avenue. Okay, that's one variance, and we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. I don't show any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, hi, speaking.
Hi, I'm sorry, what's your name?
Oh, my apologies. My name is Evan Torrens, and I'm the agent representing the owners of 115 Galley.
Okay, let me see if there are any questions. I don't think we need a presentation on this. Any questions, panel members?
Sure.
Okay, so we're ready to take this into committee for a decision. Is there anything you want to add that's not in the submissions?
No, I think it's pretty straightforward. We're just taking down an existing, very aged one-story rear addition, and we're going to be rebuilding it in its place with proper insulation and proper foundation.
Okay, sounds good. All right, let's take it into committee. Panel members? Ms. Hayes?
Thanks, Madam Chair. This is very minor. It's replacing an existing condition, bringing it up to better standard. I have no concerns. I'd like to move a motion to approve the application with no conditions.
Okay, Mr. Clay seconds, so a motion to approve, moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? This carries unanimously. Item number 22, 290 Logan Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter, as well as street views of the subject property from the agent, and also comparables of FSI comparables from neighboring properties. We have a staff report from Heritage. I believe they're asking for a 3-month deferral, and a form letter in support from number 307. I don't see any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Hello, hi, this is Timothy Mitanidis. I'm the agent for the owners.
Hi. Well, I guess I'll just ask panel members if they have any questions, and then I'll just ask you the obvious, which is the Heritage request for deferral. So, Mr. Nipfel, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm concerned with the 3-month deferral request from Heritage, and I'm wondering, have you had previous discussions with them, and if with Heritage, and if so, how long ago were those discussions?
So we made the application for the zoning certificate notice, and we received that back in March 25th of this year, and there was no indication that this property was property of interest. And we, I mean, if we had been told at that time, we would have we would have taken the proper steps to address the issues with Heritage and contact them. We didn't find out that this was actually, in fact, a property of interest until 1 week ago when we also read the report online. The drawing package and submission application has been with the committee in the city for 3 months, and we're also taken aback slightly by the request for a further 3 months to review a package that's already been available for review for that time period.
Thanks very much. That's helpful.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, Mr. Mitanidis, I'm not seeing any more questions, so we're ready to take it into committee. Is there anything you want to add that's not in the materials?
Well, actually, on the 20th of this month, I submitted an additional 7 letters of support. Unfortunately, they weren't uploaded from the by the application, but we did receive a few other letters of support from the neighborhood, and those are from the addresses of 317 Logan, 292 Logan, 287 Logan, 42 Colgate, 20 Colgate, 36 Colgate, and 307 Logan. So I think it's fair to say that there is a good amount of community support from the local neighborhood for this project.
Okay, so you got the adjacent neighbor there. I think I heard you say 292.
Yes, also, yeah, they've been
Okay.
contacted. As I said, we submitted the package of letters on the 20th
Okay.
of July, and unfortunately, they weren't uploaded. But I've resubmitted them today.
Alrighty. Okay, let's take it into committee. Panel members? Mr. Nitfall?
Madam Chairman, I'd welcome the views of my colleagues, but my personal feeling is that this application is commendable. I think the solution is a reasonable one, and it's been well thought out. I think it's a little, unreasonable to request a 3-month deferral so that this could be studied for heritage designation when in fact, as the applicant indicated, it's already been available to heritage for 3 months. I just don't think that's reasonable. So I'm leaning towards approval, but not with the heritage condition. I don't agree with that.
Okay, Mr. Clay?
Yeah, I had the same sentiment, Carl, that you had when I first read this. I would also add that, you know, this property was nominated to be listed in July of 2019, which is 3 years ago. And while we all understand the pressures of pandemic and issues dealing with workload and such, that seems like an inordinately long period of time to not have had a chance to take a look at this property and see whether it fits in with the heritage criteria. I'm by no means an expert in heritage designation, but it strikes me maybe as a compromise. I'm comfortable with this application as well. I thought it was well thought out, well done. The fact that no one's objecting in this area, which is kind of known for people raising concerns such as this. I'm wondering whether maybe a conditional approval might be something that we could do so that if we like this project, it doesn't necessarily have to come back to this committee, but maybe a condition would be that they need to obtain Heritage's approval.
Okay.
I mean, that seems like a not a bad way to go about it, and I think it at least from my perspective, you know, I'm not saying others agree with it, but I kind of like this proposal as well.
Ms. Hayes?
In alignment with what my colleagues are saying, I think Heritage has had sufficient time to note whether or not this should be listed, and listed isn't designated. And generally, Heritage only asks for a condition when it's in a designated area or the property is already designated. So I'm not sure what I hear where you're coming from, Larry, but I'm not sure what we mean by approval would be from Heritage. If we put that as a condition, do we want to say that it would be on a condition of whether or not they make a final, that the decision is in effect for so many days? I don't even know if we can do that to allow Heritage to decide if it's listed, because listed isn't going to stop it either.
No, I guess what I was trying to get around was the 3-month kind of thing where, you know, we kick it down the road for 3 months and then, you know, Heritage has a chance to review it and then it comes back to this committee. I think what I was trying to do was avoid it having come back to this committee, and Heritage is at least informed by the committee's decision subject to whether it would qualify for any kind of heritage designation.
I think staff is going to weigh in, and my 2 cents worth is that your suggestion's not a bad one, but I think it in essence achieves the same as a deferral, but maybe staff can weigh
Through you,
in.
Madam Chair, perhaps there can be some consideration of the standard condition that Heritage normally imposes, and that's prior to the issuance of a building permit. Building permit drawings, including plans, elevations, and details, shall be submitted to the satisfaction of the senior manager. Heritage planning, urban design, city planning, and a heritage permit shall be obtained under the provision of Section 42 of the Ontario Heritage Act.
if required.
if required.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because it would be if required, because if it's only listed and not designated, none of that's required.
Right.
And then that way you're ensuring that it's being reviewed prior to the issuance of a building permit.
Is there any way of placing a time frame on that? My concern, and this is pessimistic, I appreciate, but my concern is that there be a 3-month delay in meeting the condition, and that's not what we're trying to do here. I have no problem with what's behind the motion, which is to give Heritage an opportunity to look at it and indicate that the clock's ticking. But I don't think it should be open-ended, or I mean, Heritage will just withhold its approval, which in fact means that this variance has no bearing. And I think that's wrong.
Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, could we put a condition on that says that our decision, let's say, doesn't take effect? I mean, provided it's not appealed to TLAB, but doesn't take effect for X number of days, and then without even, to allow Heritage to do their investigation, but it doesn't tie anything to requiring Heritage's approval. So if they don't list it, or they don't get around to it, or they don't do anything, the decision of the committee would be then in place. Is that possible?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would suggest either you impose the condition or not, with no timelines.
Carl, just to your point, the alternative is to approve it and whether and not have any kind of Heritage review of it, or to cede to their request for a 3-month deferral, which I think then the clock starts back. They have to get in line to get back on this committee. I think that delays it even further. So I'm interested in moving this through the system fairly quickly, given it's been 3 years since it started. So I think that's an excessive period of time.
But to Carl's point, they've had 3 years to look at this. So I mean,
that is my point.
My personal view would be to not impose any condition. But I think they've had ample time to make a decision on this. And to the applicant or agent's point, this has been in the hopper for, it didn't come in last week. It's been sitting there for 3 months now.
My concern is only leaving it open-ended. Even if we put a Heritage condition on, there's no deadline by which they have to either decide that it applies, right, or the plans are approved, meet their approval. That's my concern, is there's no end date.
It could sit there for ages, right? Before it.
Yeah, so I don't have a concern with trying to give Heritage a chance, but it's how do you make it that it's not like open-ended in terms of for the applicant's perspective.
Has the applicant had any conversations with Heritage at all?
We're just come out of committee, Mr. Mitanides. Have you had any conversations with Heritage?
No, none concerning this project, and they haven't reached out to us up until this point. And the only contact we've had with them is through the issuance of the report.
How would you feel about a condition that it's not specific, but it says that the applicant agrees to consult with the Heritage Department? At least that initiates conversation. It doesn't put a deadline on it. It doesn't say that you have to wait 3 years. You'd get a decision, and it would be on the understanding that you consult with Heritage, because there hasn't been any consultation yet. And if Heritage was really concerned about this, I don't know why they haven't reached out to you.
No, agreed. I mean, we're happy to discuss the project with Heritage and consult with them and get their feedback. My concern is that, as is yours, the lengthy time period with which these types of approvals can drag on, and considering the project isn't even listed or registered, yeah, I guess that's our biggest concern. I guess a middle ground could be that if it's a pressing issue and Heritage is working within a 3-month period in order to get this property listed or registered, then that would require us to, through the building permit process, get Heritage's approval. And if they don't list it within the time period that we're preparing the building permit, then it won't require their approval, but we're happy to consult with them in the meantime.
Isn't that more or less what Sabrina was suggesting in her language?
I think what Sabrina suggested is, you know, the standard condition we usually get from Heritage, that they look at the plans. What she read is the standard condition that they normally put on stuff.
But it requires an approval from Heritage,
Prior to
if I'm not mistaken.
prior to a
Right.
building permit.
Right.
And we can't put a 3-month timeline on that to encourage Heritage to review this sooner rather than later?
Through you, Madam Chair, even if we put in a time, again, it's to the satisfaction of the senior manager in Heritage. So if they don't satisfy, then that condition can't be fulfilled, and then the building permit will be held up.
But I think what the members are concerned about is that Heritage doesn't look at it for 6 months, let's say, for argument's sake.
I
So
get the
think they're
timing
trying to make
issue.
sure that
Right.
that the manager looks at it and either says yes or no within a month or two or
It's
three
either
at
you
the most.
impose the condition and run into the situation where you're not going to get the satisfaction within 3 months, or you just don't impose a condition at all.
Can we put a recommendation in, Sabrina, that Heritage staff meet with the proponent and to try and expedite this ASAP?
We don't include recommendations in our decisions. It's either a condition or for the record in the minutes.
Yeah, something like that, just something in the minutes so that
Okay.
reflects.
But it
So
won't be a condition.
It won't be
Yeah.
a condition if we
fair enough.
reflect it in the minutes.
Yeah,
But
I'm
I
not
think
comfortable. I wouldn't be comfortable with the condition under the sort of the open-ended timelines, but if it could be in the minutes. But even if we don't make it a condition, nothing prevents Heritage from the time that, you know, if we were to approve it today, they have the time from now until the appeal period expires, and then until the building permit issues. They can still, if they want to move expeditiously, they still have the ability to make a determination on this case. But that's in their court, right?
I'm happy with the note in the minutes, but I also think, I wouldn't mind something, well, and maybe it's part of the note that the applicant has agreed to consult with Heritage. That's fine, because there's been no consultation to date. I think that makes sense. I like my colleagues, I don't want to hold this up. Because I think it's been delayed already. Of the options that are available, I'd be in favor of a note in the minutes, not a condition, or if there is a condition, that it's just that the applicant agrees to consult with Heritage. It doesn't give Heritage a veto power. It's just you consult with them, because there's been no consultation so far.
All right, well, let's make a decision on this, because I think, you know, that we have 2 variances before us, and it's just a matter of, it sounds like we have some consensus on it going in the notes. And so unless there's any other comments on the variances, then let's come up with some wording to go in the notes, the minutes. Okay, do you want to give it a shot, Mr. Quay?
Sure, and I'm sure my colleagues will edit it accordingly.
All right, well, go for it.
I'll move approval of this application for all the reasons that we've been talking about, subject to a condition that the applicant consult.
Not a condition, right? In the minutes.
I thought we were making it a condition for the discussion.
I thought it was going in the minutes, because it's either a condition or it goes in, am I mistaken
Through
here?
you, Madam Chair, how, if you're imposing a condition that the applicant consult with heritage staff, how is that something that can be satisfied? Like, who is that to the satisfaction of?
Fair enough. Then let me rephrase that. Thank you for everyone editing. I will move a motion to approve with a comment in the minutes that the applicant is encouraged to consult with city heritage staff. And I'll just leave it at that. I don't think it's taking.
I thought you were also going to end that heritage staff is encouraged to expedite review. That was the other part of your note that I thought was valid.
Happy to do that. Sabrina, is that something that we should do?
If that's something that's part of for the record in the minutes, that's fine.
Yeah, I think we'd like to.
Okay, so the motion with that comment in the minutes then about consulting with Heritage and that Heritage expedite matters. So that's moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Hayes. Okay. All in favor? Okay, that carries.
I'd just like to, for the record, that motion was probably the low water mark for the day.
Okay. All right. Item number 23, 1752 Dundas Street East. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Again, 2 variances before us. And I have just the agent slash owner on the line, I hope.
Good morning, Chair.
Hi, can I just have you identify yourself for the record?
William Orpin, 1752 Dundas Street East.
Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions for the owner? All right, sir, we don't have any questions. We're ready to take this matter into committee. Is there anything you want to add that you feel we should know?
I did receive a letter from the neighbor, 37 Highfield, that I didn't get in to the submission, but it is supportive.
Okay.
Just
All right. Panel members, let's take it into committee for a decision. Mr. Niffel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think this is a very minor application, and I frankly don't have any difficulty at all in the 2 variances that are being requested. I don't think that they have any negative implications for anybody around the property. I'd like to move approval with no conditions.
Okay, Ms. Hayes seconds. All right, motion to approve moved by Mr. Niffel, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Item number 24, 47 Elgin Avenue. We have before us a copy of the survey site plan, floor plans and elevations. We have a revised site plan, presentation materials, including 4 photographs of the subject property. Again, we have Heritage. They're asking for a condition. And we have correspondence in support from number 49, Lowther, 52 Elgin, and 55 Elgin. And I believe that's it. And I'm showing 1 opposition speaker. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Madam Chair, my name is Enzo Lacasano, and I am the agent for the application.
Okay, you're speaking on behalf of I have an architect listed and the owner also, but you're speaking, right?
Correct.
Okay.
We are the architects.
Okay, okay. Let me just...
We're with Arch DWG.
Okay, no, I have a different name listed, a DD
Oh, okay.
Eustace. That's just why I'm asking. Just let me check if we have the opposition.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, we do.
Okay. All right, can I ask you to do a presentation, no more than 5 minutes, and then we'll go to the opposition.
Okay. If we can get the subject property on photo.
Is that that the one? Or
That's next door.
that's-
Yeah, there we go. Yeah, this one here. Perfect. So this this project, we're in phase 2. The initial project was to, as you can see, this it is an historical building. We have been working with historical based on the first phase, which is the renovation and restoring of the exterior and interior work. Phase 2 of the project is to add these detached garage, roughly where the car is now. A couple of reasons for being detached is that historical did not want us to impact the existing or cover the existing brick or affect the existing window that's on that side. There currently is an ancillary building, as you can see there in the background, that houses pool equipment and gardening equipment. This is an interesting site. The driveway you see there actually has an address, the concrete driveway, and that's listed up as, I believe, as number 51. Elgin, who I believe is the opposition on this file. The variances that we're seeking are really triggered by the fact that it is detached from the house, because if it was attached, we would be allowed the additional height, we would be allowed the additional size, and so on. Now, the size is based on the minimum car park requirements by the city. The height is really to handle or to is an architectural feature where we're trying to line up certain things on from the existing house, and also we are sourcing out a brick that will match the existing house very closely, and that will be under heritage review. Other than that, the variances are very minor. There's absolutely no impact to any of the adjoining neighbors. And if you could bring that photo back up of the towns next to us to the west. Now they have all integral garages that were built at obviously at a much later date, but this is the trend that we saw without attaching it, which we'd never want to do to this property. So there is garages on the front faces of houses on this block, and this is just one of the examples. But we chose to detach for very good reasons, and that's it. Thank you.
Okay, I'll come back to you after we hear from the opposition. Do you have Mr. Dombrowski on the line?
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I just need your name and address for the record.
Yes, my name is Stephen Dombrowski, and I'm the owner of the co-owner of the laneway legally known as 51 Elgin Avenue, which was unlabeled on the site plan submitted, which is connected to and serves as the access driveway for 85 Bedford Road. 85 Bedford Road is a newly renovated home with a rear yard addition with 3 residential dwelling units owned by both myself and my partner, Dee Dee Eustace. We reviewed the proposed application for 47 Elgin Avenue and reached out to the applicant to convey to them that generally we're supportive of the concept of incorporating a garage at the property. This despite the fact that they do have front yard parking, and we think it would be a precedent for the heritage type homes on the street. However, we have concerns to the proposed plan in its current form. Unfortunately, we were not afforded a substantive meeting to discuss these concerns and explore ways to mitigate our concerns. Regrettably, we have to register our objections to the application. Just in a big picture, we see this as putting a garage and an attached structure at a place where it really shouldn't be. And it does have some impact on us. I mean, and I'll tell you our objections and impact. We understand, firstly, that Heritage ideally would like the garage to be located as far away from the house as possible. However, we object to building the structure right up onto the property line. Ideally, we would have liked to have seen the garage attached to the house, and we would have given the requisite variance approval for that. Failing that, we prefer the proposed garage to be located away from the laneway property line. The house across from it is 0.45 meters away from the property line. We have serious concerns with the eaves of the building being located 0 meters from the property line. As you can see in the picture, our driveway was technically built and specifically designed to remove drainage from our property. We did this working with all the neighbors to make sure we would properly manage drainage. With the structure being located 0 meters from the property line in combination with the proposed steep roofs, there's a real risk of cover spill from the structure during high volume participation on our laneway. There's not only risk with current non-participation, but increases unpredictably with future volume changes. Moving off the property line will help mitigate this concern. But in any event, we ask that they be asked to provide assurances that the drainage has been properly accounted for and designed in such a way that no drainage finds its way on our property. We also view the applicant's proposal as a request, once you're putting the garage in, to add an attachable structure shed to it, which is rather large. It's larger than the standard 10 by 10. And we don't understand why the shed part would have to be so high. It would provide some shadowing problems. And also, we feel it leaves open the possibility that in the future, because they're incorporating all this, they could even add another structure under bylaws onto the property. Finally, as you could see in the pictures, we had built our own retaining walls on our property line and did the shoring on our property line. We did this to satisfy the previous owner. And it was done in a sophisticated manner, as I said, to accommodate drainage. We understand that they'll be building a foundation 4 inches from our property line, and it would likely require shoring. And we don't know how or what they're planning to do that could undermine our retaining wall. This type of thing usually requires steel piles at the property line. It would move the building further away from the property line. If not steel, it should be plywood, and we'd like to review that with them. We don't know what their plans are. Thank you.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions of the speaker? No? Okay, thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Locasano, are you there?
Yes, I am.
If you could speak to the issues raised.
Sure. With regards to the site plan being submitted without that address, we did, once we noted that from the neighbor, it was corrected. It was actually missed on the survey that this thing had an address, which we did resubmit to committee. And as you can see there, number 51 in the driveway is labeled. With regards to the drainage, this is a flat roof sloping to the back. That's why there's no overhangs, or sorry, there's no gutters. We did put a slight overhang to help mitigate the water, which would be all drained towards the back. And we have all behind this garage, we have gravel, and it's all draining towards the back, towards the south. Now, with regards to the shed, I'm not sure, there's no shed here that's attached. There is a space for pool equipment storage, which the client currently has anyway in the ancillary building. So that's why the additional 6 feet was required on the back of the garage for this. So there is no additional shed being attached. It's all part of the same building. Now, with regards to the retaining wall, if this was built as a retaining wall, this wall would have to be at least 4 feet below grade, with what we're doing, we're going to be at the same depth. We would never undermine the existing footing of the curb or retaining wall that you saw in the photo. So again, I'm not sure what the direct impact on the property is by this neighbor. We're citing a driveway. I believe that the connecting this garage to the house would be disastrous to the historical context of the building itself. Maybe originally there was even a garage there at some point because the property seems to show evidence of that. But I totally disagree with the neighbor that this has any impact on their property. But of course, we will respect all the structural conditions and the existing retaining wall, and we will have structural engineer on staff as we proceed through the construction of the garage. Thank you.
Panel members, do you have any questions? Mr. Clay.
Thank you, Chair. I must admit, I just need some clarification. So thank you for that picture. So the retaining wall that we're looking at, is that constructed, do you know, right on the property line?
As far as the survey, the current survey that we received, it is.
So it's right on the line. So
yes.
And your structure, is it going to butt up to it, or is it actually
No.
set away from it a touch?
We set it away. I'll give you a size in a second. It's 6 inches away to allow, because we're going to be using what's called an L-shaped footing for this size, so we don't have any projections. So we gave ourselves 6 inches at the bottom in order to actually provide the 6-inch overhang above for the overhang.
And I'm just going to presume that you're going to, the topical treatment is gravel in between there, right?
In between, yeah, that would be filled with 3/4 inch clear gravel.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, if there are no questions, then let's take it into committee. Mr. Niffel. You're muted.
Sorry. I'm with the applicant on this one. I don't see that there's a negative implication to the driveway that's adjacent to the proposed garage. And I don't see any negative implications for the garage in general. I think there's been a great deal of thought put into having a building erected that will respect the historic building. We heard even that the bricks that are being sourced are going to match. I frankly don't have any difficulties with this application at all, and I'd be prepared to support it subject to the heritage condition.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, Carl, go ahead with a motion.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to bring a motion of approval for this application subject to the heritage condition that we have. I believe that what is being proposed is compatible with adjacent neighborhood, and I believe that it's supportive of the heritage building that it's adjacent to.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Clay? Okay, motion to approve, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Clay, and that includes the heritage condition in the July 15th report. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Item number 25, 229 Caledonia Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 5 photographs of trees on the property, covering letter from the agent, as well as 5 form letters in support, including 227, which is adjacent. I don't show any other speakers, only the agent. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, good afternoon. Ross DeFina, 9 Wolf Court, Vaughan.
Okay, Good afternoon. Panel
afternoon.
members, do you need a presentation? No? Do you have any questions for the agent? Ms. Hayes and then Mr. Niffel.
Thank you. In looking at all the materials that have been filed, the degree of hardscaping that's in the rear yard is quite excessive. Is there no way to improve upon what you're requesting? You're only out, you know, there's 25% and you want 7. I don't see on just plain viewing the necessity for all that hardscaping.
Yeah, the intent here, first and foremost, it's 100% hardscaped currently as it is existing. And that, you know, applies to some of the adjacent neighbors as well who have put down a deck over the entire space because it's so small and constrained. The idea here was to add some green space, given the fact that we want to try to maintain some of the rear yard for patio application. We're sitting at currently, when we take into account that little deck that's coming off the service entry, which is an elevated floor elevation, and the walkout in the basement, we're looking at about a 39% remaining. So that 39% broken down now with 7 taken for something that we're introducing. The walkways that lead from the side yards and from the garage to the house is going to have us sit under 25. However, you know, yes, we can try to remediate this as much as possible, try to get as much softscape as possible, but we'd be giving up at this point the patio area or sitting area that would be afforded on this proposal.
Any other questions? Mr. Nipfel? You're muted again.
To just leave it on. I agree with Ms. Hayes. I think that the amount of hardscape that's there is inconsistent with city objectives, and I think you need more softscape. I couldn't support it with the amount of hardscape that you've got there. The other thing that I wanted to know, based on my reading of the application, what consultation has taken place with the adjacent neighbors?
As far as the adjacent neighbors are concerned, the owners have spoken with them. It seems at this point that there was no objection, including to the owner directly north of the abutting. So we have not gotten any negative feedback from anybody at this point in time.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. I do note that looking on this part of Caledonia, it is fairly hilly, and this property is kind of on the side of the hill. It's proposed to be fairly tall, so there are decks. There's some sort of deck treatment off the 3rd story, and I wasn't sure looking at the plans exactly what your intent was, but there's a significant overlook issue, I think, out the back, given the topography. And I'm just wondering if there's a way, like, can you explain what your treatment is on that?
Certainly.
That outdoor piece on the back?
Sure. If we look at the property to the north, 231 Caledonia, you'll see that the existing building at 229 exceeds the limit or depth of the adjacent property. Our objective here was not to obstruct his rear yard in any way. So by pulling back the 3rd floor such that it left that roof deck to us would allow the southerly sun to continue to shine onto that space. So we're just trying to be considerate of obstruction in any way to that degree.
So that's a deck, it's a covered deck on the 3rd floor, and
it's actually an awning system and not necessarily a covered deck, so it would be considered an open deck. We're just showing an optional awning system that basically allows for some shade when necessary.
So it's a power awning.
Yes.
And what about the treatment along the sides?
With regards to
the railing, so.
Oh, we're putting a solid railing up.
Okay.
42-inch high guard wall, simply because, again, we don't want to be open and exposed to everybody around us. The properties are very constrained. They're very narrow. They're very limiting. So it adds just for a little more privacy. The other option there is that The owner is looking to use it as a private space, but also as a roof garden and patio area. The third floor is kind of an entire master bedroom retreat, if you will, with a bit of a study area, leisure area.
Right, that's good. Thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions, panel members? Mr. Nipfel?
I wasn't sure from your answer. You said 42 inches, but that's a railing. I think where Mr. Clay was going would you consider providing a full 1.5 meter privacy screen on the north and south edges of that upper deck, I think, or the roof deck? Is that something you're open to?
A privacy screen, certainly. Again, we were just being considerate to the sunlight to the adjacent properties.
And in terms of increasing the amount of rear yard soft landscaping, are you in any position to propose an increase over 7% today? Because if I was to support this, I would insert a higher percentage there, but I don't want to be arbitrary about it.
I think in talking with the owner prior to this, they are willing to add more softscape. There's no question about it. But once we take into the traffic areas that come from 3 points, one from the garage and the 2 side yards, we could probably achieve a 20% at most. Would that satisfy the committee?
So if,
I can't speak for my colleagues, but sorry.
well, no, I was just gonna ask you, so when you say 20%, you would be amenable to amending that third variance to 20%, and then do you know the square meters?
Yeah, so basically right now we're sitting at, sec here. So 88. So it'll be about 17.6 square meters.
Okay. And now to Carl's point, how do the other two members feel about a potential amendment to that variance to 20%?
That would be a vast improvement over what's being requested.
Yeah, can I just ask the applicant, so if you go to 20% soft, what is the remaining treatment in the backyard?
It's permeable patio stones.
Okay, so it would be 20% soft and then the remainder being permeable.
Correct.
Perfect. Okay, yeah, I'm quite fine with that.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, so let's take it into committee. So we would be looking at variance number 3 amended to 20%, which equals 17.6 meters square, and a condition that the remainder be impermeable pavers, and another condition for privacy screening on both sides on the top balcony. Okay. Any comments, a motion? Mr. Nipfel?
Madam Chairman, I'd like to move a motion of approval subject to those conditions that you just read. I think with those conditions, they go a long way to making the project more amenable to neighbors in the neighborhood, and I would have no difficulty in supporting it.
Okay, and Ms. Hayes, you're seconding. So motion with the condition, the 2 conditions I outlined, as well as the amended variance number 3, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, the next item is item number 26. Just give me a second, which is 438 Winnett Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have 19 form letters in support from residents on Atlas, Ava Road, Winnett, and as well as West Grove Court. And that includes number 436 and 440, both adjacent neighbors. I don't show any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
You do. Good afternoon. I'm Drew Laszlo, agent for the owner.
Hi. I don't think we need a presentation. Let me see if there's any questions. Panel members, any questions for Mr. Laszlo? No? Doesn't look like there's any questions. So is there anything you have to add that's not in the submissions?
No, I believe things are relatively straightforward. So no, thank you.
Okay. Let's take it into committee. Mr. Clay.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'd just like to commend Mr. Laszlo and his client for doing a good job of having discussions with adjacent and surrounding neighbors on basically a new build. That's the right thing to do, and as a result, it makes our job a little bit easier knowing that everyone is in support. So I'd like to make a motion to approve this application. I don't believe there are any conditions.
Alrighty. Do I have a seconder, Ms. Hayes? Okay, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Item number 27, 53 Dunvegan Road. We have before us a copy of the survey, revised site plans, floor plans and elevations, an arborist report, and tree protection plan from Central Tree Care Limited. Maps of the surrounding area, copy of the plan of survey for 48 Dunvegan. We have a 29 signature petition in support signed by owners on Dunvegan Road, Forest Hill, Warren Road, Heath Street West, as well as Russell Hill Road. Correspondence in opposition from 175 Heath Street West, 51 Dunvegan, which is adjacent, and 69 Dunvegan Road. I am showing 2 speakers. Are they both online?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, they are.
Okay. Are you there, Mr. Rose?
Yes, Lauren Rose, the agent for the application. Do you need my address?
No, I think staff has it. I do need you to do a presentation, though. I've got 2 opposition speakers, so we'll start the clock now.
Yes. So
Madam Chairman, can Mr. Rose in his presentation just clarify what the changes are from the original site plan to the revised site plan?
The address was wrong by the surveyor. I didn't notice.
I couldn't find any changes. That's why
there was none except the address.
Well, that's why, Carl. All right. Okay, go ahead. We're going to start.
So if staff can put up, I'm going to want to see my site plan and the additional information. I brought in some maps. I'll take you through. Do you have the area maps that I sent in? As I said, there is 29 signatures in support. Planning did reach out to me originally because they had some concerns with the length, but when I explained to them the proposal, they had no more questions, supported the application. Councillor is not objecting, planning is not objecting. Do you have the area maps? There we are, that's the first one. Okay, so front yard setback. So what's important here is the average for the area. We are actually in keeping with the average. In fact, we're matching the existing setback of the existing house. What's unfortunate is that the few houses south are the anomalies where they set back. But if you look at the rest of the houses, of the 12 houses on that side of the street, 6 of them meet the median, 3 are closer, 2 are far back, and the one on the corner is actually, there's no setback. So I think this actually is good planning, and it is in keeping with front setbacks on the street. And as I said, it matches the existing setback of the existing home. Building height, we are asking for 0.45 meters, which is 1.5 feet. I have a plethora of precedents if you wish, but as you will note that planning has no objection to the height. It's a smidge over what is permitted. Variances 3 and 4 are sort of the same in terms of setbacks. Is for the length. In this case, the garage, because it is attached, is part of the length. As you may or may not know, if staff can put up the proposed site plan, a detached garage in the city of Toronto on a corner lot is allowed to be 1 foot setback from sides and rear. In this case, we are a 1 foot side yard setback and rear yard setback. However, because we actually have a walkway from the house to the garage, and keep in mind here, on a corner lot in the city of Toronto, the bylaw states that the garage has to be on the long side or the flanking street. So that's where it is. So if I had a 1 inch or 1 centimeter separation from the walkway to the garage would not count in length. But in this case it does, and we want to legalize it. So length and depth are sort of the same situation. They're just defined differently. Maximum permitted floor space index. Yes, we are asking for 1.0025%. While it does sound like a large number, I will say that the garage is included and so is the walkway. So if the walkway was open air, it wouldn't count. But in this case, it does. I also have a plethora of precedent if committee would like me to give you of densities that are over or similar in density. The maximum required side yard setback in number 6 is required to be 1.8. We're asking for 0.94. The existing house actually goes over the property line. So we're increasing our setback to 0.9 meters, and it's further at other points. That's for, and the garage is also 1.2 meters. Exterior stairs, no one really cares about this one, but it's the front entrance. I would say that most houses in all of the city of Toronto have a front stoop that matches the stairs width, or the stairs, and I don't understand that one, but I'm not really concerned about it. The rear yard setback, as I mentioned, the permitted rear yard setback for a house with a detached garage would be 1 foot. That's what we're proposing. I do note, if staff can move over a little bit, the neighbor to the east who's objecting, what he doesn't really understand, it's a unique situation. There is a driveway between our house and the neighbor to the east. That is the driveway to the property at next door to the south. So he has, although he has a circular driveway on Dunvegan, he actually has access to an old garage which is no longer in use, and it's a studio. So there is a big buffer of a garage between our rear yard setback and the neighbor's property. Those are the variances as I can describe them. As I said, planning have no objection. We have 29 letters of support. And I guess I will answer any questions and then listen to the opposition.
Okay, great. So I think we'll go to the opposition first.
Chair, can I, just a point of clarification. I know there's no variance requested for landscaping, but I'm just looking at one of your plans. I'm looking for the number. It's your landscaping calculations plan. So you have side yard soft landscaping. The minimum is 75%. You're proposing 56%. The rear yard landscaping, it looks like you're okay, but that's just a little strip behind the new garage. So can you speak to me about the side yard landscaping, and do you not need a variance if you're...
So there is no such thing. It's actually for the whole property. And it was not identified as a variance, and so we're not seeking that. The stats are for, it says right up top, it's for zoning use and may not be correct, but there is no requirement for a variance on landscaping.
Okay, so you just put that in for information purposes?
Yes. There's no such thing as a site, as you can imagine, on any lot that's not a corner lot. There's never been a requirement for side yard landscaping.
No, you're right. It's unique to being a corner lot, I guess.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll come back to you, Mr. Rose, after we hear from the opposition. Do you have the first person on the line? Mr. Eskind?
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Mark Hemmer. I'm a lawyer with the firm of Devery Smith Frank. My address is 95 Barbara Green Road, Suite 100 in Toronto.
Okay, so you're speaking on behalf of the owner then, Mr. Eskind?
I am speaking on behalf of Mr. Eskind, yes.
Okay, all right, go ahead. Clock's starting now.
Thank you very much. And I want to say, in my 20 plus years of doing this work, I have rarely seen such an extent of variances, which essentially results in a dwelling that covers the entire lot. And I think when Mr. Rose says the neighbors don't understand it, I think that's a very condescending attitude to take, because the neighbors who are in opposition do understand what's happening here. And if you look at the site plan, which is before you now, whereas you have a current dwelling which takes up a portion of the lot, what you now will have is a monstrosity of a structure which will take up almost the entire lot. And the member who just asked about soft landscaping or landscape open space, that's a very good question, because what's going to happen is that you're going to have hardly any landscape open space in terms of anything meaningful. You're going to have some in the front yard, you'll have a little bit in the side yard, but you're not going to have anything that's in character with what's in the neighborhood. And certainly what that means, as you'll know from the arborist report, is that a number of trees, both city-owned and private-owned, including on my property, my client's property at 51 Dunvegan, are going to be taken down. Why? To make way for what is, in my submission, a vanity project. When Mr. Rose talks about, well, don't worry about the passage or the garage, because if they were open, that wouldn't be a variance. Well, the fact is, they are there. That is a variance. The passage is not required for anything other than moving between the house and the garage, which is not a normal condition. The garage is very large, and is large because the owner wants to be able to drive in and turn her cars around so that she can drive out front facing, as opposed to exiting by the rear of the car. And if that's the condition you want, then frankly, you should have purchased a different property. But in any event, you have a huge number of variances here, which are going to result in a house which has significant adverse impacts, particularly on my neighbor and the neighbor to the, from my client, sorry, the neighbor to the east. And if I can ask you to turn to the elevation, the side elevation, which is showing onto my client's property. No, sorry, on the plans there. It's I'm not sure what page it is, but it shows the wall which my client will now face. If you continue down, I'm sorry. There's one elevation. That's the front of it, and then maybe
it's the south elevation.
That one there, yes. So this is what my client will now face. Is that for the vanity project that is a passageway and a huge double garage, my client will now face a what he would call a prisoner's wall alongside his property, which is over 13 or 14 feet in height. That will significantly impact, as I noted, trees on the boundary line. It will significantly impact, as you will know from his letter of opposition, the existing shrubbery. It will create essentially a no man's land where nothing can grow, and he will have day after day this large wall beside him, which is not a characteristic of any property in this neighborhood. Again, the impacts will be adverse and significant on him. This proposal is not characteristic of the neighborhood. It does not meet the prevailing building types you find here. It is an abomination, in my view. It is too large for a rather restrained site, whether it's a corner site or not. And in my submission and my request is that this committee turn down the application and have the owner come back with something that is reasonable, that is not a vanity project, and that is going to be representative of what's existing in this neighborhood and will not have adverse impacts on the adjacent neighbors. Those are my submissions, and I'm happy to answer any questions on that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any questions for the speaker panel members? No? All right, there don't appear to be any questions, so thank you very much for your submission. Mr. Rose?
I can bring up, sorry, thank you. If staff can bring up the additional information I had with maps, I will illustrate that. I don't know if you can see all this, but I've highlighted on these 2 pages corner conditions that are very similar, where you have the garage at the rear and it faces the street on the flanking side. Difference here is that we're connecting it. I had a similar proposal at 366 Russell Hill Road that came before you a few months ago. Very similar situation. It was approved. The concern sounds to be about the long wall. The long wall, it is a wall. It is 1.2 meters from the side yard. We have verified from an arborist that you only need 0.9 meters to plant trees that will survive. We have offered those. They've been declined. We are asking for the 1 foot 0.3 meter side yard setback for the garage. If staff can also pull up the site plan, survey of the house 2 doors down that I sent in, you will see that the Mr. Eskin, who's complaining, actually has a, you can see it, his property is 51. His garage, which is now his professional studio, has a 0 lot line on 2 sides. And I can tell you that his adjacent neighbor is not very fond of that. So to complain that we are 0.3 meters from the lot line width from our garage, which will be used for cars, not for a professional studio, is, you know, people in glass houses maybe shouldn't throw stones. He has a situation which is very tall, and it's 0 lot line. I also want to suggest that if you go back to my south elevation, the long wall is only 1 story tall, and planning recognizes this. It's hidden by a fence. We have no problem hiding it with further vegetation. He has a planting bed just on his side that could hide it further. We've offered to plant there. So based on the fact that planning supports this, we did try to be sensitive. It is a corner lot. We are required to have parking off the side yard. Mr. Eskin, who has parking off his laneway, there is a picture. It's not that important. He doesn't park there. His driveway is full of old stones. He does not use it. He has a circular driveway in the front. So he has 3 curb cuts and parks all of his cars in the front. There is a photograph, not that it's important, 3 cars parked on Dunvegan. We are leaving green space on Dunvegan and parking on in our garage. The client has asked for a turntable. This is true for their cars because Heath Street is a busy street in the morning and they do not want to be backing out of their driveway. So if they drive in to the garage, there's a turntable that could spin the car around and then they can front out. I'm happy to answer any other questions, but I believe this meets the 4 tests of the Planning Act, as does the city planner staff, and that's my submission.
Just a quick question. Did I hear you say there's the wall of that walkway and then there's a fence?
There is a fence. He has pictures of the fence.
Okay, so no, because I was thinking if you're looking at a wall, if there's a way to beef it up with climbing vegetation and whatnot.
We've offered that. That's what's there now. Both parties have pools. So we're actually getting rid of our pool. There'll be a hot tub, but he has a fence because he has a pool.
Okay.
And he has pictures of it.
So I guess where I'm getting at is even if you put vegetation there, you'd be putting it in between the wall and the fence, more or less, other than what you offered to put on their side. I think I heard you say. And
you only need 3 feet for either beech or cedars, and we are 1.2 meters to the walkway wall.
Okay, Mr. Niffel has a question.
Sure.
Thank you. Mr. Rose, I don't have a difficulty with the whole project, but I do think that the problems for the people on the south are in fact exaggerated. Could we get the ground floor plan up on the screen? I have a question for you.
Sure.
My issue, the issue that I think is the most egregious for the neighbors is the space behind the garage. Okay, so it's a big garage and you turn the cars, that's fine. But there's a storage space behind, and then there's this link between the house and the garage. And then there's because the floor plan doesn't indicate what the uses are, what's to the south of the screen terrace? What's in that square? Is that part of the living quarters?
Sorry, 1 second. South of the screen terrace.
See where
So when you bring your groceries in, that's where the
right
kitchen
there?
is, and that's a mudroom. So it's an additional area because the kitchen's at the back.
Okay, so the living
and the
quarters
stairs to the
actually
basement there.
go-
Sorry.
So the living quarters actually go to that line just to the right of the arrow.
The living quarters.
Yeah, so that's part of the kitchen, the area behind the
Yes,
kitchen.
and just to keep in mind, you'll see where it says 20, I can't see the actual number, 20 meters. The second story is in line 20.9 with that point. So that is also, that part you're asking about is only 1 story.
And do you have any idea, I'm suggesting this, I know you're not, do you have any idea what the following change would do to your variances? If you didn't have the link between the house and the garage, and you didn't have the, I gather it's storage area at the back of the garage, if that was taken off of the project, do you know what that would do to your variances?
I don't really. What ends up happening is because it's an attached garage, they only give you like 150 square feet exemption. All the other space counts in GFA or density. If it's a detached garage, and I could have a 3-car detached garage here, and there'd be no additional density for it. I have something. I don't have that stat.
Where I'm going with this is I frankly, personally, I could support this if the link between the garage and the house wasn't there, and if that storage behind the garage wasn't there, then I think that, in my view, the project is more agreeable and sympathetic to the property to the south, which I think is the large issue here. I know it's not part of your proposal, but just to clarify, I'm not concerned about the entire project. I'm concerned about those 2 elements of the project because of the implications they have for the property to the south.
So through you, Madam Chair, what we could do, because the link is important, nobody really wants a garage if they have to go outside to get to the house. What we can do is we could move the south setback of the garage to 0.9 meters. So I would give an additional 2 feet to the neighbor to the south. His setback is similar, 0.94, I think, for his property. So if that would allow us to plant some more material on our property, but it would basically be moving that wall behind the garage an additional 2 feet. So you'd have a 3-foot side yard setback there.
The other question I have is there any treatment that you could propose for that stretch of wall that's between the kitchen and the garage? I mean, you've done a very nice job of massing on the outside, but is there anything you could do to break up that brick wall?
Yeah, we've offered to plant full hedges there. Either beech or cedar. We determined that they can live in a 3-foot setback. We have 4 feet, and we would have 3 for the garage. There's cedars there right now. So.
Okay, thank you.
I could make the change if that would satisfy the committee to increase the number 6. It would be 9 meters from the south side. And then it would go to 1.2 from after that, after the garage.
Okay, so, variance number 6 would be the new dwelling will be located 0.94 meters from the side.
North.
Which it says the north, and then in brackets it says north lot line, and then you would change it to 0.9 meters from the side, in brackets, south lot line.
Yeah, we would be okay with that. And I think that would allow for more screening. That's more palatable.
Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. I think overall the project, I'm same view. It's a reasonable project. I do have concerns about basically an enclosed breezeway to the garage. Just a couple of questions. One, how tall or what's the height of that section? That's a 1 story, but what is the height? And I presume it's a flat roof, is it?
Yeah, so it's roughly 14 feet, which is what the permitted height of a garage is, an accessory structure. So we matched it up so that it would be what a detached garage would be.
Sorry, but that breezeway or that connecting point, that's 14 feet high?
It depends where you measure it from. It's 13 feet or 4 meters from established grade. The grade changes, and the grade is higher on the other side. So you can see that.
I mean, in my view, it just seems a little bit on the tall side for a connecting passageway. The other question I have is there is a fence in between the 2 properties.
Yes.
Do you know what it's constructed of and what its height is?
It's wood. I don't know the height. It's probably by law is 6 feet, I believe, 6.5 feet if it has a trellis there. Mr. Eskin sent in a picture of it. But if you look at his picture, there are cedars there, and you won't see, if there are cedars or trees there, you will not see, you can see the hedges there. You will not see this 14-foot wall or 4-meter wall. You can see, there's his fence. Oh, he says it's 5 feet, but it's on top of a retaining wall. You can see that's on a retaining wall.
Right,
So
and those cedars are existing right now?
they are existing.
You'd probably remove them for construction and then put new ones back in?
Absolutely, I have no problem committing to that. Either cedars or beeches. Beeches are nicer, but one or the other.
I'm just trying to think. So that's 5 feet high. You're a 14-foot high to the top. So there is a 9-foot exposure over the fence, right?
I'm not sure if the grades work out that way, but in theory, yes. And we would have no problem planting like 12-foot hedges, cedars, or they'll grow to much more than that. Beeches grow about 1 foot a year.
Yeah, I guess, and I don't want to belabor this point. I guess my first reaction is, that connecting porch. I get the point about a first floor and a home needs to be a certain height. I get the point about a garage being a certain height. I just wondered whether that connecting passage needs to be as high as it is.
It's a fair question. What I would say, if it was a trellis, if it was an open breezeway, it wouldn't count.
Right.
But if you look at the elevation, I guess it would be the north elevation. In my honest opinion, it would be a shame to not continue that, what I call an attractive line that we've established at sort of the mid-band of the home. And then we jump back up. We only have, like, the house has a 10-foot ceiling on the ground floor. That area, we could bring it would like have a 9-foot ceiling, so it's not that high.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Clay, or Mr. Neffel?
Very quickly, Mr. Rose, did you consider that being a trellis rather than an enclosed? To me, that's the issue that's a problem here. And I understand why it is the height it is because of the elevations, and I can understand what you're trying to do there. I still have trouble with it being an enclosed passageway. I think it's creating a serious problem. Did you consider, and have you discussed with the owner, the idea of it being a trellis that would provide weather protection from some inclement weather, but would still be open?
Did we discuss it? I know the answer would be no for them, but listen, we want to get this approved. I guess my point would be that Mr. Askin won't see this. Once there's shrubs, whether it was opened or closed, to him it would be the same, because I can't have windows on it. He has complete privacy there. We don't have windows. You can't have windows, would be over the building code allotment. I suppose I could drop the height there another, I don't know what to say, 0.3 meters. If it helps, it won't be as attractive. I can also slope the roof so it's not flat. We've looked at some of these proposals with Mr. Askin, but he didn't want to accept them. You know, if you do look at corner lots in the village, this situation is very, very common. So people really don't want that detached garage. They won't have to walk outside. And you might have noticed on some of the corner situations that I pointed out, it's virtually identical to what other people are offering. If you look closely, like look at some of these, look at this one, 262. Look at this one at the other corner, and then there's like it's very common, and that's why planning didn't object to the length when I explained it to them. There's one other like look at all of them, and there was one other sheet that had that as well in the area. There, look at all these long additions. It's very common.
Okay.
Because you have to have that garage on the flanking street. It's
sorry
required.
to cut you off, Mr. Rose, but Ms. Hayes has another question.
Yes. Oh, sorry.
I just have one question for you with respect to that particular point. Are all of those that you've noted there with respect to the breezeways, are they at the rear of the property or at the front of the property facing the street versus a solid wall for the neighbor to look at?
There is a mixture of both. You will note there are plenty that sometimes have the wall closer to the street and some that are on the interior side. That is a very good question. And I would say probably about 50-50.
Because some of the ones, I'll just speak from my personal experience, some of the ones that I've seen have been ones where the breezeway is at the street side of the property.
Some of them are, and some of them aren't, and some of them are much taller. They're actually 2 stories. Like the one I got approved at 366 Russell Hill Road was a complete 2-story projection. It was, you know, it was big, but the neighbors ended up supporting it. So there is a mixture of what you're saying. Some are at the road and some are, now this is a 40-foot lot. Some of these lots are bigger.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Mr. Clay.
Thanks, Chair. It's an interesting point that Joanne raised. You'd almost think that putting it along the street side would give some privacy for your hot tub and area in the backyard, but I guess that's a design feature. You had mentioned, I thought I heard you say that in discussions with the next door neighbor, you had offered to reduce the height of the breezeway, we're calling it, and that was refused. Is that what I heard you say?
Yes, we offered to put a sloped roof on it, so it would be, I think it was 2.5 feet lower next to him. It wasn't architecturally as nice, but we could still do that. I don't know how you include that. I could send the committee drawings of that if it pleases them, but so we rather than being a flat roof, it would slope from the north side to the south side, and I believe it was about 2.5 feet shorter on his side.
Okay, any other questions? All right, let's take it into committee for a discussion. I mean, it sounds like there's been discussions with the neighbor, you know, over the last little while regarding the wall. Like myself, I've seen a few of these, actually have sat on panel where we had some similar to this. So what Mr. Rose has outlined is in fact the case. There are examples of this. I guess the fact that there is a fence there and that there are cedars that are, you know, new ones will be planted where the existing ones will literally be in between the wall and the fence. So I'm not sure what the issue is in terms of the visual from the neighbor, because it sounds like it'll be, you know, the same size cedars, so you won't really see it. So I'm not sure. And in terms of the house itself, I think that the design actually fits well within the neighborhood. Mr. Clay?
Yeah, I was on the fence on this one for a while, literally. And the fact, however, that there have been discussions, attempts to try and mitigate the impact on the neighbor. In fact, the opponent has offered to reduce the height of the breezeway, which apparently has been refused. Strikes me as being something that I guess it's the next door neighbor doesn't want anything there at all. I would agree with you that there are ways, I think effective ways, that that can be screened from the next door neighbor. It wouldn't, I mean, I'm not an architect, this wouldn't be my ideal design, but I appreciate that it is a nice design. I did note that the agent has offered to reduce the setback on the garage where the walk-in mudroom is as well, which I think similarly would help a little bit. I mean, in my view, it'd be nice, frankly, it would have been better had the overall height been dropped. 14 feet does seem kind of high for basically a throughway. But I'm curious what my other colleagues want to say about it.
Mr. Niffel?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I agree with the person next door that it's an unreasonable imposition on his property to have that solid wall. Having said that, we're fortunate here that we've got an architect that's very talented. He's done very good things in the past. This elevation, the south elevation, is blank, and it's I don't think you can guarantee that it'll all be hidden, and it's big and it's long and it's unrelieved. If by comparison you look at the north elevation, I think that's quite handsome, and much of what works there is that the repetition of the windows has been carried by Mr. Rose onto the breezeway, which he's able to do because it's facing the street. Going to the point that Ms. Hayes raised, if the breezeway was at the north end of the property rather than the south end of the property, I presume Mr. Rose would put windows on both sides of that extension, in which case it wouldn't be anywhere near as imposing. It wouldn't be a negative impact on the property to the south. So I think there's the potential to improve this, and it's because of that potential. I personally, I can't support it in its present form, but I think the corrective measures are quite reasonable here. I think there's a number of alternatives. At this point, I don't want to play designer, but I would like to see this come back with another option for connecting the house and the garage. I don't think the current connection is respectful enough to the property to the south. And just as I've said, to offset that, I do think that connection's been very well handled on the north.
Ms. Hayes?
I would agree with what Carl has said. I have a concern with respect to the massing. And as Larry said, with respect to the height of that connector, breezeway or whatever we want to call it. Certainly, yes, vegetation can play a part, but I want to rely on that in terms of saying that this is reasonable. I think it is too much of an impact. I agree that if it was probably on the roadside with the treatments, it may be more palatable, but I think from an impact perspective, as currently proposed, although I do appreciate Mr. Rose suggesting that they could pull in the setback behind the garage, I think on the whole, I think the breezeway in its current format, I believe, is just the impact is something that I can't support. I have no problem with the variances for the house.
Yeah, I'll just echo that. I mean, I think for me, it's really the height of that breezeway. I mean, I'm agnostic about what side it goes on, but I think 14 feet for basically a blank wall that runs the entire length just seems to me to be a lot. And it just strikes me that there's ways that could be reduced and still provide the owner with access to the garage.
How do you feel about, how does anybody feel about a condition to lower the height of the breezeway?
I'm not comfortable with doing a specific solution. Because lowering it, Mr. Rose made a very convincing argument about why it is the way it is. Mm-hmm. There are other ways of achieving what he's trying to do, but he's trying to mimic what is on the facade of the house. And I mean, that's commendable. I don't think, I certainly can't support it in its current form. My question to my colleagues, and I appreciated their views, is I don't know whether this is a turn down the variance that deals with the breezeway, which is, I think, variance number, the one for length, which I think is the one that, yeah, the variance number 3, or would the applicant rather entertain a deferral to allow for some other options to be explored? I think all of us think it can be solved. And so that's...
Well, let me just ask Mr. Rose, because we've spent like a significant amount of time on this right now. So, Mr. Rose, are you there?
Yes. Yes,
okay.
Thank you, and I appreciate
so, I think all of us are in agreement that, you know, that we don't have a problem with the house. The variance number 3, like, would you still need a length variance for the, if the breezeway part, or is it just for that whole part? Like, if that variance were to be refused and the rest approved, can you build the house or no? You're
no. And I think, I mean, it's very clear what the issues are, and I think we can come to a resolution. Perhaps rather than coming back, paying again, whatever, if we could defer, I believe we can come to a resolution. It's been offered. I think both parties have heard what the committee feels about it. And I think if we came back with a lower roof up there, I think we'll probably get consensus from Mr. Eskin. We'll work hard to that. We'll guarantee it'll be in writing about the trees. And if you would indulge a deferral, sine die, then I think it'll be a quicker resolution.
We usually don't do sine die. We usually do up to like 3 months, or the first available date when you come back with you know, with your stuff, and hopefully.
No problem.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So panel members, let's go back into committee then on the deferral.
Do we need to ask the objector about their opinion on the deferral or not?
I can ask Mr. Kerr. Mr. Kerr, are you there? I would hope that you are in agreement with a deferral after
Yes,
listening?
I want to say a couple of things. Once, I was disappointed that in.
Okay, I can't give you a long time because we've really spent a significant amount of time now on an item that's going to be deferred. So if you can take like 1 minute, go ahead.
Yeah, firstly, I just want to say, in terms of the reply granted to Mr. Rose, you made a number of allegations about my.
Okay,
Well,
we're not here to discuss allegations. Just if there's something
But I
about
think
the variances.
I think it's important that the committee give fairness to both sides in terms of, and that's not what happened in terms of the reply. because
Through
I-
you, Madam Chair, what's on the floor right now is a deferral. So are you
So,
in
in terms
opposition
of
of a
we're not
deferral
gonna-
or not?
We're not going to be opposed to it.
Pardon?
We're not going to be opposed to a deferral.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Kermer. And I really hope that you're able to work something out for your client with Mr. Rose. All right, panel members to the deferral. Mr. Nifl.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to move a deferral of this application to allow the applicant and the property owner to the south to meet and negotiate perhaps an alternative solution to the breezeway.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that motion? Okay, Ms. Hayes. So the motion is moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Ms. Hayes to defer the item. And staff, you'll please note the reasons why. I think you heard everything, so I'll leave it to you to put that in the notes. All in favor? Okay, so this matter's been deferred. All right, the next item is item number 28, 67 Kerr Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have a total of 8 form letters in support from residents on Kerr Road, Highfield Road, and that includes number 65, an adjacent neighbor. I don't show any opposition speakers. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes.
Hi, can you just identify yourself for the record, please?
Yeah, Tony Earl, and I'm the owner of 67 Kerr Road.
Okay, hi. Thanks for your patience. We only have 2 variances before us, panel members. Do you have any questions for the owner? No. Okay, Mr. Earl, we have no questions. We've read the material. We're ready to go into committee to make a decision on this. Anything you want to add that you feel we need to know?
Nope, not at this time.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we're in committee. Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. I believe this application is, and the variances being requested are indeed minor. I think they're appropriate. I don't have any concerns with making a motion to approve the application with no conditions.
All right, do I have a seconder, Mr. Clay? So motion to approve the application moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Okay, item, hold on a second here. All right, 29, item number 29, 77 Indian Road. We have before us a copy of the survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, and presentation materials from the agent. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, it's David Mackay from MHBC, representing the owner.
Okay, panel members, do you need a presentation? One variance. Do you have any questions? All right, sir, we don't have any questions. We've read the material, ready to take it into committee. Anything you want to add before we go into committee?
Not at this time, no.
Okay, thanks. All right, we're in committee. Mr. Nifl?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this is a very sensitive intervention, and it's successful in integrating into the community. I can't see a negative reaction to this in any way. I don't think it's posing any difficulties to adjacent properties or the community. I'd like to move approval without condition.
All right, do I have a seconder? Ms. Hayes, so motion to approve, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. All right, now the next item number 30, 393 Berkeley Street. I believe it's a deferral request. I only show the agent here. Do I have the agent on the line?
Yes, Heather Doubleday. I'm on the agent for the owners.
Hi, can you just tell us why you need a deferral?
We actually were hoping not to defer, but if we need to, we will. We had a conversation with the planning department a few weeks ago. They contacted us to try and simplify some of the variances, which we did. And that triggered a small variance on a dormer window on the laneway house. The issue is that the neighbors haven't received written notice about the dormer window, but it's not visible from the street and it has no impact on the neighborhood. So we were hoping the committee would consider this application today, but we'll defer if we need to.
Okay, I mean, I'm looking at my notes, and I do recall in the supplemental agenda getting a letter that withdrew the deferral request. Did you see that, madam? So, okay. So it's up to you if you want us to go ahead and hear it.
We would prefer that.
Actually, staff is just going to weigh in on this.
Through you, Madam Chair, is there a variance that's being created that was not circulated as part of the original circulation? That is a question to the agent.
Oh, yes, the width of the dormer window on Langley House.
Okay, so there's a variance that's missing on the notice that went out?
Yes.
Okay, so then yes, we have to defer.
Okay.
All right, so panel members, so to the deferral, Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. In light of the fact that there is an additional variance that is now required, new notice must issue, and I would move to defer the application.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Mr. Nipfel, so motion to defer. Moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Do you want a 5-minute break before we go to the next time slot? Yeah? I see one head nodding, so. Okay, we're gonna take 5 minutes. So we'll be back, well, 5:07, according to the computer. Carl, Joanne, you guys ready? Larry will, I don't know. Larry, if you can hear me, we're starting. Okay. Item number 31, 228 Sterling Road. We have before us a copy of the survey site plan, floor plans, and elevations, a covering letter from Hatch Design. We have email correspondence from Transportation, and they didn't have any concerns. 5 form letters in support, including 230, which is adjacent, and we received a support letter for 226, which is the other adjacent neighbor. That's in the supplemental. Do I have the agent on the line?
Hello, I'm Jonathan Hatch, representing the clients at 228 Sterling Road.
Hi. Panel members, do you have any questions for the agent? I don't have any opposition speakers. Mr. Nipfel. Carl, you're muted. 3 times is a charm, Carl.
Thanks. Jonathan, my question only has to do with the purpose. The variances that you've got before us are actually to permit the secondary suites, and the purpose tends to suggest that it's just to provide for an existing front basement walkout. The purpose is actually to permit the secondary suites as well. Am I correct with that?
Yes, you're absolutely correct. So the actual purpose is to provide 3 units within the building, but every unit added is considered a secondary suite, which is why we need the variance.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, Mr. Hatch, we don't have any other questions. We've read the materials. Is there anything you'd like to add before we go into committee?
No, I think this is relatively straightforward. We're adding additional units into an area that desperately needs it. It's in the BLOOR Street, St. Helens planning framework area, which is trying to intensify the area. It's walkable. There's lots of parking available on the street, and there's lots of bike lanes and transportation corridors. So I think it's a prime spot for intensification.
Okay, let's take it into committee. All right, Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I think this application is very noteworthy. As the applicant indicated, he's providing additional housing in an area that actually will support that additional housing with the necessary services. I have no difficulty with the application and would move approval of it without condition. My only suggestion would be that we clarify the purpose, because I don't think the purpose actually speaks to the main thrust of the application.
Through you, Madam Chair, we can say to permit 1 primary unit and 2 secondary suites within this dwelling.
Yep, that's great.
All right, Ms. Hayes, were you seconding? Okay, so a motion to approve, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Item number 32, 1 Wetherill Street. We have before us a copy of the survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, presentation materials prepared by Wengel Architects, an arborist report from Lakeshore Tree Services. We have staff reports from Forestry, and they're asking for condition number 1. Heritage is asking for a 6-month deferral. And we have correspondence in support from someone who did not provide an address, and we have opposition from number 26, Wetherill, 311 Armadale, 163 Humbercrest, 361 Armadale, as well as a petition with 177 signatures on it. And, okay, I believe Mr. Bronskill is speaking as the agent. Are you there, Mr. Bronskill?
I am, Madam Chair. Can the panel hear me all right?
Yep, loud and
Yep.
clear. So I
Excellent.
guess I have 2 speakers listed in opposition, and I know you're probably aware of the deferral request by Heritage. So if you can do a presentation, or if you're in agreement with the deferral request, then let us know that now, so that we don't do a full hearing here.
Understood, Madam Chair, and perhaps not surprisingly, we're not in favor of the deferral request. And why don't I just speak very briefly to that? There's a few reasons. First, it's upsetting that Heritage keeps trying this. They should be reaching out to applicants, not dropping memos with deferrals. There is a process under the Ontario Heritage Act. It is open to them to consider listing or designating a property under that. And to ask for 6 months now, when the application was filed in April, and our client acquired the property early this year, would leave them in limbo until early 2023. It's just not fair. If they intend to move forward with listing or designation, frankly, they should do so. Bill 108, as the committee may know, changed certain timelines in respect of looking at designations, and requires, for example, when there's a consent or a rezoning application, for staff to make a determination about designation within 90 days of receipt of the application. Unfortunately, the regulation under the Ontario Heritage Act doesn't include minor variance applications as a prescribed event, and I think that is a huge gap right now in the legislation. Putting it mildly, I would suggest whether or not this property has heritage value is not before this committee. That's a matter for Heritage staff to study. They could still recommend that to City Council over the coming months if that's something they choose to do. And there's a process to then object and contest any such designation under the Ontario Heritage Act. I would simply note this is a 1-story structure in a neighborhood, and designation of it, frankly, would impose a significant hardship on our client. But that's something we can resolve under the Ontario Heritage Act process. I'm happy then to proceed, Madam Chair, in terms of the balance of the variances being sought, unless there were any questions on the HPS report.
No, I think we'll hold questions till after we hear from the deputant, so maybe just continue with your presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Understood. So what's before you, as I've noted, is an application for a proposed new 3-story dwelling. There are variances that are being sought for the FSI. It's approximately 3,000 square foot house, so it's not one of the more significant houses that this committee often has to deal with, but is frankly a reasonable size for a family. There are variances for the setback on one side from 0.9 to 0.81. So as you well know, that's a very small setback difference between what's required. There's a building length variance of 18.11 meters, but the overall length that's required is 17 meters. And you'll note that the depth is 16.14, but that's because the building is set back from the front yard setback. And so the full depth of 19 meters is not being required here. There's a modest height variance being requested, and you can see in the package of the materials presented to the committee that it's, in my respectful submission, almost inconsequential in terms of the 10 meters going up to the 10.6 in terms of the perception of that house. And there's an excellent rendering to show how the house will present to the street. As always in this package of materials provided, there is what I would call a heat map showing the number in terms of the FSI granted in the area. And there are FSIs similar or greater to that have been granted within the neighborhood. I think when you look at the site plan itself, you can see, frankly, a structure that goes up from the 1-story to the 2-story, and then a 3rd story that's within the sloped roof of the dwelling. When you look at the actual plans themselves, that enables an office space in the 3rd floor, and frankly, a family space or lounge to be used within within the roof line of the house. Not approving that 3rd story, the house structure itself would stay the same, and that space is frankly being well deployed in terms of a home office and a recreation space. There are some criticisms from the neighbor across the street related to the garage and the driveway. I would just simply note there are no variances for the driveway. There are no variances for the garage. It's a slope down to Armadale, and so it's not a below grade or reverse slope garage that is sometimes a concern. And then finally, just in terms of the landscaping variance, it's an interesting technical variance that I discussed at length with the architects. The front porch, technically, because it's achieving a 0.81 side yard setback, that front porch space isn't exempted from the calculation of the denominator for the front yard. And so what is then greened is what is left to be greened in the front yard, other than the pathway, but the space that is occupied by the porch isn't counted. And so what can be greened, frankly, is being greened in terms of that front yard landscaping. And so I would just submit to the committee, it's quite a technical variance. That is, if the front porch was permitted, the calculation for the landscaping overall would change. And so that's why that front yard landscape variance, as I understand it from the architects, is before you. You can't see.
David, sorry, you're at 6 minutes now.
And I will stop there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Excellent.
I was going to say, I'm happy to then answer any questions about that technical variance afterwards.
Okay. All right, thanks. I think Mr. Clay has a quick question before I go to the opposition.
I do. Thanks, Chair. Mr. Bronsko, I may have misheard. Did I hear you refer to a length or depth variance?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, there is. And could I ask, would it be possible just for staff to put up the colored site plan that was in our presentation material, which might then be E4 there on that handy chart on the side? And then through you, Madam Chair, to you, Mr. Clay, what's interesting is though you'll see there's a red line for the permitted outline as often on these types of drawings that we end up having prepared. Thank you, staff. That's where the front yard setback would be. And so what happens is, and you can see that there's a building length in red, 18.11, and that's measured to the you can see the rear of the wall of the house. So it's not one of the ones that I'm sometimes presenting where there's a longer excavation triggered by it. But you can see that building length there, the 18.11 meters. What's then interesting is there's a building depth that is 16.14 meters in terms of the house. And that's just because of the way that the depth is calculated from a different front yard setback position. The depth is actually less than the 19 meters. So we're only seeking a length variance and not a depth variance, if that makes sense, Mr. Clay.
Yeah, it does. My question is because I can't find the variance in the material I have in front of me. Do you have a reference number? Like what number of variant? What number of variant? Guys, help me! I can't see a length or a depth variance here.
Through you, Mr. Chair, through you, Madam Chair, to, I'm just looking.
I
Oh,
see-
that's,
I see.
oh,
no
you're
red-
saying
I
that
don't
it's
see
not
it
on
on the notice, Larry.
public-
I was confused as
oh,
well.
oh dear.
There isn't one.
Yeah, I don't see one either.
I just noticed that now too.
So are we missing a variance here?
My goodness.
Because if we are, we might need a deferral for that.
Madam Chair, I would not fight a deferral with a missing variance on the public notice. Could I beg the committee's indulgence just to stand down and just call the architect to understand? Normally I would turn in the committee room and just understand why, if they have any background
Yeah,
to why it's not on the notice.
I actually have you for the next item also.
Yes.
Through you, Madam Chair, I'm just checking the zoning review that was submitted with the application, and I don't see anything pertaining to length or depth on this review. If that's something that you also want to speak with the architect about.
Yeah, I would appreciate that opportunity based on the stats that I have, the presentation materials we filed, and how to refer them back to the public hearing notice. I'd appreciate that opportunity.
Okay, how long do you need?
Madam Chair, I would do it in 5 minutes.
Okay.
And Mr. Bronskill, I would welcome as well the explanation that you weren't able to finish about the technical landscape. I didn't quite get that. So when you come back, if we proceed, I'd like to hear that as well.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay, so David, I'm gonna have to hold down 32, which is this item, as well as 33, because that's your item. But I have no speakers on 33. And then I'm gonna continue with 34, and then when I finish 34, I'll come back to you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the committee's indulgence.
Okay, and to the two opposition speakers, I really thank you for your indulgence here, because if we have to defer, then you know, we would have to come back anyway. So, all right, so let's move on right now to item number 34, which is 1502 Dufferin Street. And we have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans and elevations, presentation materials. We have email correspondence from transportation. They don't have any concerns. And four form letters in support from 1506 Dufferin, number 3, number 35 and 37 McFarland. Mr. Brander, are you there?
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Adam Brander and my address is 49 Bolton in Toronto. I'm the agent and the architect for the proposal at 1502 Dufferin Street.
Okay, just give me 1 second. I'm still on item 32 here. Okay. Panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Brander?
No.
We have no questions? Okay. Mr. Brander, we have no questions. We've read the materials. We are ready to take this into committee to make a decision. Is there anything you want to add that's not in the materials before us?
No, happy to answer any questions.
Okay, panel members, let's take it into committee. Mr. Nipfel?
Mr. Chairman, unless my colleagues have any concerns, I can support this application. I don't think there's anything about it that is particularly negative or intrusive to the community. My only recommendation would be that there be privacy screening on the north and south edges of the third floor deck. Subject to that as a condition, I'd like to move approval.
Okay, you're seconding, Ms. Hayes? Okay, so motion to approve the application, including a condition for screening on the north and south edges, moved by Mr. Niffel, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries. All right, can we go back to Mr. Bronskill now? I'm reluctant. I was kind of reluctant. I don't know if he's ready. He said 5 minutes, so if he, yeah, because this one, we have two opposition speakers. Do you have, for 35, do you have them both? Okay. For item 32, do you have all the speakers also?
Through you, Madam Chair, I've tried reaching out to both of them individually, and they did not respond to any calls.
Okay, so we have nobody for that. Is there any way you can maybe see if David's ready, and if not, I'll go to 35.
David, you've been unmuted.
David, can you hear me?
Yeah, so I'll just have to defer it.
Okay, sounds, yeah, I can hear it. But he says he's gonna defer it, so I'm just gonna wait a minute, because I think, okay. All right. All right, you want to try him again? Yeah, I
gotta go. It might be it. Okay, bye. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Yeah, no worries. So I actually didn't, the opposition speakers are not here anyways, so I think I heard something that you have to defer it. So is there a missing variance?
Madam Chair, it appears that if I could ask staff very quickly again to put up that colored plan, it would be helpful for me just, and I thank staff for also pulling up the zoning review. I did reach the architect, and I'm just waiting for it to, there, thank you so much. We do think despite, oh, sorry, are you going to 228 Dunvegan on me? Apologies, Madam Chair.
No, we're on Wetherill. We're on
Okay,
item 32.
sorry.
Yeah, no, it's okay. I think, we've all been at it for a really long time, so I think the wrong thing got put up.
Thank you. I was going to improvise there.
No, it's good. Okay.
Thank you. So just for the committee through you, Madam Chair, you do see that we have noted a building length variance there, 18.11 meters, measured from the front of the structure, the front porch, to the back of the house. Although it is not shown on the zoning review, in speaking with the architect just now, the architect thinks it's just been missed on the zoning review. This is not a question, just to be fair to committee staff, of mistranslating a zoning review over to a public hearing notice. I think we've all just missed that it wasn't on the public hearing notice itself. I confess, Madam Chair, I often go off to the first page of this presentation material and hadn't even reviewed the public hearing notice until Mr. Clay asked me to give him the number of the variance. And so I do appreciate being asked this question. And the architect is now digging. If we could defer, Madam Chair, so that we could talk to the buildings department and then work with committee staff to reissue notice and come back, that would be appreciated.
Okay, and if you're granted the deferral, I understand your frustration with Heritage. We've had a few of these today, and I think we are somewhat mystified also, but perhaps you could speak to them also, but the deferral would be for the missing variance.
Appreciate it. And Madam Chair, I would make sure that we call Heritage staff and just ask what's going on.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, I just had an email. I really apologize. I just had an email from the architect saying we're in R zone, and although it is listed on the first page of the stats sheet, the R zone does not require the variance for length.
Okay, so in that case, you don't need the deferral, right?
Correct.
All right.
I'm going to rely on the architect and the zoning examiner and just say we don't need that variance.
Okay. So in that case, the deputants that I had listed are not here. Staff has attempted to contact them. So I'm going to go to my members for questions then, if there's any other questions from any members. So Mr. Nipfel.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. David, I'd just like you to finish the description of that technical variance on landscaping and whether the porch is permitted. I was getting lost there. If you could, and I know you were rushing, if you could.
I did rush.
Maybe back up a little bit.
Yes. If staff could go down one page again with my thanks, through you, Madam Chair. The front porch also picks up the side yard variance of 0.81 meters. If you see on the right-hand side of that diagram, the green, the line there, you can see the 0.81 measured to where the new house is, and it comes right down to the front porch at the bottom. Just as a very quick aside, you'll note the 0.81 is actually greater than the 0.51 for the other neighbor, but that goes to the merits of the side yard variance. That means that the porch is technically not permitted as of right, because it needs the variance. And in talking to the architect, that porch then sits in the front yard space, and the space occupied by the porch counts as part of the front yard, but obviously is not landscaped.
Oh, okay.
And so our in terms of the fraction, through you, Madam Chair, to you, Mr. Nipfel, it doesn't affect the denominator. The front yard calculation remains the same, but we obviously can't count that front porch as part of front yard landscaping. What is left outside the porch, I would just submit to the committee, or beyond the boundaries of the porch, is as green as we can make it, other than that 1.68 meter wide walkway and stairs. But to change the variance any further would require, frankly, removal of I'll be blunt, what is a nice front porch. So we've greened what is left, and that's why I think it's more of a technical variance, in that it's not a case of driveway or hardscaping being put on the front yard the way you sometimes see for these variances.
Mr. Bronski.
Thanks, that's very clear.
Sorry, guys, but we did reach one of the opposition listed here, so I'm going to go to that person now, David, and then I'll have you back.
Thank you.
Okay, so.
Maria Jones, you have been unmuted.
Oh, hi. Thanks for hearing me. It's just going to be a very brief comment. We live across the street, recently moved in. We did consider the character of the neighborhood as very important to us. We spent a long time looking for a house, and we do think that the size of the house is not really in character based on the just the size of the square footage relative to the size of the yard. And we are concerned as well about impact to the tree and how it would impact the shade to our yard, which falls across the street.
Okay. Panel members, do you?
Sorry, Maria,
Yeah.
can you just state your address?
It's 309 Armadale.
Thank you.
Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? No? Okay, Mr. Bronskill, can you maybe just speak to the issues that the neighbor across the street just raised?
I can. I would just say, I think, three things, Madam Chair. First, again, we've gone and looked, and there are similar or greater FSI variances in the neighborhood. The second is, as I said to you in my opening comments, it's not a monster house. I always get a bit confused translating square meters into square feet, but it's roughly 3,000 square feet, which is a good family size home. The plans show a master bedroom, a couple of bedrooms in addition for family, and then, as I noted to you earlier, the space within the roof line of the house. And then the third thing I would just simply say is it is designed as a sloped roof house, which helps mitigate any type of shadow impacts. And certainly reaching across the street, there aren't going to be untoward shadow impacts going from 10 meters to 10.6 for that small portion of the roof that is sloped away. And so I truly believe there won't be undue shadow impacts extending across Armadale. So we actually think the house is designed and as shown in the colored rendering would actually fit well into the character of the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any more questions for Mr. Bronskill? Ms. Hayes?
Mr. Bronskill, I'm looking at part of the presentation material and the maps that were provided of the areas to indicate, heights and FSIs, etc. It appears that what's being proposed here is on the high end of anything in the area. Could I have your comments on that, please?
Yes, I'm just getting to that page myself. So there are a range through you, Mr. Chair, through you, Madam Chair, to you, Ms. Hayes. Apologies. And you'll see that there are some lowers, 0.69, 0.67. They range through the 0.7s into the 0.8s. Directly across the street on Wetherill, there's a 0.98. Within the same study area, there's 0.99, 103, 111. And so, yes, it is at the upper end of the range, but it is consistent with the range that is being approved. The lot itself doesn't have some of the same length that some of the other lots do. So, for example, if you go further south on Armadale, you'll see that those lots have considerable length. And so to get a house of a good size for a family of around 3,000 square feet, this is what then translates in terms of the FSI resulting from it. The final thing I would just say is there's still then a very generous backyard in accordance with the minimum rear yard setback and green space, and so it's not overwhelming the lot itself.
Okay, any other questions?
No.
Okay, let's take it into committee then. Ms. Hayes and Mr. Clay, your hands went up about the same time.
Okay,
I'll defer to Joanne.
I'll start, and then if people want to add anything, it's fine. This would certainly be on the high end of anything that's been approved with respect to FSI and with respect to heights and wall heights in the area. Although when you look on Wetherill, there are some new builds on the south side of the street that are quite large homes. I think, in my opinion, the additional FSI, which is in the roof level, does do something to lessen the impact. I think there are still a sufficient yard space, so the house isn't taking up the whole lot. I think the treatment of the front porch makes it an attractive addition to the street. Although it is very large in terms of FSI, excuse me, if my tongue would work properly, I can support the application in the context of all those comments that I've made. If my colleagues have anything further to add.
Mr. Clay?
Thanks. So I'm just going to deal with the other elephant in the room issue on this file, and that is the concern about heritage protection. I think it's fair to say we sometimes get frustrated when we see applications or inquiries about heritage designation that seem to take a long time. I noted in one of the pieces of correspondence in opposition that the original request went in 2018, so that's 4 years ago, and it appears that this hasn't been addressed yet, and now Heritage has asked us for a little bit more time. I sympathize with applicants, frankly, that are caught up in this. There should be a system where these things are addressed much faster than it appears they are in this case. Having said all that, the difference in this one and the other one that we dealt with today and other times is that this involves a demolition, which is a significant event, and an event that, let's be honest, this has happened a few times elsewhere in the city, and it just generates a maelstrom of opposition and concern and attention where people get very, very upset when someone has made an application or Heritage is looking at a building and in the interim, it's demolished, and losing any kind of opportunity, if in fact it is heritage, to have it protected. So for me, in that context, if it was an addition or, you know, something modest, I think I'd have a different view. But in light of the proposal to demolish it, I think that would be premature in advance of someone smarter than me looking at the heritage value of this thing. I mean, I look at it, it doesn't, frankly, to me, look like it's heritage, but I understand that it does have a history, and there are a number of folks. We have almost 200 name petition in front of us asking for some relief on this. So I think, you know, my own view is that, you know, notwithstanding the merits of the actual proposal or not, I think, you know, the fact that the proposal is to demolish it, puts it in a different category for me. And I think we should give heritage a little bit time. I don't know if 6 months is appropriate or not, but that seems long. But it just seems to me that we would not be doing the public a service if in fact this is a heritage building and it gets demolished in the interim. And so that I am supportive of some form of deferral on this.
Okay, anyone else? Mr. Nipfel?
I appreciate Larry's point of view, and I agree with much of it. I do, however, I'm having increasing concern with these, as Mr. Bronskill and the other applicant indicated, these last minute concerns by Heritage to delay applications so they can study them. Look at the photograph of this building. It is no secret that this building had some architectural merit, and it's been there for a long time. And the fact that Heritage is just now going to consider it and needs 6 months to do it, I think is unreasonable. And I'm going to mispronounce this gentleman's name, Miles Losley Milan, who sent us a letter in our added material. He made a really good point, I thought, and he said, while I agree with the importance of preserving heritage character, the reality in this case is that the property does not present a livable house. It doesn't. Nobody's going to, in my view, buy that house and live in it. So the question is, would it be moved to another site and be preserved for a museum? I don't know. I do think, however, it's a hardship for the applicant in this case to delay a decision for 6 months for Heritage to review it. As I've said, I don't understand if they're that concerned why there's this delay. So I'm not supportive of a deferral for that reason. Heritage is important, but like all other departments of the city, it needs to be efficiently, the viewpoints have to be efficiently brought forward. And as last minute deferrals, frankly, I think are problematic in a whole bunch of ways. And I just don't think this is a fair process.
Well, I'll just weigh in with the fact that I really do wish we would spend more time preserving things in our city, but from where I sit, Heritage has an abysmal record with respect to coming with late reports and deferrals. So I absolutely agree with all the comments that have been made, because it is in fact not fair to anybody. In a lot of ways, not just for committee, but people buying a property thinking they can do something with it, and then down the road they're told, well, we can't, or you have to wait around for 6 months to a year. It becomes 2 years. So it's, and this is the second one we've had today that is kind of similar to this, and it's just problematic across the board. And and the only other reports we get is that they want to see the building plans. So I find it very frustrating, and it would be nice if as Mr. Nipfel said, there'd be a more streamlined process. So this is a tough one for me, because if it is in fact something that has historical value, and remember reading, I don't remember the name, but somebody who had lived there, and that does have some historic value. But again, you know, houses have been moved, businesses have been moved, like the Dempsey House and whatnot, but, you know, heritage needs to get on top of these things. And in terms of the house that's being built, you know, there's a brand new house beside this bungalow, so frankly, the bungalow looks totally out of place here now because everything around it is starting to change. So it's a tough one.
If it's approved today, when does the approval become final and binding? What date? How many weeks from now?
Is it 21 days, Sabrina? I can't remember.
So if the application is approved today, then decisions are mailed out August 2nd. Last day for appeal is August the 16th.
This is the same conundrum, more or less, as the one we had earlier today, where there's really, we can't put timelines on it. And as Mr. Clay pointed out, we're talking a demolition here, not, you know, an addition or a change that doesn't fundamentally change the actual building.
Through you, Madam Chair, if there's concern, there's also the option of the standard condition that Heritage imposes on applications that could be considered.
But that would not stop them from getting a demolition permit, would it? Right? That only speaks to the new structure.
For the building permit.
Yeah.
See, that's my concern, Chair, I don't have a view whether this would qualify as a heritage property or not. But I worry that it would get demolished in advance of people that know more about this than I do making a determination.
Perhaps.
I wonder, Madam Chairman, could Mr.
changes.
You want Mr. Bronskill to chime in if he has any ideas on how we can...
I was wondering if Mr. Bronskill could advise us if there's we're putting him on the spot, and that's not fair, but we'll try it. Is there a date at which demolition is planned? And I mean, to Larry's point, if we could say that demolition wasn't going to occur before a certain date and we could count the number of weeks, then somebody could alert Heritage that they need to make a decision before that date.
But the problem is, Carl, that we can't put condition like that on because it has nothing to do with the variance, so we don't have authority, even if we put it in the notes. So you're just want to get his word on it?
So even if a property, Carl, even if a property is listed, so let's say Heritage decides to list the property, but it hasn't gone the next step to designation. My understanding is that with a listed property, someone can still make an application for demolition, but that permit can't be issued on a listed property. It used to be 30 days. I don't know if that's changed, to allow then if the municipality wants to try to designate it. But listing in and of itself doesn't prohibit an application for demolition. So it's kind of a circular thing, but to Larry's point, yes, it is different.
I'm aware of that. I'm just wondering if Mr. Bronskill, and I'm not suggesting it as a condition, if Mr. Bronskill has a date when demolition is anticipated, and in good faith, we in our notes could indicate demolition is not anticipated to occur before this date, that could be an alert to Heritage. I'm trying to walk a line between what Larry wants to do and being fair to the applicant.
Through you, Madam Chair, the condition could also read prior to the demolition, prior to a demolition permit, that, you know, building permit or permit plans, you know, are submitted to the satisfaction of the senior manager, heritage planning.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, if you can do that, that satisfies my concern about, and I'm not suggesting Mr. Bronsko's client would do this at all, to be quite blunt. But there have been instances in the past in other parts of the city where this in fact has happened. So I think something along the line that Sabrina mentioned would give me comfort that the place wouldn't be torn down until Heritage has determined what its value
But
is.
aren't we back then in that same thing in terms of if it's to the satisfaction of, it's the timeline, like there's no end date, potentially?
That is correct, yes.
Madam Chair,
Okay, this is, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Bronskill. I don't know if you were listening earlier. We're in exactly the same situation here where we're spending a significant amount of time on really a heritage. I think we're all frustrated with heritage.
Yeah.
But I hope you appreciate what you were trying to do, that if in fact this house does have historical value for the city, we don't want to see it demolished before at least it, heritage can say something about it.
Yes, Madam Chair. What I can advise the committee, I can't, unfortunately, Madam Chair, through you to Mr. Nipfel, give a date of potential demolition, but I can say that there is a little bit of a difference in terms of residential properties in the City of Toronto versus commercial properties in the City of Toronto. And some of the demolitions that have occurred in advance of listing or designation have been with commercial properties. And that's because they're not subject to Section 33 of the Planning Act, which is residential demolition control, which prevents demolition of any residential building without a permit from the city. Now, that permit can be obtained one of two ways. It can either be obtained by community council providing that permit to demolish under Section 33, or if an applicant applies to the city for a building permit for an as-of-right development, and then the demo permit issues. And that is often what happens in the city is once the variances are authorized by the committee, it then becomes as of right, and someone will then file the building permit application, which is then reviewed by the city, and the demo permit is granted at the same time as the building permit is granted. So in this instance, there is no ability, other than frankly nefarious activity, to demolish this building until that building permit is obtained for the replacement structure. So what I would respectfully suggest is there is a council meeting on August 15th. That is a special council meeting that is in fact reserved for heritage matters. And as I think staff helpfully noted, the appeal period would expire August 16th, which means if City Council, at the recommendation of Heritage Preservation Services, either wanted to list or give notice of intention to designate, there is an opportunity for that to be done. As through you, Madam Chair, Ms. Hayes noted, the listing would give an additional 60 days of protection. And so council could list it. And there is a special meeting in September of City Council for heritage matters because everybody is worried about heritage issues in an election break. So staff are going to have, frankly, then at least two opportunities if they believe this building should be designated to do some work and take it to council in August or September, failing which a building permit could then issue in accordance with any decision that this committee then makes on the variances. That's my respectful suggestion, Madam Chair, is if heritage staff believe this worthy of protection, they should take it to council in August and get it listed, and or to council in September to get it designated. And I hope that's of some assistance to the committee.
Well, it is of some assistance. Would they be listening? But they're not, and this committee can't tell them to do that. So that's I think the members' kind of conundrum is that there doesn't seem to be a way for us to an avenue really, other than what Sabrina just suggested, which was to put the condition on that prior to demolition, Heritage look at the plans. you know, like we can't tell Heritage to take it to council.
However, Madam Chairman, if Mr. Bronskill knows these dates and these heritage things, then presumably the Heritage Department should know them as well. The only question I have, I think the suggested condition by Sabrina is good. I'm just wondering from Mr. Bronskill if boy, you're earning your money today. If that condition poses difficulties for you.
I am concerned about a condition that would essentially leave it with Heritage to review and sign off indefinitely. That does cause some concern to me, because if Heritage then does nothing for 6 months, 9 months, 12 months, our client's in fact in a worse position. So I do, through you, Madam Chair, agree with Mr. Nipfeld that Heritage staff are well aware of these council dates for these heritage matters. And if the property warrants some degree of protection under the Ontario Heritage Act, they should follow that process in either August or September.
Chair, that's a.
Okay.
I'm just going to weigh in a couple times, and I'm speaking on behalf of staff. Just knowing from a public sector organization, it is really difficult. 2 weeks out from a council meeting to have something introduced into a council agenda. So I'm not sure how reliable that path would be. I do have a question for Sabrina. Sabrina, when an applicant files for a building permit, does the building department circulate that to Heritage?
Yes, through you, Madam Chair, yes.
So getting back to the path forward, if the committee were comfortable with this and if a building permit is required, Mr. Bronskill, I think said you can't do a demolition before you get a building permit. Am I putting words in his mouth?
I think you can get a demolition permit before a building permit.
Under section 33, Madam Chair, to you, Mr. Clay, you cannot demolish a residential building without a demo permit, and you can't get that demo permit either without approval from Community Council or a permit to issue an as-of-right development.
Right.
Or like a replacement structure. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Which would be a building permit.
Larry was asking you can get it before, you can get that without a building permit. I think that was the question, and the answer is yes, you can get a demolition permit. And yeah, they have to go through the appropriate channels to get it, but you can get a demolition permit without already having plans to build something.
Yes, with the approval of Community Council, and fortunately or unfortunately here, the next Community Council meeting is likely January of 2023. So the authority to get a demo permit without a building permit for a replacement structure is not available until January of 2023.
Are you talking about a historic building, or because I don't think?
No, I'm talking about any residential building in the city of Toronto.
This strikes me as being not an unreasonable path that would require a building permit prior to demolition, and where building department, before they issued a building permit, would be consulting with Heritage. And I wonder if that's not a terrible path forward.
Well, look, we've spent I don't know how long on this. We have to make a decision now, one way or another. I know we're all trying to have this not get bogged down in the system, and I don't know what the answer is.
So further to Larry's point, then to staff, could a condition be, if we chose to approve it, could we put in a condition that no demolition to occur prior to the issuance of a building permit?
Sabrina?
And are you making that to the satisfaction of Heritage staff?
No, it would just be to your point that building permits get circulated to Heritage. I think what Larry, I don't want to speak for you, but you're saying is that would be another opportunity for Heritage to, between now and when a building permit application was submitted and circulated, an opportunity for them to act if they chose to act. Am I correct?
Yeah, and that's
Yes,
exactly right. I mean,
sure.
that's an internal process which is already baked in. And, you know, if there are concerns about this as being a heritage, then that's Heritage's opportunity to reflect that in its input back to building department.
Okay.
If they hadn't done so in the interim.
Okay, so
Correct.
Sabrina says we can put that as condition. So how do you want us to word it then?
I don't know, Joanne,
So-
did you have?
Sure, I
wording
could
for-
try. I would be saying, the condition would be that no demolition permit shall be issued in advance of a building permit.
Okay.
And does that have to be to someone's satisfaction? Because we're always told conditions, somebody has to check the condition. So the person that's issuing the demolition permit is who?
Well, if it's submitted separately from the building permit, then I would assume whoever is deciding to put it on a community, a council agenda is going to check the history of the property.
And
Well,
you know, they're basically, the way it works internally in governments is usually, you know, when you circulate something, whoever you circulate to, if they have concerns, they raise it at that point, and that's where the process gets engaged. So if, for example,
I don't want to belabor it. My only concern is you're basically saying you may not issue a demolition permit before a building permit. Who are we talking to? Who issues the demolition permit?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair, the way the condition reads is that ultimately, you know, the building department would be issuing a demolition permit at the same time as a building permit.
But there is an opportunity for the applicant, if they so chose, to seek a demolition permit in advance. But that's unlikely in this case, because it has to go to community council.
and it, you know, the other side of this, without belaboring, the other side of this is those residents who have concerns can certainly continue to reflect those concerns either through the counselor or through Heritage. So there is avenues for those who have concerns to continue to raise those and make sure that Heritage is aware that this is going through a building permit process.
Well, and if they've been listening all this time and heard the dates outlined by Mr. Bronskill, they can certainly approach their counselor and ask him to maybe do this as a walk-on item with Heritage. But, you know, I think we need to move on because we're dealing with variances here. And so, Mr. Nipfel.
I'd like to move approval of the application subject to the condition that was just read about demolition permits and forestry condition number 1.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Okay, so that motion is that no demo permit be issued in advance of a building permit. That's the condition, forestry condition number 1, moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries. All right, the next item is item, now I'm totally.
33.
Yeah. I had it sitting on one that's ahead of it. Anyway. All right, item 33, 228 Dunvegan Road. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. Presentation materials. We have an arborist report from and tree protection plan prepared by Lakeshore Tree Services. We have a staff report. They're asking for forestry condition number 3. 2 form letters in support from both adjacent neighbors. And Mr. Bronskill, you're still with us.
There we go, Madam Chair. Sorry, just unmuting. Thank you. Yes.
All right. Well, we don't need a presentation, but maybe there's some questions, and there's no deputants on this one. So let's see if there's any questions. Panel members? Oh, no questions, Mr. Bronskill.
I may have exhausted you with the last one, Madam Chair.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we're tired of talking to Mr. Bronskill.
All right, is there anything that you feel you really have to add, that's not in the material before us, that.
Madam Chair, I thought the review of the materials, there is a presentation, there's any questions. There are the letters from the two immediate neighbors, which I think is important. We are aware of the requested condition from urban forestry, and notably on this one, no planning report, no heritage report. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Alrighty. So panel members, we're in committee. Mr. Niffel?
Madam Chairman, I think this is a straightforward application of a really good house, well sited, and doesn't have any negative implications for the surrounding area. It does, as Mr. Bronskill indicated, enjoy the support of both adjacent neighbors, subject to forestry condition number 3. And I would like to suggest that there be screening provided on the east-west sides of the 3rd floor balcony. I'd like to move approval.
Okay. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Clay seconds that, so a motion to approve with the conditions outlined by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Mr. Clay. All in favor? Okay, that carries. Thank you. Okay, all right. The next item is item number 35, 26 Garnock Avenue. We have before us a copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations, presentation materials from the agent. We have a staff report from forestry asking for condition number 2. We have 8 form letters in support from residents on Garnock Avenue as well as 141 Hampton. Correspondence in opposition from number 24 and 28, both adjacent neighbors, and a 9 non-signature petition from residents on Garnock Avenue. And I am showing 2 opposition speakers. Do we have them?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, they're both here.
Okay, thanks. All right, do I have the agent on the line?
Hello, yes, this is Lynn Houston.
Hi. We have 2 speakers in opposition, so if I could get you to do a presentation no more than 5 minutes. And the clock's starting now.
Thank you very much. My name is Lynn Houston.
Lynn, I can't hear you. I don't know. You sound like you're far away from the mic.
Oh, is this better?
Not much.
I apologize. Give me a moment to put my headphones on.
Okay.
Normally, I don't need to do headphones.
Yeah, you sounded really, when you identified your name, you sounded loud and clear.
Oh, I don't know what the difference is.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let me try this. Is that better?
Yeah, much better. Okay, we'll start the clock now. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I live at 49 Oakcrest Avenue. Our proposal is for a 2-story, 10-foot addition, an extension onto the existing 3rd floor area, and a slightly larger front dormer and a roof deck at the back of the 3rd floor. In addition, we'll be incorporating an existing basement apartment back into the main house. Our variances are for rear and front wall heights and the FSI from 0.88 to 1.19. 3 nearby properties have recently been approved at over our requested FSI: 49 Garnock, 65 Hampton, and 593 Carlaw. In addition, many houses on the street have additions of various sizes and configurations. The attached neighbor at 24 Garnock has a single-story addition. That addition is unfortunately not shown on the survey, but it is in a photo on our drawings of A13. Regarding the staff report, referring to the tree in the yard of 28 Garnock, the design does take that tree into consideration, and it's always been our intention to take the appropriate steps to protect it. Directly after this hearing, the corner of the addition is 3 meters from the tree. The tree protection zone is 2.4 meters. And after this was submitted to committee, the homeowners made a decision to change the design from a full foundation to post footings. So we'll be able to protect the tree even more. Late last year, my clients approached their attached neighbor with a proposed design. The neighbors made it clear that they would not agree to any work on the party wall, or allow any access to their property for the work. And they also provided a set of requirements. A new design was prepared to accommodate most of those requirements and also to better suit the homeowner's needs post-pandemic. As an example, we set the wall 0.46 meters from the property line. And I think that's the basic outline of what we're proposing.
Okay.
That's not my drawing.
Is there something else you wanted us to put up, or?
That is not my drawing. That is a previous design by a designer.
Which drawing is yours then?
It is this.
If we keep scrolling, will we get to it?
No, it's not in this. It's not in what you have opened.
Oh.
If you show me the development screen, I can point it out. It is the 4 down from the bottom, CA plans. Sorry, I'm looking at, I've also got the development there. That is our proposal.
Okay.
Okay. So.
I'm sorry, was there anything else you wanted to add, or?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think we'll hold our questions. We're going to get the opposition, and then I'll have you back, and you can speak to the issues raised by the opposition, and then if the members have questions, they'll ask them then.
Yes.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, the drawings that you were just referring to don't show on my screen. Are they showing on the opposition screens?
What do you mean? Are they showing on the opposition screens?
The lady was concerned that we were showing the wrong drawings. I don't have any drawings at all shown on my screen. I just have the pictures of us. I don't see, there's no drawings on my screen right now.
You can't see it? Okay, I can see it.
No.
There's a site plan showing now by Houston Design.
Okay, I don't know whether the appellants will see it. I don't see it at all. I just have, there's 6 boxes with the participants.
Okay. Joanne, can you see it? Larry?
I see it.
The
site plan.
Did your screen view change, Carl, maybe?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Are you with Rogers, Carl?
Yeah, I am. Sorry about that. Okay, well, keep going. I'm just concerned. I can't see it,
all
but
right.
that's fine.
Anyway,
I've got
I'm going to go to the opposition. Okay, Ms. Fallon?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. If you can please give us your name and address for the record, and then...
I just wanted to, Caroline Fallon, 24 Garnock. I just wanted to say it's a non-signature petition because it is a public forum, and I wanted to protect myself and my neighbors against identity theft. That's why there's no signatures on it.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah, because what I read on the internet is that is one of the ways that they can steal your identity. So
understood. That's fine. Is there anything that you want to say about the application, or?
Well, I'll go into my opposition. I'll just say I do have a one-story addition on my home. It's 1 story and it's 7 feet deep, which is in line with others on the street. And then can I start my opposition now?
Yeah.
Okay. My name is Caroline Fallon. I, along with my husband, own 24 Garnock Avenue attached to 26. We've lived here with our children for over 25 years. In November 2021, we were forwarded from our neighbors designs for a 2-story addition, approximately 6.5 feet deep and 10 feet wide, and a 3rd-story addition over the existing flat roof along the property line, for which we requested setbacks from our property on all 3 levels. Per Toronto City construction bylaw, our neighbors agreed. We were fine with that design with setbacks on all 3 levels. In July 2022, we saw that submitted to the Committee of Adjustment designs for much larger additions and 3rd-story addition beyond the existing flat roof with deck, with setbacks from our property line. So we are fine with the setbacks from our property line. We're not fine with the size and scope of these proposed additions, as they will negatively impact our property and home life. As the attached neighbor of 26, the rear additions have the greatest impact on our family, for which we have serious concerns. The depth and height of the proposed 1st, 2nd, and 3rd floor additions with deck is large and very imposing, even with the 1.5-foot setbacks from our property line and will greatly change the experience of our home life and backyards in ways that are meaningful and negatively impact us. We use our backyard space extensively, particularly from April to October. We eat, relax, and entertain there. We tend to flower beds, small fruit trees, and herbs. We also have an exercise area that we use year-round. It is our sanctuary in a busy city. This large rear addition will negatively impact our family life and property as it relates to privacy, space, and sunlight. Privacy. For over 25 years, our backyard has been a private space. We live in a high-density area where neighbors' homes are very close to each other on small lots. Backyard lengths, excluding parking, approximately 30 feet, 25 feet if you have a garage. Because of the 10-foot depth of the first and second floor rear extensions with raised deck and stairs extending another 10 feet, our neighbor will be directly overlooking and imposing our backyard and meeting space. Because of the extended 10-foot addition with third floor addition and deck extending beyond the existing flat roof, it protrudes into our backyard, overlooking our space and privacy from an aerial view. The size and scope of this addition is too large for such a small urban lot and will negatively impact their family life and privacy, in addition to setting a precedent for other large multi-story rear additions on the street. If these variances are accepted, we will have our neighbor with the ability to watch down on us in our backyard from these vantage points forever, be it eating, sunbathing, entertaining, exercising, etc. In particular, the third floor extension with deck, which is a concern. With respect to space, the large depth and size of this project on a small lot is also extremely imposing. It will tower over our property, removing visual space, forcing us to stare at a giant wall, making us feel like we're living next to an apartment building, particularly with the third floor extension beyond the existing flat roof with deck, ultimately affecting our sense of wellness and mental health. Sunlight. We live in a very dense space with close proximity to neighbors where sunlight is a premium, in particular the fact that our sunlight is already affected by the large tree canopies next door at 26. The size, depth, and scope of this proposed addition will further affect the sunlight in our backyard, gardens, and small trees that we have taken 25 years to cultivate and enjoy immensely. I get that people want to update their homes to meet their wants. Any addition done to that home is permanent, as is its impact on its surrounding neighbors. In looking at recent rear builds on semi-detached homes on GARNOCK Avenue, number 49, 60, 20, 12, 27, and 31, I note, no third floor addition has extended beyond the third floor flat roof. Any third floor addition does not have protruding third floor decks beyond the flat roof, which looks over their neighbor's property. None have 10-foot deep multi-story additions with protruding raised 4-foot decks off the first floor, once again overlooking their neighbor. Number 49 and number 60 have high floor space indexes due to first-story additions and third-story additions over the flat roof. Neither has deep two-story additions with third-story addition extended beyond the flat roof with decks. Also note, pre-declaration made on this application is wrong. There's a protected tree in the backyard of 28 GARNOCK next to the property line with 26. With respect to the signed support letters submitted, I spoke with 2 neighbors who signed letters of support. They told me they signed without seeing any drawings of the proposed project presented today. For the petition of opposition I forwarded, in speaking to some neighbors, I presented diagrams of the additions attached. These neighbors expressed the same concern that I have with the size and scope of these additions. In closing, as 26 GARNOCK closest neighbor, the proposed addition has a negative impact on our privacy, space, and sunlight, in addition to setting a negative precedent for other builds on the street. To preserve our privacy, space, and sunlight that we've enjoyed for over 25 years, and 24 GARNOCK as a property has been able to give its homeowners for over 100 years, we oppose this application and would be open to a proposal. It's almost done. For a smaller build with setbacks from our property line on all 3 levels, third floor addition over the existing flat roof with no protruding deck, more in line with other additions on the street. We were fine with the designs presented to us by 26 GARNOCK in November 2021, with setbacks from our property line on all 3 levels.
Okay, you're at 6 minutes almost, so.
Okay, I'm done.
All right, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions for the speaker? Okay, thank you very much. The next speaker is Sean Bowen.
Sean, you've been unmuted. You can join us.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can. If you can just identify yourself, name and address for the record, please.
Sean Bowen, 28 GARNOCK.
Okay, the clock will reset it now. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
Thank you for your time. 28 GARNOCK has been owned by I've got an echo. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we don't have an echo here. You sound loud and clear here.
Okay, thank you. 28 Garnock has been owned by my immediate family since before 1920, over 100 years of family history, and has been Amanda and my primary residence for over 30 years. It has a very strong neighborhood culture throughout all memory of mine, going back over 50 years that my family's been enjoying this property since I've been alive. It's a backyard, beautiful gardens, beautiful trees, barbecues, family and friends using their backyards to socialize. In my experience, Garnock has a distinct culture of families using their backyards to share social times with family and friends. 26 Garnock's proposed bill will have a serious negative impact on these traditions and on my family's enjoyment of our property. We will go from seeing a beautiful city skyline to the west, including a clear view of the sunset, to seeing a large imposing wall. This will cause an immediate impact on our enjoyment of our property. This build will obliterate a large portion of the day's sunshine and put our property in an imposing, never-ending shadow, and this will negatively affect our property value. We have two beautiful mature trees in our backyard that my family's been tending to and growing for over 30 years. The tree that will be most affected by this property build, in fact, has a large portion of its canopy growing specifically in the area where this build would occur. This is a mature, magnificent tree that will be irreparably damaged and harmed, and its ability to grow and thrive will be severely altered. Of note, this tree was clearly not made note of on the tree declaration form 26 Garnock submitted in applying for this variance. In fact, the application incorrectly specifically says there are no private trees over 30 centimeters. This is absolutely not correct. In conclusion, Denis and Brittany have been fantastic neighbors, and we take no pleasure in opposing their application. However, in my opinion, neighbors do not attempt to build something on their property that will drastically negatively affect both their immediate neighbors. Major concern that this build is going to open the door to a precedent-setting variance that would permanently open a change to our neighborhood that existed for 100 years. There's nothing that's built of the size of this proposal. I'm asking for these reasons the variance application by 26 Garnock be denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Panel members, any questions for the speaker? No? Okay, thank you, Mr. Bone. Ms. Huston?
Madam Chairman, I have one question for Mr. Bone.
Mr. Bone,
Could the survey go on the screen? And could Mr. Bone, can you show me which tree it is that you're referring to? Is it the one on your property or is it the one on their property?
No, so that tree, there's two trees in our backyard. One's double the size of the smaller one, which is still a mature tree. So both of these trees in our backyard, the issue is that the smaller of the two trees, because it can't get sunlight toward the direction of the largest tree, it grows over the backyard of 26. And so, in fact, if you walk out on our flat roof upstairs, the entire canopy of that tree is directly where the proposed build would go of this house. It's impossible to build it and not demolish this tree.
Okay, thank you. That clarifies. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Huston, are you there?
I am here.
All right, if you can speak to the issues raised, please, by the speakers.
Okay, well, I'm going to start with the second question first. The tree declaration is correct. The circle is 2.6 meters. We have made accommodation for that tree and have no intention to hurt it. We will be applying for everything we need. The relationship with the attached neighbors, unfortunately, is more complicated. They did state that they were willing to agree to the last plan that was presented. What they've left out is they wanted $12,000 in order to agree to not object to committee. That understandably poisoned the relationship. We decided to go forward with what we needed and a reasonable proposal. So we knew we would have these objections no matter what. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for the agent? Ms. Hayes?
Thank you. In your earlier part of your presentation, you made some submissions with respect to FSI. You didn't provide me provide any addresses with respect to that. I'd like to have your comments with respect to the variances being requested in relation to others in the neighborhood that are semi-detached and similar lot sizes.
Okay. Are you speaking in terms of the 3 places I noted that had higher FSIs than what we're requesting?
Whatever you had mentioned, and I didn't hear if they were semis, detached. I would just like to understand.
I know the decisions. 49 GARNOK was 1.21 FSI.
But you don't know if that's a semi or a detached?
I pulled the drawings. That one is semi. Okay. I did not submit these drawings because I figure they're on.
Well,
this one is also
you have to convince us that this is
65 Hampton is also a semi-detached at 1.39 FSI.
What about the wall heights? The sidewall height you're asking for?
The third floor actually already exists. What we're asking for is a larger dormer at the front. So that is the main.
For the third, sorry, just for my information, the third story sidewall to extend the third story back, is that the wall height you need there?
Yes.
It's not just the dormer at the front?
No, we have both.
Okay. So is that wall height prevalent?
Yeah. Yes. That wall height is actually existing. We're just extending it back. Our third story has a wall.
It's a side wall, so it's the same height as that.
Yes.
Mr. Clay?
Well, the sidewall of the third story isn't that high. The peak of the roof is.
Yes, and that's all existing.
Okay, but the wall isn't that high. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Clay?
On the FSI, do you know what the current FSI of the existing dwelling is?
It is. It's 0.88.
Okay, that's helpful. And just to confirm, the addition off the back extends, you said, I think approximately 10 feet. Is that correct?
Yes.
And you have agreed to indent that addition or have it set back from the party wall. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the third floor deck, is it screened?
It is not at the moment, but we're certainly open to providing that. Okay. If you wanted to add that as a condition.
Thank you.
Any other questions, panel members? Okay, seeing none, let's take it into committee then. Mr. Clay.
Sure, thanks, Chair. I'll start. I understand, and I want to thank the folks, adjacent neighbors who've called in to register their concern. I, however, think that this is a fairly modest addition. 10 feet back is not extreme in my view at all. It does go up 2 stories, but that's not uncommon either. And it does, the third floor is kind of stepped back from the rear, albeit having a deck. The FSI is already almost 0.9, so the actual incremental increase the FSI is tolerable. The wall height, well, I understand that, but I get that because you're into a flat roof on the rear. I don't think this is out of, not in keeping with the type of application we see in many neighborhoods, particularly, and even though it's on a semi, I don't think it is unreasonable for folks who own semis to have an addition that goes back what I think is a fairly modest 10 feet. So for those reasons, I'm supportive of this application.
Anyone else?
Okay, I'll move a motion then and see if that gets any support. I'll move a motion that this application be approved, subject to forestry number 2, and also the condition that the rooftop deck is screened on all 3 sides with privacy screening.
Okay, are you seconding Mr. Nipfel?
Yes.
Okay, so motion to approve the application, including forestry condition number 2, screening on all 3 sides of the rooftop deck, moved by Mr. Clay, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries. Your application's been approved. All right, let's take 5 minutes. The next item is item 36. So actually make it 8 minutes. So we'll be back at 6:40.
Just came from outside. Just came from outside. Oh. Little girl of the show. No, it's a doctor, my agenda. Go in.
Carl, your mic's on.
Okay. All right, we're on item number 36. 2271 to 2273 Bloor Street West. We have before us a copy of the draft plan of survey, copy of the plan of survey, site plan, floor plans, and elevations. We have covering letters, 3 of them from the agent, dated 2020, 2021, and one in February 2022. The decision number affecting the property, presentation materials, supporting materials. We have email correspondence from engineering, and then they have a subsequent report dated April 22nd with conditions regarding the numbering. Heritage doesn't have any concerns, nor does transportation. And I believe that that's everything. I believe we have a lawyer speaking. So do we have them on the line? There's no opposition speakers on this file.
Good evening, Madam Chair and members of the committee. It's Jasmine Fraser, Airden Burles, solicitor for the applicant and owner.
Hi. I'm going to see if, I don't know that we need a presentation. They're saying no. Are there any questions for Ms. Fraser? Mr. Nipfel and then Mr. Clay.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'm wondering, in the materials, it indicates that these are two-story buildings, and in fact, I believe they're three-story buildings. Am I correct?
Yes. So the buildings on site are 3 stories.
Okay,
and
and
that
the
is
second
shown in
question
the.
I have.
Sorry.
Sorry.
No, I was just going to say in the presentation materials there are some site photos, and it shows 3 stories.
Okay, and the second question I have is, I had difficulty with, I guess it's 2271, the top floor. It looks as though there's screening around the majority of the top floor, and I can't find a floor plan that explains what's going on that floor, which is, actually it would be the roof, I guess. Is there a screen that goes all around the roof, and is that because it's outdoor amenity space?
Through you,
Or is
Madam
it
Chair.
screening just,
Yes.
or is it just screening mechanical equipment?
Thank you. So yes, there is some amenity space at the top of the daycare center. You may have noticed in our materials there was a committee of adjustment minor variance approval that was given in 2020, and that deals with partially that the amenity space.
So is the screen that appears on, if we could get back to the elevation drawings, the screen that appears on the elevations, that's around the amenity space. Is that, just hold on a second till we get it. I just want to make sure I read this correctly. No, there. That screen is around the amenity space. Am I reading it correctly?
That's correct. That's amenity space for the daycare.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Clay.
Yeah, so just want to boil this down. So this is primarily or simply an application to sever a property that was joined at some point in the past in ownership into 2 separate separately owned buildings. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And some minor tweaking around the variances as a result of that.
That's correct. The variances are simply triggered as a result of the reduction of site area due to the severance.
Right. So it's fairly straightforward. That's fine. Thanks.
Okay. Any other
Thank you.
questions? All right. We're ready to go into committee. Ms. Fraser, anything you want to add that's not in the materials? We've gone through all the materials.
No, nothing further from me, but I'm happy to answer any further questions if the committee has any.
Okay, I don't think well, I know there are no more questions, so we'll take it into committee for decision.
Through you, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
staff will make the correction on the notices to reflect 3 stories instead of 2 stories.
Okay.
Right.
Great. All right, Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. As the applicant clarified in response to Mr. Clay's question, this is really a straightforward application. It's to sever the properties back to original before joint ownership, and the tweaking of the variances to recognize what is already existing and had already been pre-approved in previous applications. So having said that, if my colleagues have no further comment, I'd like to move for approval of all 3 applications. And do standard severance conditions apply here?
Yep.
Okay, standard severance conditions.
And what about the engineering report?
And the engineering report.
Okay. So motion to approve, moved by Ms. Hayes with the standard consent conditions and the engineering report. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Clay, all in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. Item number 37, 47 Morningside Avenue. We have before us a copy of the draft plan of survey. We have a plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations, 2 covering letters from Mr. Chan, the agent, as well as supporting materials. We have a copy of an MPAC 2016 assessment for number 1 Beresford Avenue. We have email correspondence from Ravine Natural Forest Protection. They're not asking for conditions. We have engineering has conditions in their November 10th, 2021 report, as well as standard consent conditions would apply, and forestry number 2. And correspondence in opposition from number 45, as well as the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association, and we have number 1 Beresford. So I am showing 2 speakers here, the Ratepayers Association as well as number 45. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Good evening, Madam Chair and committee members. This is Christian Chan of C2 Planning. If you'd like my address again, I can provide that. I think
No, that's fine.
Thank you.
So do you have the opposition on? Okay, so we do have 2 opposition speakers. If you could do a presentation no more than 5 minutes, please.
Great, thank you, Madam Chair. So our client is seeking relief from the from variances to facilitate a lot severance of 47 Morningside Avenue to the creation of 2 new lots for the construction of 2 semi-detached homes. So the variances sought in each application for either side relate to lot frontage, building height, main wall height, floor space index, and front yard landscaping. So the proposed building lengths I'd like to note are 15.22 meters. They're aligning with the rear main wall of the adjacent home to the east. Site context, 47 Morningside Avenue is located on the south side of Morningside Avenue, east of Windermere Avenue. In terms of transit and connectivity, Morningside Avenue is classified as a collector road. The street runs east-west as a 2-lane road. TTC Runnymede Station is about 800 meters to the north. There's a TTC bus route that runs along Morningside Avenue right in front of the subject site with a bus stop 82 meters west of the site. The site is also just beyond the south boundary of the proposed Runnymede major transit station area as advanced by city planning staff. Both of the lot frontages are proposed at 5.31 meters. I note that there are 17 lots, both in the combined immediate and broader context, that have smaller lot frontages than as proposed. So in my opinion, the proposed lot frontage is respects and reinforce the existing physical character of the neighborhood for smaller lot frontages. With regards to the section 5124 criteria of the Planning Act as provided for in my submission, in my opinion, the proposal has regard for the criteria in 5124, especially with respect to whether the plan conforms to the OP and adjacent plans of subdivisions. There have been a number of other consents that have been recently approved in the geographic neighborhood, 8 of them. And so, in my opinion, the consents is not premature in this instance, in that the Committee of Adjustment and the TLAB and the OMB have approved a number of consents in the geographic neighborhood. With respect to city planning's concerns as outlined in their staff report, we've had extensive discussions with city planning that have revised the proposal that is now before the Committee of Adjustment in terms of heights and also configuration of the building. And their only remaining issue, as I note in their staff report, is with respect to the variances for the front yard parking through the front main wall on a lot that is smaller than 7.62 meters. So I'm going to go straight to the issue of city planning with respect to variance number 9, vehicle entrance to the front main wall. So in this case, the vehicle entrance to the front main wall, the new dwelling will be on a lot frontage of 5.315 meters. I just do also like to note in the supporting materials, I do include a map and also photos that outline the existing physical character of the immediate context, in that the majority of the dwellings in the immediate context have integral garages with front driveways leading to them. So in my opinion, this proposal follows the existing neighborhood and immediate context pattern, albeit on a smaller lot frontage, while providing more housing options just in an area adjacent to a major transit station area. The function of the integral garage remains the same, and as evidenced in the elevations, the front elevation, that the parking in the driveway to the parking spot in the integral garage still maintains the function, in that the garage door still allows the provision of an entrance to either side of the garage doors. And despite this variance, the driveway in the integral garage garage entrance is still provided that can adequately accommodate a vehicle, as well as the main entrances to the side of these garage doors. With respect to the remainder of the variances, when we have analyzed and have provided a decisions chart analyzing the local COA decisions in the geographic neighborhood, in our brief analysis, in our summary analysis here, the proposal does not significantly alter or set new precedents for any of the variances in the geographic neighborhood or in the immediate context. Smaller lots with semi-detached dwellings exist in both the immediate and broader context. The variances sought are consistent with either the existing values in the geographic neighborhood as well as committee of adjustment approvals. With regards to impacts, the one variance that I see that could potentially be an impact is with regard to the landscaping variance of the front yard. We have to request that variance because of the smaller lot frontage, as well as the driveway that's leading to the required parking space for either two new buildings. And just to note, numerically, the front yard landscaping is 2.49 square meters below the soft landscaping requirement in the bylaw. With regards to appropriateness, the proposed lot severance and the creation
Sorry
of the
to cut you
lots-
off, but you're over 5 minutes, so I need you to wrap up. And
Great,
I'll
thank you,
have you
Madam Chair.
back
So-
anyway after the speakers.
So just in summary, the two new residential buildings will increase housing options in the neighborhood in an area that is well served by transit and just beyond the south boundary of the Runnymede MTSA. And thank you.
Okay,
Madam
thanks.
Chair.
Yeah, thanks for wrapping up. All right, do I have the first speaker? Do you have the first ones there?
Mark Preston, you have been unmuted. You can join us.
Mr. Preston?
No, not at all. I think we were just getting away the line.
Okay, go to the next one and come back to that one.
Veronica Wynn, you have been added as a panelist. You can unmute yourself on one of your devices.
Okay. Oops.
Okay, do you have something playing in the background? Because there's a horrendous echo.
No.
You
So-
don't have YouTube going or anything?
Veronica, have you here under two different devices, so you'll need to sign out of one of them and continue with the one you're currently speaking through.
I'm sorry, I'm only on one device. Okay, hold on. I'll sign out of, I have some, okay. Let me get rid of some of the things. That better?
No, it's not. I don't know. Do you have nothing running in the background? You don't have YouTube going?
I have got rid of all my applications,
Okay, it's getting a little bit better now.
but it's not,
No, it's still there. Which
I have nothing in the background.
No, okay. You sure signed in on two devices? Are you signed in on two laptops by any chance, or two computers?
Wait till I see if I have,
Okay, because the staff are showing you're signed in on two devices.
okay, I have one, let's see. Okay, if I leave, Wait, I'll leave webinar. I'm going to leave, and I'll come back in. How's that?
Okay.
Okay.
So you're going to go out of webinar and come back in?
Oh, no, I'm okay now.
Yeah, okay, you're good now. All right, so...
Yeah. It must have been that. That's right.
All right, so you're Veronica Wynn, Swansea Ratepayers Association. So the clock starts now. You have 5 minutes, okay?
Okay. That's right. So I want to speak to this application and object to this application in terms of massing and the massing and the severance. I want you to refer, if you could put up on the site, the correspondence that was sent by Community Planning on October the 25th, 21. Okay, so on this correspondence, the Community Planning staff had reviewed the proposal. And so all the documents, you said that you had got revised plans, you got everything like that, but all those revised plans were submitted before this letter was written. So this letter was a review of all those revised and plans that the applicant has proposed. And the community planning staff have reviewed the proposal and have concerns with both the severance of the property and the proposed massing and height of the new builds. So the only thing that was added to this application was the ravine, I think the ravine report. So what you're seeing there is an application that community planning had said was absolutely, they would refuse if it was presented in this same format. So anyway, but with the severance, contrary to what the applicant says, 5.3.15 is actually one of the smallest severance, is actually the smallest severance on that street. And also 1.22 is the highest FSI. So you have the highest FSI on the smallest frontage. And this is particularly egregious because it's in an R zone that is zoned for a frontage of 9 meters, which makes the property even more suspect in its and out of it's not in keeping with the prevailing context of the neighborhood. So another aspect of the oh God, what's that thing? The severance is that because it's less than 7.5 meters in a 9 meter frontage, it's you can't have a front garage exit for on this smaller severance. So even with the exception that's identified in here, it says even below 6, you can't go below 6 meters, and they are at 5.315. Now also the massing is it goes to a flat roof, so they have all the FSI in the space in the attic, which becomes a square, and then they have 3 floors there, but they also have the basement, which can become a walkout basement. So that is, and then the setbacks on either side, they're almost on the property line. I think they're about 0.03 distance away, or 0.5. It was hard to read the plans. But if you look at also plan A200.0, so if you put up A2.0, okay, A2.0. Okay, we're getting there.
Okay, well, you're
Okay, there it is. There. Okay, so if you see that they have the the slope, the topography of this whole area is makes this whole design even more prejudicial, because actually the basement of the most easterly lot is absolutely exposed and gives it's almost like the first floor.
Miss Wynn,
Okay.
you're over 5 minutes. I need you to wrap up now.
Okay, so I would just say in both those contexts, in massing and in the severance, you do not have an application that is worthy of being approved, and it is out of context and not minor, not prevailing, and not in context, and out of character with the neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Any questions of the speaker? Okay, seeing none. Can we go back to Mr. Preston?
Hey there, can you hear me?
Yep. Can you identify yourself, name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
Yeah, no worries. Mark Preston, I'm at 45 Morningside, speaking on behalf also of my spouse, Lindsay Ward.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so I guess our concern is more technical on that property line. Specifically the grading changes. We actually have several feet of the driveway. I guess when our house was constructed, that portion was grandfathered in. So, our property is actually, in their driveway, albeit a bit of a shared space right now. And so our concern is just in the drawings, there's not really that much of, at least what I can read, of like a technical understanding of how they would be grading this and sort of taking it down to accommodate now these sort of flat buildings. Our worry there being, again, that that hill is sort of where our property line is. It goes uphill. There are drains there for our house that carry out sort of rainwater and wastewater, and sort of have a retaining wall and access to our backyard through there. So our concern is just that there doesn't seem to be a lot of overview on how that will be handled. And our foundation is also there, and I don't think it really is supposed to be exposed. So there's just some concerns that aren't really addressed in their technical drawings around how to deal with those. So, in addition to some of the things that were just mentioned, I think I guess we're not that concerned about the actual houses, minus, we do think the FSI is a little high, especially that third floor is a little out of keeping with some of the area severances that are new builds. So, we're definitely opposed, but with alterations, whether it was sort of less, a third floor that was correctly sort of in line with other places, and just a lot more assurances around how they would be dealing with that kind of weird property line that, again, has a retaining wall, a drain built into it, and how they were going to flatten that while still sort of having an eye on that engineering integrity. We'd be more open-minded to it, but we think that with a few of those things, it's in its current state, not something that we overly support.
Okay, panel members, do you have any questions of the speaker? Okay, Mr. Chan, are you there?
Yes, Madam Chair, just got unmuted. Thank you.
Okay, so you have 5 minutes. We'll restart the clock to address the issues that were just raised.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just going to address number 45's, Mr. Preston's concerns with regards to grading. I do understand that this is a matter that's important to him, and I will advise him that we will proceed should this be approved to building permits and ECS approval, that also will be reviewing the grading plans that are to be submitted considering the topography of the site. I'm sure that those matters will be addressed through the building permit review process, because that's the appropriate arena for these things to be addressed. I do note that there is a concern both by the Residents Association as well as the neighboring about side yard setbacks. I'd just like to note that there aren't any side yard setback variances that are proposed before you today. So therefore, from a zoning perspective, it satisfies all concerns related to impacts for side yards in the proximity of buildings to one another. I just do like to assure Mr. Preston that we will make sure that we will work with him and Toronto Buildings as well as ECS to address any sort of engineering and development engineering issues that could arise as a result of the construction should the application be approved. With respect to Ms. Wynn's submissions, I thank her for that, and I understand the community's concerns. Just going to go over to massing. I do note again that no front yard setbacks, no side yard setbacks, no rear yard setbacks variances are being proposed. So if we can turn to the site plan, we can see that the proposed building is going to be constructed within the existing context's building length with respect to number 45 and achieve the equivalent rear wall alignment to that. With respect to the front yard, we're aligning the average of the front two buildings adjacent. And again, the side yard setbacks are being satisfied except for the 0 meter setback between the semi-detached buildings, which we don't need a variance for. With respect to FSI, I do have documents that I've submitted to the Committee of Adjustment in the supporting materials outlining all the previous decisions in the geographic neighborhood. And it does state that although I can understand that Ms. Wynn is of the opinion that this would set a precedent in terms of FSI, the evidence before you that I've presented and submitted to the Committee of Adjustment just isn't true. There have been approvals for FSIs in the geographic neighborhood above what is being proposed at 1.258. That being at 50 and Galley Street. There are a number of other approvals at 1.18 in the range of at 21 Mayfield, for example, 1.11 at One Austin Avenue, and of course at number 45 Morningside Drive, right immediately adjacent to our property is 1.1. And if you could zoom in on the property data map, we can also, to the immediate context there, we can also appreciate the fact that in this image, it does show that our lots that form the cornering lots between Rennie and Morningside are shorter in length. So any development application that would be going through that's proposing increases in GFA would also have an offset FSI number in comparison to the rest of the lots on the south side of the immediate context, as well as the other lots in the geographic neighborhood. There is an FSI map that I've provided to as part of these supporting documents in one of the pages there. With respect to the frontages, there are 17 lots in the geographic neighborhood that have a smaller lot frontage. We're going for approximately 5.3 meters. There are 17 lots on Lavinia Avenue, also on 42 and 42 and a half Morningside that are 14.57 meter frontages and 5.18 meter frontages. So this is certainly something that is not newly introduced to the geographic neighborhood. And given the existing context of the geographic neighborhood, especially in realization of its proximity to transit, and within just, okay, we can see on the north side of Morningside Avenue there is just on the edge of the Runnymede proposed draft MTSA, which is proposing minimum FSIs in that area. And I would submit to the committee that the south side of Morningside Avenue facing the boundary of that MTSA forms a natural built form relationship in the immediate context of which the north part of it is included in an MTSA. So in my opinion, this proposal, given the existing and planned context of the site, is appropriate for the development of 2 semi-detached lots to increase housing options in a mature neighborhood that has very good access to transit and community services.
Okay. Just a quick question, Sabrina. The planning report that recommends refusal for variance number 9, are they talking about both pieces? Okay. All right, panel members, do you have any questions for Mr. Chan? Ms. Hayes.
Mr. Chan, firstly, thank you for all the information you submitted as part of this application. I just would like you to kind of put together a couple things for me. So you've presented, you know, maps with frontages and FSIs and wall heights, etc. Can you give us a couple of examples where you have all of the similar variances combined that exists in the neighborhood, not just one-offs? You know, I was trying to compare all the maps and see okay, that matches this one, but is there any that, you know, not just the individual variances, but one that sort of, or any examples of one that encompass the nature of all the variances being requested here as being existing in the immediate context, or more broadly, the geographic neighborhood?
Thank you, Ms. Hayes. The closest approximation would be at 44 and 44 and a half Morningside Avenue. There is a photo of this property in the photo book. If I could just refer you to page, refer staff to show page 21 of the submission documents, and a picture number 5. So page 7, paginated page 17, you can just scroll up. So there's an example of a recent approval of a lot, and one of those lots, in fact, is a lot frontage of 4.57 meters and 5.18 meters for frontage for that particular property. The other variances that were achieved for that property, I'm just going to go back up to my chart. For 44 Morningside, the FSI there was approved at 1.05. We can appreciate again that there are longer lot depth for that lot, so the FSI number would come down in comparison to us. The maximum main wall height in those two instances was 9.42 meters and 8.97. And of course, in our case, our main wall height is 9.8 or thereabouts because of the grade change on the property. The minimum vehicle entrance variance has also been approved for number 44, the one that's the building that's not on the corner. The maximum permitted building height in that case was for 9.71 meters. And then, of course, the front yard landscaping minimum was reduced to 42.73%. And the only variance that I think is different in our case is the maximum permitted the required front yard soft landscaping for a driveway with a smaller lot frontage. So there's one variance that would be different from that particular example, that it is in the immediate context. And I just do like to note that there are a number of other semi-detached buildings in the immediate context as evidenced in the photos. And again, the majority of the properties in the immediate context, in fact, have driveways leading to a parking spot, whether it's integral in the front yard. And just one point, if I may have the indulgence to speak to the planning staff report, we did have multiple discussions with planning on the consent. And I understand that, yes, in their original email of October 2021, they were originally opposed to the consent. But I do have confirmation with Bruna Negro, who was the reviewing planner, that they removed their opposition to the consent. And she did inform me a few months ago that the only remaining concern they have on the application is for variance number 9.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. It's just in your submission, in terms of some of the wall heights and things, you were comparing to apartment buildings. So that's one of the reasons I was asking the question.
Yes, and just to respond to that quickly, there's a concept in the official plan about analyzing the built form character of the adjacent block context.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, the adjacent block does contain multiple different zoning categories as well as FSIs that form part of that built form character that is experienced along Morningside Avenue as one walks along that street in the geographic neighborhood, for example.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Mr. Nipfel.
Very quick question. If you look at the survey, the property immediately to the, I guess, to the west, number 45, it also is a narrow lot. And am I correct that both it and the adjacent property both have individual garages? I'm trying to make sense of the planning department recommendation that it's out of character. 45 and whatever the property is right next to 45, they both have individual garages according to Google, and they're both on narrower lots. Am I reading that correctly?
That's correct, sir. So I do have a map on the integral garages that are in the immediate context, specifically speaking to the immediate context on page 3. It's the map that has the purple properties outlined that show that. And that's the map there. And I did do the calculation. The immediate context is smaller than what a suburban, for example, immediate context would be. But in this instance, we do see in our analysis that the majority of the properties in the immediate context do have front yard driveways leading to integral garages.
Okay, thanks very much.
Any other questions, panel members? Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. I have two questions. This street, Morningside, is a very steep slope, as we can tell by looking at Google. I'm just curious if you could tell us how the height of these proposed new builds compare to the adjacent properties, both east and west of where you're located. I mean, my initial observation is it would, because of the slope of the street, the new build will rather tower over those that are east of this property.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Clay. Appreciate the comment. The existing building is approximately 9 meters in height above grade. So obviously, when the grade calculation is taken from 1 centimeter past the required front yard setback, we do have a situation where the height that is being proposed appears to be higher than what it would be because of the grade change. The road does peak to the west, so the roadway slopes down to the east. So if we take the building height at 9.8 meters from grade, yes, it will be above the building immediately adjacent and to the east. However, that is a function of the change in grade. With respect to the variances that have been approved in the geographic neighborhood for permitted building height, there's a range of them. This is a very topographically varied neighborhood. So there are a number of variances that have been approved for heights at or above what is being proposed. There's 9.8.
No, I get that, and I don't mean to interrupt you. I understand that that there's the, but I'm just trying to get a sense of the site context. So there's also a property currently, a 2-story property immediately to the west. So how would the height of this proposed new build compare to the height of that building? I guess it is number 49.
Yes, so I don't have the exact number of number 49's height. However, I can just check quickly. I understand here that it is a 2-story building with a peaked roof. Okay, so right now, I'm just looking in the Google Street View. If we may have a picture as part of my submitted documents that can explain this or show this relationship between the two buildings. Okay, so on page 17 again, where the photos are, unfortunately I don't have a side-by-side photo of the two properties. So picture number 1, 47 Morningside is the subject site. Picture number 6 is 51 Morningside, which is the adjacent westerly house. We can see here, although it is a 2-story building above grade, it does present itself to the streetscape as 3 stories because of that brick wall that's below the front windows in the front entrance. And just looking at the Google Street View as well concurrently, right now, the existing building at 47 Morningside is approximately 9 meters above established grade. And I can compare number 51 as being approximately, I would say, another meter higher up the hill to its peak of its roof above the existing building at 47 Morningside. So the height, I would provide to you my opinion that the height that's proposed for the new buildings is going to be at the same level of the peak of number 51 Morningside.
Okay, that's helpful for for reference purposes so that we see how your new build impacts on others in the immediate vicinity. I also wanted to just raise the issue that was presented in one of the letters of opposition from a resident who lives at the corner of Beresford and Morningside. And the reason I raise this in particular is that this individual also made a very passionate representation to a proposal from right across the street from where you are currently located. And his major concern was flooding. And not surprisingly, his residence lives at the bottom of, I think, 3 hills or 4 hills all coming together. And he's experienced fairly significant flooding on his in his property. So it speaks a little bit to your landscaping issue, which I don't really think has a huge impact, but I am concerned about the driveways. You know, driveways, particularly the way this is graded and the slope of the street, you know, if not done properly, can contribute to dramatic runoff. So what's the material you're planning for your driveway?
Thank you, sir. Yes, I do note that at 34 Morningside, there was an application that is now before TLAB for a consent and minor variances. But I'm just going to turn to the plans right now to see on our site plan what materiality is being proposed for the front driveways, and I don't see it determined. However, I would offer to the committee, should they.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, if I could interrupt, in your covering letter, you said it's permeable pavers. I
Yes.
found that it's in the added materials, and you indicated you're planning permeable pavers for the driveways.
That's correct, sir. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? All right, let's take this into committee.
Madam Chair, I have one more comment, please, with regards to the ECS report.
I'm sorry, the comment is about what?
The ECS report has condition number 1A for positive slopes of 2 to 4%, but I don't think that's realistic on the site given the site's topography. So I would advise and recommend to the committee to not impose that condition of ECS number 1A.
Well, the committee is gonna, I mean, I think I speak for all of us. We're not engineers, so if they think that that's a appropriate slope, then that's what we're gonna go with, because I mean, I certainly wouldn't know whether it should be 1 or 3 or something else, and you can always, you know, talk to them about it as you're moving through the process.
Okay, thank you for your advice, Madam Chair.
All right, thanks. Okay, let's take it into committee. Ms. Hayes.
I'll start. I've been having a difficult time with this application and looking through the review. I think the presentation has certainly been helpful in helping with things. It's always a challenge in dealing with built forms where the grade of the properties is so dramatically different in quite a short run. Having said that, however, I think the applicant has demonstrated through his filed materials and his verbal submissions that the lotting pattern being proposed here in terms of frontages combined with the variances being requested is not something that's not seen in this neighborhood. The driveways, given what else is existing in the neighborhood, I can't see that on the similar size lots, I can't see that planning there would be a different approach to this property. So in total, you know, although I still think it's a lot of house on small properties, I don't think it's unrepresented, but I'd like to hear what my colleagues have to say.
I'll weigh in a little bit. I don't, I appreciate the planning department comment, but I don't think in this case it is reasonable because looking at the area under consideration, there are integral garages, as Ms. Hayes says, in, if not exactly the same size, certainly comparable size lots. I find the buildings visually very tall. And that's in part due to the grading. It's in part due to the narrowness of the lot. I don't frankly think that they are ideally suited to this site because of the height. But I don't also think that they're unreasonable. I will say that if ever there was an application where we needed data, this is it. And I would like to commend Mr. Chan for his very, very thorough covering letter. It was not, Mr. Chan, I'm not recommending you send us ones that long always, but it was very helpful to walk through what is being proposed. I have some reservations about the proposal, but I don't, in balance, I don't think they're serious enough to warrant turning it down. So I will be supporting the application.
Okay. Mr. Clay?
Yeah, I'll just put it in, for me anyways, a slightly broader context for this neighborhood. This is a very desirable neighborhood. It has amenities. There is a park probably about 50 steps away from where this house is being proposed. There is a school, there is BLOOR Street, there is transit, there is Lakeshore, is High Park. There are a number of amenities and features which make this a very desirable community. And as a result of that, I would suggest that this is also a neighborhood which is should be open to some gentle intensification and some additional density. You know, this isn't a rental accommodation necessarily, but this is increasing the housing stock in what I think is a reasonably desirable way, very attractive home that makes some sense in introducing and bringing more people to a neighborhood that can certainly sustain more residents. In fact, given the amenity mix, should be accommodating more folks. So I support it mainly because it's of the broader context and how this proposal fits into a desirable neighborhood with a lot that offers people who live in it and should be available to a lot more people, frankly. I have a little bit of concern about the height, but I think it is a topological issue. It's because of the nature of the street. It's the slope of it. But I think, and it is tight, but I think in a broader context, I think I can support it.
Okay. Somebody want to move a motion? Ms. Hayes?
Thank you. I'd like to move a motion to approve the application subject to development engineering conditions. And
Standard
think-
consent?
and standard consent conditions.
And also forestry number 2 on part 2, I believe.
That's right.
I have so many
That's
notes on
correct.
this one.
Yeah.
Just a second.
Forestry,
Yes, forestry number 2. Yes.
is on part
Thank
2.
you.
And then
Yes.
Do we want to put a condition in
Permeable
for permeable pavers?
And
Yes.
permeable, sorry, yes, thank you very much for that reminder. And any hardscaping in the front be by permeable pavers.
Okay. So are you seconding, Mr. Clay?
I am, thank you.
All right, so the motion then is for, is moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Clay for approval with forestry condition number 2 on part 2, engineering conditions, standard consent conditions, and permeable pavers on all the hard surfaces in the front. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously. The next item is number 38, 52 Beresford Avenue. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the November 17th 2020 public hearing, copy of the plan of survey, site plans, floor plans, and elevations, presentation materials from Mr. Perez, the agent. We have email correspondence from Toronto Building. We have, and I believe it's to remove variance number 1, if I could be wrong at this point. Staff, and then Forestry's asking for conditions 1 and 2, and correspondence in opposition from number 35, 50, 50A, 51, and 51 Beresford, number 45 Dury, and as well as the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association. Mr. Perez, are you with us?
Hello, good afternoon, Madam Chair and committee members. My name is Eddie Perez. I'm at 537 Rogers Road, and I'm here on behalf of the owner for this property.
Okay, Mr. Perez, just give me a second. Do you have all the opposition? Okay, we have 3 opposition speakers listed. If you can do a presentation no more than 5 minutes, and as part of your presentation, can you please tell us if you are removing a variance, and also what if there's any changes since you were here?
Yeah, we're removing variance number 1.
Okay.
And then for variance number 2, we're gonna put 10.04. We're gonna make the first floor 9 feet instead of 10 feet.
All right, slow down for 1 second here. So you're removing variance number 1, and variance number 2 is going to become what? I'm sorry,
10.04.
Okay.
Because we have a 10-foot main on the main floor. We're gonna change it to 9, so we're gonna make that a little lower.
Okay, anything else?
Yeah, the main wall will become 8.77 instead of 9.07.
Okay, so variance number 3, right, is going to be
Yeah.
8.77?
Correct. And then, as we only have 2 centimeters, we'll just eliminate variance number 6 for the width of the driveway.
Okay, so variance 1 and 6 you're removing? You know,
Yeah, correct.
My notes are becoming very crunched here. Anything else?
And variance number 7, because we're changing the height, will become 10.60.
Okay, 10.60 for variance number 7. Okay, is that it?
Okay. Yeah, so
Okay.
as per, there's calling it a 3-story because this house, when we designed it, we couldn't put a basement in it because the way the grades change. If you put the side elevations, you can see that. So we couldn't get half below grade, which is necessary to be called a basement. So that's why they're adding it into the GFA. That's why our number becomes a little bit bigger to 121. But the actual house, if it had a basement, would only be 86%, which is 242.58 square meters. But if you can put up the side elevation, I can show you what I mean by the way the grades and that change. They change drastically, and then it doesn't become a basement. So technically, we have 3 floors and no basement on it. So they're counting as 3 floors. And on one of the letters, they were saying about privacy in the back. That deck is what we consider was the main floor. Now is calling the second. We're okay with putting privacy fences on both sides to give the neighbors privacy on off of those decks. And we feel that what we're proposing is very minor in nature, and there's many houses in the area that got approved, such as 15, 34, 46, and 41, 131 Beresford. And like the previous one, which is close by, is Morningside. There's a lot of them. I didn't put those in the supporting, but I put all the ones on Beresford. So what we're proposing is very common, and 15 Beresford got approved with a lot more variances than we had. And like if you see all the numbers there, and it got approved, it's higher than ours, and it's flat roof. Ours is the pitch roof. So I feel that what we're proposing, maintains the general intent. It's in variances are considered desirable and appropriate for the area, and I feel that they're minor in nature. And I'll speak to anything that neighbors have to say. Thank you very much.
I just have a question before I go to the opposition. The matter was deferred for consultation. Did you have consultation with the neighbors, and why weren't these variances changed? So that we had them?
Sorry, I wasn't part of the previous application. Previous application was for 4 units, and the client decided they're going to build a single-family home. The the whole project changed completely. Before it was a 4-unit proposal.
Right, but that matter was deferred, right? And now it's before us.
Yeah, it was deferred, and then we decided to go with a single families. So
Right.
it was a totally different project.
Okay,
so
no, I understand that, but were you part of it at the beginning?
I didn't even know about that. I wasn't part of
Okay,
the.
so you weren't aware that part of the reason for deferral was for community consultation, which, you know, would lead me to believe if it had taken place that you wouldn't be making variance changes on the fly. So when did you take over?
Well, I just decided about the variances on the side because I looked at the drawings further, and I told the owner that we can go with the 9-foot, which would be very comparable. We don't need the 10-foot, so that's why I told him that we can make changes just to reduce the height and minimize the impact.
I understand, but so you're not aware whether anybody
I
talked to the neighbors?
wasn't aware that there was supposed to be a meeting, no.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
That wasn't a part of the first application.
No, understood. It's just, I'm just trying to understand why you're making changes, so I get it. You took over somewhere along the line, so, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I read some of the comments that the neighbors put, so I thought we can accommodate them as well from heights, because they had concerns a little bit with the height, so, and it won't compromise our project so much, so we're willing to do that.
No, I appreciate your efforts, but I hope you understand the committee's, you know, concerns and here that, you know, we expect these things to be done before you come back, but you weren't part of it, so here we are then with a lot of opposition again. So, okay, let me go to the opposition.
Madam Chairman, could I ask a question first?
Yeah. Go ahead.
My understanding, and I'm afraid I don't know where it is in the materials at this time, but somewhere in here, if I understand correctly, Buildings Department said that this actually is a 3-story detached building, which means that the purpose of the application should read 3 stories, not 2 stories. If that's the case, can we proceed, or is this improper notification? Because it's a bigger building.
I don't know. Let me ask staff. Sabrina's kind of nodding her head.
Through you, Madam Chair, it may require us to re-notify.
It may or it should.
It should, yeah.
Yeah, I just would rather, if we're gonna have to defer this, let's, you know, all right, so Mr. Perez, because building identified it as a 3-story, I'm being told that we need to recirculate this, which means we have to defer this again. And look, I understand that, you know, you weren't part of this in the beginning, and I don't know when you came on board, and my apologies to the people that have been waiting forever to speak, but it sounds like we have to defer this to recirculate because the information is incorrect, and at the same time, we can, like Sabrina, would Mr. Perez then have to file the changes that he's making and then come back, come back with all the changes and corrections, and maybe take some time just to speak to the neighbors and the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association in case there's anything else. And, you know, I think staff will probably try to get it on the first available agenda as soon as you come back with things. Sabrina, can you weigh in?
I do have a question. At which point did the building division determine that it's 3 stories?
Well, they only approximately less than 3 weeks ago. Before when the notices were sent, I think the day after they had determined it was 3. It was just I guess a missing on the zoning examiner because there's no basement. They then realized that it should be counted as story. Okay. So that's why they're now calling it a 3-story. But it was always drawn the same when we first put it in originally. But they flagged it after, and it was I think the letters had already been mailed out, so that's why but they put it on the supporting documents and all that. So that's when we saw that it was there, and we also got the email from the zoning examiners saying that that's the reason why it was called a 3-story.
Okay. Okay.
The zoning notice says July 12th, Sabrina.
Yep.
Yeah, it was like a week or so ago, yeah.
Okay. And sorry, Madam Chair, because I'm just checking the notice that actually went out.
Oh, okay. To see if it says 3 stories?
No, and it says,
2?
it does say 2 stories. Yeah.
How quickly can you get it back on if Mr. Perez comes back with, well, the revisions?
I can give you the revision by tomorrow.
Okay, if you can contact the application technician and submit everything, then we'll work together to put you onto a
Okay,
more-
and then I'll tell the owner, and then we'll get together and have a meeting with the neighbors and such.
Okay.
Okay, can you just,
Like, for us to make that 2-story, it would be possible, but we would have to, like, make the basement close to 20 feet high, and then we have to be all shoring, like, because the basement would have to be half below, and for that, the cost would be extremely high, and we don't need a basement that high to go with, so that's the only reason they're calling it a 3rd story.
okay. All right, understood, and I think that Sabrina will do her best to get you on the first available agenda. Can you just put me through to the opposition, like one at a time, and
Gwen Harris, you've been unmuted.
Hi, Miss Harris.
Yes.
So I hope you've been listening, and my profuse apologies. It's been a really rough day with very lengthy applications. Due to an error along the way here, we have to recirculate, but it will give because there's a new agent on the file who wasn't aware that part of the deferral was for community consultation, so he will take the opportunity to set up a meeting and make the corrections, and we'll get it back on the agenda as soon as the staff will get it on the first available agenda, because we can't hear it today.
Right.
All right.
Well, just to make one comment, all they had to do was talk to the neighbor.
I understand that, but
Okay.
Mr. Perez was not on the file, and I mean, I can't speak for the owners.
Yes,
But
okay.
but this agent they changed agents midstream somehow, so.
I understand. Well, the
Yeah.
person who knows the history best is another opposition person on this list, Viola
Okay. Well,
Koru. So I refer everything to her.
Yeah, we're not hearing it today, so as a courtesy, I'm just going to speak to all of you, and I really apologize for you having been sitting around for so long. All right.
Thank you.
Is Ms. Karupis there?
I would like to make one point, is that I called Jordan Vanderhoeven and asked him to review those plans. And I told him there was no basement, even though the plan said basement.
Again, I really.
I asked Will, sir, 2 weeks ago.
Through
about
you, Madam
having
Chair,
this deferred.
what's on the floor right now is a deferral.
Like,
Okay.
I understand your frustration. Your frustration is not something the committee has jurisdiction over. We don't know what happens in the background with staff. We only get the material, and I'm just speaking to you as a courtesy because we're so far behind. I just wanted to apologize for you having waited this long, and I'm really sorry we have to recirculate it. On the upside, hopefully Mr. Perez will get a community meeting, as I heard him say, with you folks. And he knows who the opposition is to talk about things, and then maybe he'll make other revisions in addition to those he already put on the floor today. Okay, so thank you for your understanding. Ms. McCluskey?
Sabrina McCluskey, you've been unmuted.
Thank you.
Hi. I hope you've been listening. So
I have. I have. I'll send a note maybe to Sabrina about this because I agree with Viola, the previous caller, that there was lots of notification about this change, and we did ask whether this should be deferred. And so now we've all been hanging out here for, 5 or 6. I know you long.
I'm really sympathize that, I mean, the fact that we're here, but for you folks, like the applicants and people waiting to speak. So again, my apologies.
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, I'll send a note because I think we could have dealt with this without, we could have dealt with this last week, frankly, or even earlier. And I agree, as soon as Mr. Perez started talking about all the sort of changes on the fly, we need to see this information in advance so that we can determine whether or not it's something we want to fight, right? That's why we look at all the information in advance, so we can't have it changed on the
Well,
fly.
yeah, and maybe by the time you have the meeting, you see the changes, maybe there will be more, and maybe, you won't even need to be here next time, because maybe you'll be okay with it. I don't know. I hope so. That would be nice.
No, I agree. So I'm fine with the deferral. That's not a problem. I do think there's some opportunity for us to handle this better in the future, though.
Okay, well, thanks a lot for your understanding. Okay, so Mr. Perez, I have your commitment then to speak to these people that have, been waiting for an extensive period of time, and anybody else who's interested. And then, as I said, staff will get you back on the agenda as soon as you get things filed again. So
Yeah, I'll speak to the owners, and I'll make sure that we have a meeting with the neighbors.
Okay. All right, panel members, so to the deferral. Mr. Nipfel.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to move approval of the application to allow the applicant the opportunity to update and clarify the application and to meet with the neighborhood objectors.
Okay, do I have a seconder? Ms. Hayes?
Yeah, I think he meant deferral, not approval.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. I thought he said deferral.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
I am getting tired.
But I will second the deferral.
All right. So a motion to defer is moved by Mr. Nipfel, seconded by Ms. Hayes. All in favor? Okay, that carries unanimously.
Sorry about that. Thanks, Joanne.
It's okay. It's almost 8 o'clock, Carl. It's understandable. All right. The next item is item number 39, 441 Concord Avenue. All right. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the October 6th, 2021 hearing, copy of plan of survey, draft plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, presentation materials prepared by In-Road Consultants, copy of revised site plans, revised presentation materials. We have staff reports from engineering. We have staff report from tree protection and preservation. We have correspondence in support from 435 Concord. And then we have a lot of opposition. I have so much, okay, sorry. Bunch of scratched out stuff here. Okay.
Chair,
I'm not gonna, I have like 4 pages of things here, so I'm not gonna list all the addresses individually, but we have significant opposition from residents on Concord Avenue. And I'm showing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I'm showing 12 speakers listed here. Okay.
Chair, can I jump in just for 1 second?
Yeah.
Just so, I'm going to speak to the purpose of the application as noted in the notice versus the plan so that maybe we can tackle this first of all. When you look at the plans, it seems to be a fourplex, and the notice doesn't speak to that.
So I noticed, I noticed that too. The last time it was before us, it spoke to a fourplex, and this time it speaks to a semi in the purpose, and it's clearly still a fourplex. Because I looked at this over and over again. There's 4 units still. So I think to Ms. Hayes's point, why is it now talking about a semi instead of a fourplex? Okay. Miss Evangelista, are you there?
Oh, Madam Chair, members, thank you very much. This is not a fourplex. We've changed the plans. This is a semi-detached dwelling, single-family dwelling,
Okay.
with a nanny suite in the basement.
Are there four?
But
are there 4
No.
units in it, or is it just?
Absolutely not. It is a single-family dwelling.
Okay.
So
I just want to stop you for 1 second.
Please.
I
Yeah.
only saw plans with 4 units.
No.
Carl, the plans you looked at, did they have 4 units?
Yeah, I thought there were fourplexes as well.
Yeah, so did I.
What? I don't, how?
Well, excuse me 1 second. The drawings that we have talk about, for instance, on the 3rd floor, there's unit number 3. There's unit number 2 on the 2nd floor. There's unit number 1 on the ground floor. And there's unit number 4 in the basement. And those are the drawings we have, or that I have. I can't speak for my colleagues.
Now. Hold on.
Through you, Madam Chair, you have a set of revised plans in your supplementary package,
Yeah.
which shows a 3-story semi-detached dwelling on each lot. And it's in
Then why did we get the plans as part of the package for us to review in advance that are not those?
Because the revised plans were just submitted on July the 22nd.
No. No.
Well, I have,
No.
so through you, Madam Chair, I have the revised plans received as of July 22nd. That's what I have on file, and that's what's in your supplementary package.
Well, then how did the notice go out, not saying a fourplex then?
God, I'm gonna fucking freak out right now.
Okay.
Can I speak?
So what the public has seen is different. So just to clarify, because we got to be fair to the public has seen fourplexes. The public hasn't seen the revised material. They saw what we all have on our agendas, which is fourplexes. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct. I think what may have happened is staff entered the original package and then noticed that there were actually the revised package that was submitted. So the
Okay.
notice that
So
went
which
out
one were the public-
reflects the revised plans.
Okay. So, all right. Can you put the revised plans then up on the screen, and then Ida maybe
They're on the screen now.
speak to those and just walk us through, like, so each of these semis is going to have a secondary suite, right? And the rest is a single, like, is a family home. Okay. So Ida, go ahead.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Okay. So you can understand the level of frustration, I'm sure, for everybody.
It's been a very frustrating
It's been a very
day
long
across the
day
board,
for
and a very-
everybody.
yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
I know. So, so my name, Ida Evangelista. I'm representing the owners of 441 Concord. We have been in front of you prior in October with the fourplex. I will say that we've gone through 7 redesigns for this particular property. The neighbors did not like the fourplex, and showing that it is a semi-detached house with a single-family dwelling in each side, and the variances that you have in front of you do reflect the new design. Now, that being said, let's move forward. So, you know, we went through changes for the neighbor adjacent to the, I believe it's the north side. We went through the redesign. We removed the fourplex. we've stepped back the house. We redesigned it again for the neighbor across the street. He didn't like the facade of the house, and now he likes the new facade. So the evening, then I was contacted by Ms. Sarah Barker, who had, had some concerns with the third floor. As she felt that it would create some shadowing on the neighboring property. So I met on the evening of July the 20th. I met with several neighbors. And we came up with an understanding that, the primary concern was the third floor. So we have stepped back the third floor considerably. And that being said, the third floor step back, so a few things have transpired in this particular project. So we've stepped back, and now the length of the third floor is 35 feet. And they were all happy with that. Everybody was, so I was quite perplexed when I saw all the letters of opposition, but then when I took a look at the date was prior to our meeting. So hopefully that still stands. And I believe a lot of, many of the neighbors are on, as they said that, they would voice support. And that's what we had, discussed and agreed to. So that being said, we do have, so variance number 4, as you see, we have right now, your notice states 1.15. With the reduction of the third floor, our FSI is modified to 1.04. And as of, through you, Madam Chair, Deputy Secretary Sabrina, she could verify, I did submit on July 22, the plans, the revised plans that I submitted were the step back of the third floor, so that everybody had that, and there you have it. I'm seeing it on the screen now. So our new FSI is 1.04. That gives us 176.84 square meters. And the garage that you have, we have variances 5 and 6 that relate to the garage. The garage is existing. The reason why it actually comes into effect is because we are putting a demising wall in the garage, because it is a 2-car garage. We are putting a demising wall, but we are not touching the garage. In fact, what we've done, and then you'll see the ECS staff report, they are in support of what we are proposing. However, they've asked us for a 0.67 conveyance at the rear of the property for lane widening. And because of that 0.67 conveyance, we now have a variance of 0.41. However, we did have a setback of 1.08 meters at the rear of the property. So in effect, now, I just want to quickly go through this neighborhood, right? So this neighborhood, it's walkable. We have TTC. This neighborhood is zoned R with a height of 12 meters, main wall height of 9.5 meters. It's an area that has an eclectic mix of lot sizes and homes. It's predominantly semi-detached homes. It has a mix of lot sizes of 3.78 meters, up to the odd lot, and I found maybe about 3 of them, of 6.7 and 5.8. It has, there are lot areas of 143.99 to 161.39 throughout the neighborhood. What we're proposing is a semi-detached, proposing semi-detached homes on lot sizes of 4.57.
Ida, you're at 5.5 minutes. If you can wrap up,
just
that'd be great.
Two seconds. So we are proposing our height currently at the rear is 6.43 meters, and at the front of the house we're proposing 10.44. As I stated, this area has heights of 12 meters. So we've been very sensitive. This is very gradual. It's very characteristic. It's a form of intensification that I believe complements and is existing within the neighborhood. And I'm open to any questions that you may have.
Mr. Clay?
Just a quick one, I'm sorry if this is somewhere in the material. You'll appreciate that it's, there's a lot of material here.
Yeah.
But I'm just looking back at the consent, and this is a undersized lot with a footed frontage of 4.57. I can't seem to find any reference to what's permitted. Like, what's the permitted or required lot frontage? Is it 6 meters?
6 meters.
Six, yes.
Okay, it's just
Through you, Madam Chair.
It's just not noted in the material, the consent request that I have in front of me.
It's on the variances.
Minor variance.
Variance number 3.
Oh, thank you. Okay, thank you. I missed it.
No worries. Okay, can we go to the, so I'll have you back after I go through the list here. So do we have let's just go in order, Will.
Justin Cho, you've been unmuted.
Hi, is this, can you hear me? Justin 443 Concord?
Yep, I can. Are you in opposition still?
Sorry, just, can I get one clarification from Ida, though? I think she promised, she changed the plan, but then there was also, she was gonna say that she was gonna build according to the plans and they were gonna kind of bound and adhere to it. I didn't hear that, so I'm not sure if you can unmute Ida to see if she can.
I think you're asking if the committee would, if we do approve it, that we put a condition in that it's tied to the revised plans. Is that what you're asking?
That's what we're asking, but Ida was also saying during our community meeting that she was gonna state that as well.
Okay,
I might
sure.
have missed it, but can we just
Okay,
get a
Ida,
clarification?
Ida, are you there?
Yes, Madam Chair. Justin, through you, Madam Chair, with the mass confusion, yes, that is correct. I stand by that, that you know, they will be tied, it will be tied to plants. Well, especially the 3rd floor. That is their main concern.
Okay.
Sorry, Ida, just to confirm the whole entire plan, right? Because we don't want to see
it will
this.
be tied. It will.
Correct.
It will be tied. Yes. Yeah. And that would be, that is something in closing after I hear what everybody has to say, right? I want to hear what everybody has to say.
Okay, so it sounds like Ida's in agreement with that, Justin, and that's certainly a condition that this committee can impose.
Okay, thank you. So hi committee members, hello everyone. So I led the initial opposition when we went through this the first time around. My family's been here since 23 boys, under 3 in the house next door. So as you can imagine, with that initial plan, there was multiple units, as you guys have seen. There was balconies, rear stairwells, but since then, to Ida's point, there has been quite a number of changes, right? So we've come together and she's helped lower the basement unit. We've reduced the setback, eliminated many of the apartments. So pending, I think that final condition that you guys can bound to, right? I think as a neighborhood, and as the adjacent neighbor, and full disclosure, we are in the process of selling now, because partially due to this has been one of the driving factors, but we are still in the neighborhood. So we're actually moving just still on Concord. So this still is an impact to us, but fully recognizing that something will be built here, right? And I think to Ida's credit, there has been a lot of back and forth, and from our meeting last week, I think we can, at least for myself, with that condition, I will not be opposing the latest plans.
Okay, thank you, sir. Sheila Northey?
Sheila, you've been unmuted.
Sheila, are you there? Okay, go to the next one and then try her in the meantime.
Guy Ewing, you have been unmuted.
Yes, Guy Ewing at 379.
Are you still in opposition, sir?
No, I am not. And I'd like to just, confirm what Justin just said. And the setback definitely improves the situation around shadowing. And I'd like to acknowledge this improvement and withdraw my opposition.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Pommier?
I would like to remain in opposition. The first variance is required to split the lot. It was a small lot to begin with. It's a smaller lot. It's 4.5 over 6 of the required size by the bylaw, and all the rooms have to be reduced in size and are in violation of the bylaw. I am not sure that the side lot setbacks are consistent with the bylaw. I think the building that was the buildings that are proposed do not fit with the requirements of the bylaws and require multiple variations. So I think the entire project is full of too many variations to be considered minor variations. They are really their sums are a major variation. And you see that by the fact that the original fourplex disappeared into the smoke, and we now have albacadabra, side by side a duplex. Anyway, so I remain in opposition. That's my opinion.
Okay. Can I just get you to confirm your address for the record, sir?
Yes, we are 438 Concord, directly across from 441.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions of the speaker panel members? No? All right. Mr. Brooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, on
I just
July
need you,
16th,
can you give us your address first, just for the record?
Yes, 437 Concord Avenue.
Okay, thanks.
On July 16th, I wrote to the committee to express my opposition. It seemed to me then, and it still seems to me today, that there would be another approach that should satisfy all parties. I had proposed a 3-story apartment building constructed on the existing unsevered lot with a 3rd floor that was 30 feet deep. And I saw this as a win-win situation, which would add even more to the Davenport area's housing stock and rental stock, which I approve of. And providing good rental income for the owners, avoiding the negative consequences of the lot severance, and respecting the needs of the immediate neighbors for light. But today I do withdraw my opposition in favor of the compromise reached last week at the meeting between local residents, who were mostly the immediate neighbors, and IDA. And I just say that if approved, including with that agreed upon condition, it will offer some protection for my neighbors at 439 who are unable to represent themselves in this case, and who would otherwise be facing a 3-story wall that would have cut off essential sunlight to a very substantial vegetable garden that they have been cultivating for 44 years. I also hope that it will protect residential neighborhoods such as ours from aggressive overbuilding with regard to 3rd floor extensions. And I withdraw my opposition because I fear that the compromise that protects my neighbor would have been in jeopardy, actually, if we had persisted in our opposition, and even if we had won at the Committee of Adjustment. Because I know from experience, and I know from the well-known history of appeal decisions that favor developers. And it's a record of a system that is biased in favor of those who have access to capital and professional expertise. And so I say that if we want to continue to have a sustainable and convivial city, we have to change our planning bylaws and regulations in a way that empowers the communities affected, especially among those of us who are unable to represent themselves. I understand that the Committee of Adjustment does not make the laws and regulations, but I respectfully offer these thoughts as just to you as food for thought. Thank you.
All right, thanks for your input. Mr. Robillard.
Eli Robillard at 451 Concord. And yeah, I've seen the revised drawings, I think, which address, I think, most of the points in my letter. I have one follow-up question, and that's, I heard it mentioned, but I wasn't at the meeting, that perhaps the height of the garage, which is an existing garage, was proposed to be taller. Can I get a clarification or some kind of a confirmation of whether the height of the garage is being proposed for change?
No, I believe Ida spoke to that earlier, and it's an existing condition. So the variances, like anytime there's an application, variances are triggered for existing conditions. So there's no changes to the height of the garage.
If that's the case, then again, it's all conditions are agreed to, and they'll be bound by them.
Yes, and Ida can speak to this. Like after I've gone through the list here of people's names, then Ida will speak again, and she can reiterate that. But she did speak to the garage, and they had to do a dedication to the city, and that's why the last variance, the second variance for the garage is triggered, and then the height is simply because it's an existing structure and didn't comply with the bylaw from the day it's been there. So it just triggers it now.
Got it. Yeah, I don't think 3 stories is terribly out of character for the street. The changes to the length of the proposed structure seem all thanks for accommodating those concerns. And aside from clarification on the length and height of the garage, I think I'm okay to withdraw opposition.
Okay, well, Ida's listening, so she'll just reiterate that when she speaks. Okay, thank you. Miriam Hoffer.
Miriam, you've been unmuted. You can join us.
I am withdrawing the objection as well.
Okay, I just need your address for the record, please.
379.
Okay, thank you very much. Sarah Barker?
Hello? Oh,
Hi.
you can hear me.
Hi.
Okay, there I am.
Are you withdrawing your opposition?
I am because, oh, it sounds, am I echoey?
Yeah, you're echoing really bad. Do you have anything, do you have YouTube going or anything
No,
else?
nothing like that. Nothing like that. Here, I'll stand back.
Yeah,
Okay,
okay.
well,
Can you give us your address, please, for the record?
it's 437 Concord.
Okay, thanks.
I'm just a house or two away.
Okay.
And I just wanted to tell you that we've been confronted with these huge overbuilds on 3 properties, and in the space of 6 houses right here in the last 6 years. And so we're kind of exhausted. And since I'm echoing, I'm going to say this quickly. And this is what I have to say is that I'm accepting this deal with Ida because I think that we just are worn out from these fights, and we don't have lawyers, and we don't have planners on our side, and it's more than we can do. And my neighbors at 439 have no way of resisting this big wall being built beside their house. But I thank Ida. I'm glad Ida did come and talk to us, and that was good. We did not get agreed to eliminate the severance of the lot, and we did not get the 2-story wing set back from the side, from the neighbors, which is customary in our neighborhood and makes a big difference. But therefore I reluctantly accept this plan because I said I would. And we thought it was the best we could do without running ourselves ragged for the next year or so. Okay, so that's what I have to say.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks for your input.
Yeah.
Do I have David and Helen Michael?
Through you, Madam Chair. The next two registered speakers are not registered to speak. So the next one would be Roger Greenwald.
Okay. Mr. Greenwald?
Hello.
Hi, I just need your address for the record, sir, and whether or not you're still in opposition.
389 Concord. I withdraw my opposition for the same reasons and on the same condition that Justin Cho stated. And I'd like to thank Ida for coming out and talking with us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Do you have the last one? No? Okay, and what about the one that's back to Sheila Northey?
Sheila, you've been unmuted.
Thanks. I had originally indicated by email that I am no longer in opposition, so I wasn't going to speak, but I feel very similarly to how others who have spoken feel. So.
Okay, Sheila, can you just state your address for the record, please?
369 Concord Avenue.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks everybody for sticking with us so long and your patience. So Ida, if you can just confirm what I said about the garage, that it's not changing, and also reiterate that you are standing by the condition of tying to plans.
Through you, Madam Chair, members, yes. The garage is the existing structure. It's not being changed, as you mentioned. So because we had to convey lands, it comes into part, and that's why we have that setback of 0.41. But the garage remains as is. We have stepped back the third floor. We worked, I commend the owners because they do want to work with the neighbors, and that's what I wanted to facilitate. We do have our overall height that we are proposing here is much less than what is permitted. We're asking for a 10.44 meter overall height at the front, and at the back, we have an overall height of 8.95. However, we're stepping back the third floor, and the third floor now has a total length of 35 feet. And to that point, which is the top, the height of the second floor, is 6.43 meters. And we do not have any side yard variances. Actually, our side yard setback is a better situation. We are now coming away from the neighbor on the north, and for what we're proposing, I believe I know the neighbors, this is a big change for them. However, that's why I wanted to meet with them so that we could go over everything. And I would like to add that I did go through many of the lots in the neighborhood, and there are many semi-detached homes with lot frontages of 3.78 meters, 447, 469, 4.26. So it's an eclectic mix. It's in the center of the city. It's walkable. It's with parks and TTC close by, right outside your door, pretty much. So what we're proposing here is a gradual intensification of what already exists in the neighborhood. And I appreciate, as you saw, we've been at this for a long time. We've gone through many redesigns. And with your indulgence, if you have any questions, I'm open to any of your questions. And working with the neighbors, we did agree to tying the plans to the decision, and I stand by my word.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions? Okay, there don't appear to be any questions, so let's take it into committee then. Ms. Hayes.
Thank you. I think we can see by the submissions here the benefits of the applicant trying to communicate with the neighbors and come to some consensus, although maybe not full agreement on all things. So I thank all the parties that have spoken today and the applicant for making those efforts and resulting in the application that's before us. Based on the submissions, both written submissions, now that we've seen the right plans, I'm sorry for that panic to the applicant. I think that what is being proposed based on the submissions we've received in writing and verbally, the lot size is not out of character to provide for the severance. The built form with respect to the setback at the third floor and the wall height and the overall heights, I think are reasonable, and I can support this application. And if my colleagues have no further comment, I'm prepared to move a motion.
Joanne, so I'm just going through, I don't want to belabor this point, but I just want to make sure we tie it to the right plans. So can somebody, I've looked at
it's the revised plans that are
I get that.
They're in the supplemental agenda.
And I'm
So that were received on July 22nd. I think the date stamp is.
Is it?
Yeah, Sabrina says yes.
Yes, through
July
you, Madam
22nd.
Chair, it's July 22nd.
Thank you.
Yes.
The ones that I'm looking at, the date in the bottom right-hand corner is October 2021. So I just want to make sure we've got the right ones.
Yeah, we always use the ones that we received them, city staff received. And
Okay,
so
great, thanks.
will it be all plans, site plan, floor plans, and elevations?
I think all plans, yeah.
Yeah, I think given the history of this case and to provide a level of assurance to those neighbors, I think that would be best. So I would move a motion to approve the severance and the two variances, the variance applications as amended to reflect the change in the FSI. And I would make that the severance subject to development and engineering conditions and the standard consent conditions, and the variances subject, both variance applications subject to forestry condition number 3. And I don't think I've missed any other conditions, but correct me if I've missed anything.
I believe that's everything, yeah. Okay, so the motion before us.
And the condition of tying them to plans.
Yeah, we had that, yeah. To all the plans, to the plans.
All the plans.
Date stamped July 22nd, received by staff. Okay, so engineering conditions, forestry number 3, the one I just mentioned about the revised plans, date stamped the July 22nd, and then the amended variances for variance number 4, 1.04 times for 176.84 meters squared. So that's moved by Ms. Hayes, seconded by Mr. Nipfel. You know, I could have said Mr. Clay, but it was so close that. So,
Carl's always faster than I am.
I know, he's.
You get the next one, Larry.
From
We need buzzers.
Yeah.
It's like playing Jeopardy.
Yeah.
Okay, all in favor? Okay, so that motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, does anybody need 5 minutes before we go to the next one? Carl?
I'm okay, carry on.
Okay, all right.
I want to end it.
Okay, so the next item is item number 40, 44 Wilson Park. We have before us a copy of the minutes from December 1st, 2021, copy of plan of survey, revised site plans, floor plans, and elevations. We have 2 covering letters from the agent. We have an arborist report from, as well as tree protection plan from the Urban Forest Company, elevation and street views, neighborhood consultation, presentation materials from the agent, and supporting materials from the agent. We have email correspondence from the assistant planner. They're asking to tie to plans. We have a forestry is asking for condition number 1. We have correspondence in support from 197 Spadina, 67 Marion, 1540 King Street, as well as 20 Niagara, 159 Springhurst, and 625 Church, 83 Beatty, 19 Melbourne. And then we have opposition from residents on Wilson Park Road, number 57, 40, 42, 48, 49, and 50, as well as 26 form letters in opposition that are signed by occupants on King Street. Yeah, they're all on King Street from what I can see here. All right, do I have the agent, or actually I have a planner on the line?
Good evening, Madam Chair. My name is Tyler Grenier with Bousefields Inc. We're located at 3 Church Street.
Okay, you're speaking on behalf of the owner?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I have, sorry, I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have 4 people speaking in opposition, and then I have question marks beside people speaking in support, so I don't know if they're all here.
Through you, Madam Chair, I have everyone except Joel Duncan in support, and I've received notification earlier today that George Emerson would not be participating today.
Okay. Alrighty,
Chair,
so.
Chair, may I interrupt just 1 second? I just wanted to note that a couple of the objectors were seeking a deferral.
Okay. All right, well, they can raise that, I guess, is that, I don't know if it's any of the speakers. I've got 4 in support and 4 in opposition. Okay, well, I'm going to go to Tyler. If you can do a presentation, no more than 5 minutes. We'll start the clock now.
Certainly, if I can ask you if you can open up the presentation material. I have a slide deck that I'll go through. Thank you. If we can just go to the 3rd page, I'll begin there, and I'll just maybe say slide when it's time to move. Perfect. Good evening. The proposal before you tonight is to alter an existing detached dwelling, which currently has 4 existing units, through the removal of the roof and a 3rd floor addition, as well as a rear addition. And expanding that existing house, we will now have 6 units, 1 primary suite and 5 secondary suites. The purpose of this is to retain the main wall structures of the existing house. It is a century home, approximately 100 years old. There is also a laneway suite and a garage to the rear, but there are no variances associated with that, so I won't speak to those this evening. Next slide, please. Some of the principles with this proposal, we wanted to contribute to the existing housing stock that's found within Parkdale, within the street already. We wanted to retain the existing house, as we do believe that it has components that contribute to the physical character of the street and directly responds to the planning test in the official plan under section 4.1. We wanted to make sure that the 3rd story mass was stepped back from the front facade as well as the rear, but mostly from the front facade to ensure prominence of the existing house. And in locating the primary suite and the secondary suites, we've made sure that the primary suite is occupying the front of the house within the front windows of the brick facade and utilizing the existing front door that's there today. Slide. Just briefly on this site plan, the existing house, which is being retained in situ, is set back 2 meters from the front yard setback, set back 2 meters from the front yard. This existing front yard is deficient and it's set back from the zoning bylaw, and the retention of this house is causing the variances with respect to the 3rd floor as well as the platform, and I'll speak to that in a minute. I just also want to note that we are seeking a height variance, but in doing so, we've increased both the north and south side lot lines as a way to assist in the transition between the lots to the north and the south. Slide, please. Actually, we can skip this one and go to the next one, please. Just before I get into the variances, I just want to note to the committee that this site is very large. It's approximately 617 square meters. It is more than double the size of our neighbor to the south and nearly double the size of our neighbor to the north. It's the second largest on the site. The only other site being larger than us is at number 70 at the right of your screen, which contains a 3.5-story apartment building with 25 units. So just for some context, it is a site that can accommodate modest intensification. And in this regard, we're doing so without a variance to the floor space index or density. Slide. I think if we can skip the next two, I'm hoping the committee had a chance to review this. These are just examples of flat roof buildings, 3-story buildings, and other types of eclectic mix of housing that exists on the street. So the first two variances I've coupled together here, variances 1 and 6. These are with respect to the existing front yard setback. So due to the retention of the century-old home, the platform that's being created, and or I should say, sorry, the third floor is set back less than required, although that setback is creating a reduction in the mass in the building. And I do think that's a positive attribute to the third floor addition. And similarly, in stepping back that third floor, we do create a platform, and that platform is located within the front yard setback. So those variances are a result of maintaining that existing house form below. Slide, please. I know you've seen this today. We are making alterations to the front of the building by removing the roof. Also making alterations by creating a basement access along the front facade. However, the majority of the front of the building is being maintained, including the window locations, the brick, the use of the brick materiality, and the front door that's there today. Slide. With respect to height, we are seeking a height of 10.98 meters. This is not uncommon on the street. There is a recent approval directly across the street at 49 Wilson Park at 11.01 meters. There are other heights along Wilson Park that have been approved by committee at 10.4 and 10.5. And on adjacent budding streets to the east and to the west, on Triller and Beatty, there are also examples of heights that exceed 11 meters. We think this fits within the character of the neighborhood and that the variances are minor. With respect to variance 5, this is with the main wall height. Again, we think we're reducing the impact of this variance request by stepping back the front and main walls so that one reads the 2-story element before it reads the 3rd-story element above. Slide, please.
You're at 5 minutes. I need you to wrap up, please.
Thank you. This is the final variance, and this is with respect to increasing the size of the secondary suites from 45% to 75%. This is just to ensure that we're providing a broad range and mix of unit sizes in the building. There are mostly family-sized units up to 1,600 square feet. The primary unit is still the largest, and as I said, located in the front of the building. And I will wrap up and add any other comments through the rebuttal. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, I'm going to go to the speakers list, then let's just go in order again.
Michael McDonald, you've been unmuted.
Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen of the Committee of Adjustments. Can you hear me clearly?
I can. Can you please state your name, or we've got your name, but your address?
Okay, yeah.
Your address.
Sure. My name is Michael McDonald, and I live at 50 Wilson Park Road. We're 2 properties north of 44 Wilson Park, and we've lived here for about 3 years, over 3 years. First of all, I'd like to thank the committee for taking the time to listen and hear what the immediate neighbors have to say. I know this has been a really long day for you, and you guys must be exhausted. So kudos to you for hanging in. So I want you to know that we're not unreasonable people. We support development. We support the density on our street and in Parkdale. We just want it to be done within the parameters of the city bylaws, which are in place for many good reasons. So today I'd like to start to talk about the request for variance number 1. I'll just read it to you. The minimum required front yard setback is 8.3 meters. The altered dwelling will be located 4.5 meters from the front east lot line. So I want to draw attention to the word altered, because in this case, we're talking about a brand new build on the 3rd floor. The setback for the first 2 floors will remain intact, as has always been. And obviously, it's a variance, but you can't, change the old building. The 3rd floor variance is 3.8 meters, short of, it should go back further. This is 12 feet 5 inches. It represents a setback difference of over 45%. I also should point out that 12 feet 5 inches is about the equivalent of 2 small Raptor basketball players lying end to end. So it means it's just trying to put it into context. It's a huge distance. So I would like to first of all suggest to the committee that this is not a minor variance. And if the developer would bring this component of the project into compliance, it would be less imposing on the street. And it would also allow for more sunlight and sky view to fall on the 3 properties north of it. The 3 houses north of 44 Wilson Park are set back considerably more. So any building mass directly impacts sunlight and views from the fronts of these 3 houses. In fact, if 44 Wilson Park were set back the same distance as our houses, I wouldn't be objecting to this because the shadow would fall on the house, it wouldn't fall on our front lawn. In the same spirit, I have the same objection to variance 5 with respect to the sidewalls. In my letter of objection to this meeting, I provided a picture, you may look at the picture, of the current house from my front yard and point out that the proposed sidewalls represent a 38% increase over the allowed height. So again, casting shadows and sky view objections. So 4 tests for the Planning Act. Neither of the above variances are minor. 45% and 38% are, I think, substantial. Desirability for the appropriate development of the land. We believe the land can be developed and meet the city needs without this excessive height and street profile. Zoning bylaws are not maintained in 2 instances in my objection, and there'll be 5 other objections and references by my neighbors. So general intent and purpose of the official plan. We believe general intent and purpose of the official plan can be very effectively maintained through a design with no variances. So again, we're reasonable people. We just want this development to be done. We're not asking to have less units or less floor space. We're asking to just basically not to have any variances. Finally, I think I've got a couple more minutes. With respect to the consultation between the developer and the neighborhood, we've had multiple meetings and the developers did agree to some modifications, but none of the modifications addressed any of the variances included in this proposal. For this reason, the neighborhood, we do not believe further discussions will be fruitful. And while we had said initially we might want to have it defer, we don't want to have it defer this application. We'd like to refuse it because basically we weren't getting anywhere with the variances. So I think that's it. Does anybody have any questions?
Any questions, panel members? No? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. McDonald.
Thank you for your time.
Okay, next.
Sanjeev Sohal, you've been unmuted.
Hi, can you guys hear me clearly?
Yep. Can you please state your name and address for the record, and then you have 5 minutes.
Sure. I'm Sanjeev Sohal. I live at 48 Wilson Park Road, the home directly north of the property in question.
Go ahead.
Okay, so good evening. We live on a unique street, a tiny tree-lined 1-block stretch where the residents come from a mix of backgrounds and incomes. Some of our neighbors own their homes. Some rent units in converted dwellings or in one of the 2 low-rise apartment buildings. Collectively, we have a vibrant, diverse community shaded by a dense tree canopy. On this street, we strongly support new affordable housing opportunities for those who often get left behind. New immigrants and multi-generational families who may have arrived to Parkdale first but are not given an opportunity to stay. We were disappointed to learn that this project, rather than develop innovative solutions to downtown's housing crisis, fuels the housing crisis in this city. They are building luxury condominiums, far beyond the financial reach of the average Parkdale resident. This project is not appropriate development. It will remove the existing 5 rental suites in lieu of 7 condos. Classifying the development as a minor renovation is entirely inappropriate for the scale of the development and its impact on its neighbors. Fortunately, the facts of this application equip the committee with the necessary information to reject this project outright. The property was originally built as a duplex, and an original duplex, by the zoning bylaws, cannot have secondary suites. This information first came to us from a previous owner who knew of the building's history from the longtime owners before her. Real estate listings confirm it, and most significantly, Documentation we reviewed and found at the Spadina City Archives show that without any alteration by subsequent building permit after its construction, the property appeared in city records as 2 addresses starting in 1924. That being said, I will elaborate further reasons as to why committee should reject this application, lest there be any doubts. Variance 1, the minimum required front yard setback does not reflect appropriate development or use of the land because it would not match the character of the neighborhood. While other box forms do exist on Wilson Park, they are smaller and are set back further from the street. The height, width, and massing together with the already small front yard setback would significantly alter the openness and spacing of the streetscape. This development will be the new focal point for all residents, restricting the view of the sky and the view of the lake to the south. Variance 1 is also not minor. The front yard setback will create significant shadows on my property and my northern neighbors. The current pitched roof will be replaced with a heavy mass at the front of the street that will be far closer than many of the properties on Wilson Park. This will dwarf my property and others. The large connected front yards of 48, 50, and 54 Wilson Park are used by neighborhood kids to play catch and build snow forts. These yards will be darkened by a towering wall that eliminates all sunlight before and after school in the spring and autumn. Variant 6, the encroachment of the front third-story terrace into the front yard setback is also not appropriate development or use of the building. It will result in the first third-story patio facing the street. The development leaves little room for outdoor yard space. The proposed building is so large. The platform will therefore be heavily used. A third-floor street-facing party space is not a feature of the existing homes on the street, which all have yard space and use patios minimally and discreetly. Variant 6 is also not minor. The requested setback of the third floor platform is 4.7 meters or 413% above the bylaw. It will have significant privacy impacts on my home. The platform will provide direct sight lines into my daughter's bedroom. It will also create overlook onto those front yards where kids play. These privacy intrusions are too important to be considered minor because we have no recourse to remedy them without significant loss of the reasonable enjoyment of our home. Members of the committee, this application should be refused. The dwelling was originally built as a duplex, and by definition, it cannot have secondary suites. If the application is still to be evaluated as new construction, there is no reason why the bylaws associated with these variances should be varied. Thank you.
Any questions of the speaker panel members? Thank you very much, Mr. Sohal. Do you have Tracy Black?
Hi, would you mind if I swap with Emily McMeehan, because she's got someplace else she needs to be, and I'll go after her? Would that be okay?
Yeah, go ahead. That's
Thanks.
fine.
Actually, I no longer do that. That obligation has come and gone, so I'm happy for Tracy to go
It
first.
doesn't matter. We've got you now. Go ahead.
Okay. So I'd like to begin by saying, by thanking Sanjeev and by reinforcing my support for many of his points, including the duplex argument, and to say good evening to all of you and to thank you for your time today. I object to this proposal at 44 after a frustrating cycle of fruitless talks within Common. I and my neighbors have turned up in good faith at every opportunity with a commitment to negotiation and to meaningful compromise. At our last session, however, we were informed by Matthew Cohen that this project is a done deal, in his words, and even if InCommon is unsuccessful today, they are guaranteed to succeed at TLAB. This repeated insistence that those of us who are willing to negotiate have been wasting our time has been daunting, and yet we remain committed. We also remain committed to our objections. Mine are as follows: third-story massing, the overlook into my bed and bath, the risk of damage to my tree in the front yard, the balconies at the front and rear, which, when combined with the sunken terrace, create multiple gathering spaces that will generate noise at every level, the noise and traffic issues presented by their breezeway model of interconnecting the units in order to preserve interior square footage counts. The first is, and most significant, is the third-story massing. This massing is a result of the combination of variances numbers 1, 2, 5, 6, and 7. These variances pertain to height and front yard setback and are not minor. They are not desirable, and they are not in keeping with the character of the neighborhood. The effects of the third-story massing on my property are threefold. The overwhelming height increase, variance 1, paired over the 9-foot increase of sidewalls proposed in variance 7, creates a block form that is imposingly close to my home. This block form obstructs, this is the second, this block form obstructs all sunlight and views presently enjoyed from my only bedroom windows and presents overlook issues into both my bedroom and my master bathroom, both yielding serious privacy issues. The third, the positioning of balconies in front and rear directly adjacent to my master bedroom windows creates cumulative noise and privacy issues. None of these are minor, none of these are desirable, and none of these have been addressed sufficiently in the negligible adjustments made by Incommon to date. The south side entrance, in its current form, illustrates the types of problems adjacent neighbors will face regarding balconies positioned at the upper levels directly next to the windows of their master bedrooms. This current area, is often used as a smoking deck when tenants at 44 have parties. This results in a great deal of noise clearly audible through the wall of my house at 42. Typically, when this happens, as it happens at the ground level, I can step outside and ask them to be mindful of the noise. This type of polite and personable interaction is not possible at the third-story level. Variance 2 will create cross channels of noise and areas for public gathering. I am particularly concerned with the open breezeway formation that will be by necessity used by every person entering or leaving number 44. Closing it off would solve this problem. My wall is also my property line. Currently, there is no passage from front to back on the south side of 44 due to a fence separating the front and backyards roughly halfway along the length of my house. This design removes the fence and opens what is essentially a public alleyway along the entire length of my house. When paired with the open breezeways, the acoustic issues are amplified. With this proposal, the noise of social gatherings will be increased, amplified, and spread out over all 3 levels of my home. The alleyway too becomes a high-traffic public thoroughfare and gathering space. Because it is my property line, I have no way of protecting the outer wall of my house or taking steps to dampen the noise with external soundproofing or greenery. I also have no means of protecting the side of my home from the damage and vandalism that is a well-known frequent occurrence in Parkdale in high-traffic alleyways that are used as thoroughfares between buildings. While Incommon has proposed placing cameras there, recording damage to my home as it occurs is not the same as preventing it from happening. There will also be a sunken patio in front of the below-ground unit that, according to the arborist report, poses a significant risk to my front yard tree. I staunchly oppose any risk to that tree and cannot state that assertively enough.
Sorry, but you're at 5 minutes. I need you to wrap up.
I have 10 seconds left. I have nowhere to retreat to shelter from the noise at ground level, nor at my 3rd level, because east and west facing windows are bracketed by balconies. If this project is approved, I will be surrounded on all 3 sides. My property line will be exposed to heavy foot traffic and potential damage, and I have nowhere to retreat to solitude. I'm not comfortable with this on its face, as I am a woman living alone, and it exposes me to unnecessary risk.
All right, you're at 5.5 minutes. I need you to wrap up now. Please.
The issue here is not with the density of residents. I support higher density residential options in Toronto, but the number of strangers that arrive with them and the noise, traffic, and risk of damage to my property that come with them as well, including residents, their guests, deliveries, and people otherwise working on, with, or at their residences.
Thank you. We'll move on to Tracy Black.
Thanks very much. And again, thanks to the committee. It's been a long, long day for you. I'm Tracy Black. I live at 49 Wilson Park Road.
Alrighty, we'll reset the clock for you and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I submitted an opposition letter to the committee addressing all of the outstanding variances related to this proposal, but in my remarks today, I'd like to focus on 2 variances related to the secondary suites. The first is variance 3, which is related to the interior floor area. In the city zoning bylaw and in the official plan, second suites or secondary units are defined as being in or subordinate to a primary dwelling. And the bylaw says that the primary suite must be a minimum of 55% of the total interior area. In Common's proposal consists of 6 suites with a total interior floor area of 675 square meters. The primary suite, Unit 5, is 151.4 square meters and represents only 22% of the interior floor area. Tyler, in his opening remarks, indicated that Suite 5 is the largest suite, and I'd like to point out it is the largest by 0.2 square meters. With regards to the 4 tests, this variance is not minor. These suites are actually not located in a dwelling unit. Several suites actually require passing from one building to another via a breezeway. These suites are also not subordinate to the primary suite because they account for 78% of the total interior floor area. The variance isn't desirable for the appropriate development of the land. The creation of 6 units would be accommodated through the removal of the roof and a very large 3-story addition. An as-of-right solution with no variances, which was outlined by InCommon in their submitted letter, would allow for the appropriate development of the land. The variance doesn't maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. It would deliver 6 separate units that are not located in a single dwelling unit, and these secondary suites are not subordinate to the dwelling unit. The variance also doesn't maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan, which states that second units are encouraged in order to increase the supply and availability of rental housing across the city. And InCommon has been very public. You've seen, I expect, their Globe and Mail article that was included in their submission material, that their intent is actually to build condominiums. And this is contrary to the intent and purpose of second suites as per the official plan. I'd like to speak about variance 2 also, related to the proposed exterior alterations. This proposal impacts both the front wall and the roof that faces the street. The proposal includes a sliding door at basement level. In their submitted material, the door apparently is not going to be a pedestrian entrance, but in his opening remarks, Tyler indicated that there is basement access at the front of the house. This sliding door is intended to provide access to a basement terrace, but according to the arborist report, this basement terrace is very likely to damage or perhaps even kill a 100-year-old tree at the front of the property. InCommon states that the complete removal of the roof is required to facilitate the 3rd-story addition and the roof terrace, and that this 3rd-story addition is necessary to achieve the gross floor area and to preserve the existing structure. With regards to the 4 tests, these variances are not minor and they're not desirable for the appropriate development of the land. The sliding door at basement level apparently would not be an entrance to Suite 5, so it's unclear why it's even required. This home is not a heritage building, and therefore there is no obligation to preserve the existing building at all. InCommon suggests that if the existing building were to be removed and an as-of-right option built, then this variance would not be applicable. I agree. These variances don't maintain the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. InCommon states that the bylaw is limiting their efforts to preserve the existing building while increasing density on the lot. It is absolutely possible to increase density without completely removing the roof. Also, there is a provided as-of-right solution. These variances don't maintain the general intent and purpose of the official plan, which is very clear about the need for affordable housing. The introduction of secondary suites can be achieved without the proposed alterations to the exterior of the existing building and achieved with an as-of-right design. As I mentioned before, InCommon has been very public about their intention to build condominiums, not secondary suites. The representation that condominiums are the same as secondary suites is troubling. This application of secondary suite bylaws to support condominium development is not the intent of the bylaw. Although, approval of these secondary suite variances to support the building of condominiums raises concern regarding the setting of precedent. These variances are not minor and they should not be approved. The intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw and the official plan can be achieved without variances, as demonstrated by the as-of-right alternative provided by InCommon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions for the speaker, panel members? Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Black. Okay, who do you have next? Do you have Hillary Knox? Yeah, she's gone. What about Mike Verity?
Mike Verity, you've been unmuted. You can join us.
Hello.
Hi, you're echoing a lot. Do you have anything going in the background?
Let me just see. How's that?
It's better. Also, could you give me your address for the record, please?
Yeah, my name is Michael Verity. I live at 3 Harvard Avenue.
Okay. And you're in support?
I'm in support.
Okay. Did you want to state why, or you just want
Yeah.
to say your...
Sorry, thanks for the time. I appreciate it. It's very late. I'm in support of an application like this, basically just on the premise that this is a intensification of the neighborhood. I've lived in the neighborhood at 3 Harvard for 20 years. I like and I know the neighborhood well, and something like this seems in, I'm in support of the intensification, and I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you have Ginger Sorbera?
Ginger, you've been unmuted. You can join us.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
I can. Could you also state your name and address for the record? And I'm showing you as being in support. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. My name is Ginger Sorbera, and I live at 1540 King Street West, which is directly behind the proposal.
Okay, is there anything you want to add, or just...
Yes, I do. I just want to say that as a neighbor, I'm very compelled to state my support for this project in particular, and this type of project in general. I have great admiration for people willing to put themselves and their money, time, and resources on the line to do something creative and daring with the intention of making positive change in built form and the social environment. In particular, I look forward to the change at 44 Wilson Park will bring both architecturally and socially, where with respect to the alley behind Wilson Park. Having this back of house space animated with more children, bikes, plants, pedestrians, etc., will naturally occur with the intensification, takes the secondary space, i.e. the alley, and turns it into more of a primary shared community space where we can all feel more safe, more welcome. And I think this proposal, especially with that bigger unit at the back, will really help. And I understand that this laneway portion of the proposal is larger than the bylaw permits, i.e. one of the variances. But that part of the alley is itself more generous. It's a big triangular part of the alley. It feels like, I was going to say it feels a bit like an Italian piazza, and I'm not suggesting we put a fountain in it, but I am suggesting that when the architecture back there is honed, it carves out a space in the alley that really benefits the whole community back here. We're already lucky enough to have a new laneway suite at 7 Triller, which has already improved the experience in the laneway. And although it's not completed or occupied, the feel is already improved. As you know, Parkdale is a vibrant neighborhood close to parks, transit, shopping, etc. The notion that there is some premium in keeping our neighborhood exclusively large single-family homes, especially this close to King Street, in my opinion, is not only contrary to the need for sensitive densification and diversification, but perpetuates an erroneous idea that single-family home living is the only kind of worthwhile living, and I object to that. As we know, existing housing options need to be diversified. It seems perverse to decry housing shortage, sprawl, environmentally reprehensible housing types, while at the same time imposing categorical obstacles to building more responsible models. Not just more responsible, but in my opinion, clever, engaging, and I don't want to miss an opportunity to kind of gently intensify this area in a creative way. I appreciate that maintaining the neighborhood feel is an important mandate of the OP, and I believe that this proposal has ingeniously fixed that feel in place while adding significant amount of living space and in kind of an ideal shared amenity cooperative cohabitation. I like the proposal and I find it very creative. The majority of the variants in this proposal, as you know, are due to the painstaking desire to keep the original building. I know from experience that that's not an easy thing to do. I applaud the effort to respect the embedded energy that the existing building represents, and in preserving a piece of the street character. 44 Wilson Park is quite a handsome structure. It's kind of delightfully and anomalously placed on the site. I would be wary of any proposal to demolish this building in an effort to have it conform more closely to the bylaws. I hope the city will look favorably on this proposal and others that are trying to address this missing middle building type. As you know, the missing middle are buildings that are more dense than single family and less dense than high rise. They are also building types that can be architecturally more expressive and hopefully bring more design credence to our city, a place that can sometimes and rightfully be accused of having a dowdy or even frowsy demeanor, unfortunately. There are real impediments to this building type, the missing middle building type. These buildings can be simply too hard to build, too expensive, too complicated, and the NIMBY response can be overwhelming. Having found a group willing to meet the arduous demands of manifesting this kind of building is an opportunity for our neighborhood. I hope we can get it through this hearing and to the next stage. I look forward to inviting more families to live closer to their jobs, to their school, and frankly, closer to me. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Do you have Sandy Nicholson?
Sandy Nicholson, you've been unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Can you please state your name and address for the record?
Sure. I'm Sandy Nicholson. I'm from 174 MacDonald Avenue. I moved to Parkdale 21 years ago. I raised my family here. One of the reasons that I chose to live and stay in Canada is because of its diversity. But I could never understand why the streets of Parkdale have Victorian colonial houses and don't reflect the communities that are in the streets. I support this proposal and I want to see more housing stock in our streets. I object to Sanjeet's inference that all immigrants are poor and can't afford condos. Immigrants like me come from all over the world, from all different backgrounds. The other thing that we haven't mentioned tonight is the consumption of carbon. And one of the things that really worries me and my children and possibly my grandchildren is the massive consumption of carbon that single family homes consume. A proposal like this looks like it's far more energy efficient than most of the houses in the surrounding area. It has green space, it's beautifully designed, and it would bring diversity to the neighborhood, which would reflect the people in the neighborhood. We don't need more colonial buildings. The variances are essentially triggered from the proposal to try and keep the existing building, and I understand that the city and most of the residents seem to want to do this. The project could just be one big concrete box, but it's not. It's got spaces for people to meet and gather and build a community. And to the neighbor who objects to the people smoking, maybe she should reach out and actually build friendships with them rather than policing their behavior. Yeah, I completely support it, and I wish there was more in the neighborhood. I wish there was something like this going up near me. I would be super excited about it. It quite literally is a missing middle, and I hope that it goes through the proposal. It seems like it's an arduous task to try and get a simple project like this built.
Okay, thank you, sir. Did you want to say something else?
Nope, that's it.
Okay, that's what I thought you were finished. Thank you very much. Do you have Hillary Knox or no? No? Okay. Mr. Grenier, are you there?
Sure.
Okay, can you speak to the issues raised by the opposition, please? We have 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you very much for this opportunity. In my professional opinion, I think this project is contributing to the missing middle housing stock that is very, very difficult to achieve in this city. And I can say that through my own professional experience as a planner. I often have to tell my students at Ryerson or fellow colleagues that introducing missing middle into our low-rise neighborhoods or our yellow belt are more difficult than any tower project I've worked in the city. With that said, I just want to be clear that through our discussions with city staff who are not objecting to this proposal before you tonight, that they have been clear through their review and buildings review that this is a detached house with secondary suites. This is not an apartment. This is not a luxury condo, as has been suggested to you. I also wanted to clarify that the multiple meetings that have been held through the owners and the neighbors, and I will be forthcoming that I was not part of those, but I have been kept apprised to those discussions. They did result in a reduction in variances. If this committee recalls, we were scheduled to be before you on December 1st of last year with 12 minor variances, and we are before you today with 7 minor variances, one of which is a duplication for height in the former bylaw. So there has been an effort through those discussions, which started back in May of last year, so over a year of discussions with surrounding neighbors, that have resulted in changes. Several of those changes resulted in reduction in variances, I noted. Several of those changes did not result in reductions in variances, but resulted in what we thought were improvements to the project. One of which, with respect to privacy and overlook, I understand through the revisions of the architect that windows facing north and south, a study was conducted to ensure that they do not overlap with windows facing on the properties to the north and south to help reduce overlook as well. With respect to some of the comments that were raised by the gentleman at 50 Wilson, were in regards to sunlight access or shadowing, if we had just built an as-of-right building, we would not have such impacts. The retention of the existing house today, albeit not designated or listed as a heritage building, does have a direct contribution to the physical attributes of this street. And that is something that is desired to be maintained. If it was to be reconstructed, for example, and built 8 meters back from the front lot line, as opposed to 2, that would cause the building to extend further into the site. Further into the site would mean there would be building overlap into the rear yards of the neighbors to the north. And of course, that would increase shadow impacts, if I can offer that as my professional opinion. Apologize, I'm just checking my notes as I was writing for each of the commenters here today. Oh, the comment about the primary suite only being 0.2 square meters larger. This was a direct response in the conversations with planning staff. So we explained to planning staff that if we were to construct a primary suite that occupied 55% of your as-of-right GFA, that we would have a 4,000 square foot unit. And this project is not seeking to have a 4,000 square foot primary suite. We're looking to diversify the housing options in this neighborhood that provide a range of price points that create more of an equitable neighborhood for different people to move in. And that can be achieved by having a range of smaller size units, but these units are not small where they are all 1 bedrooms. They are largely 2 and 3 bedroom units with significant sizes that are appropriate for families to move in. So I just want to be clear that this was a direct response from staff, that so long as the primary suite was larger, and it did not have to be larger by a certain percentage or a certain size, it just had to be larger, that would satisfy their concern. And I do believe you approved a similar variance a couple of hours ago. I'm probably almost at 5 minutes. Maybe I'll pause here because maybe some of my further comments can be addressed through any questions that the committee might have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions? Ms. Hayes.
I'll start with one question I have. Could you please just review how the various suites are accessed from the front of the property?
Yes, and maybe if we can go to the ground floor plan. And Madam Chair, I just want to make sure in case I need to rely upon him, our architect Tim was also here just to field some questions on the design, just in case I can't answer them. I just want to have him at the ready should we need to.
Okay, what's the architect's name?
You should have Tim.
I'm sorry?
His first name is Tim.
Tim.
Is Tim there?
Is it Timothy Mitanides? Is that who you're?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, thank you.
Okay, he was listed, but then it was scratched out. But yeah, that's fine. So if we need him to answer a question, then just let us know.
Certainly. Okay. I'm having trouble seeing this on the screen here. So each of the units are accessed along the south side of the building. There's a walkway which runs along the south side. There's, yes, just following your arrow, you'll see the first entrance door, which goes into what we're referring to as the primary suite. Sorry, I lost your arrow. You can see where it says Unit 5. There's a doorway just to the sort of right middle of your screen.
It's right under the note that says Unit 5.
Yes. If the committee can see that, that is an existing door entrance to the house today that's being maintained, and that's one of the access points to the primary suite. If you continue along that walkway, you'll see what's been referred to by some of the comments as a breezeway, which has stair access to other units. Some are accessed within the main floor level within the breezeway, and others are accessed by moving up and down those stairs. Sorry, I wish I had control of the mouse. I'd be able to point a bit better. Maybe if through you, Madam Chair, if it might be helpful, each unit has its own door access. None of them are through a common interior corridor, if that might be the direction of the question.
Is that helpful, Ms. Hayes? You're muted.
Sorry, it was more in terms of traffic along exterior traffic, in terms of how are they accessing from ground level to the units, and was there access on both sides of the home into that down the sides of the home into that middle breezeway versus immediately through the front of the house?
No, so the primary access points will take place along that walkway along the south side of the building, and then through the breezeway access area. Yes.
Okay.
And I believe, and sorry, I do believe Tim is here. Tim, did you want to add anything in addition to that? Or maybe he's muted. I just realized I can't just ask him to unmute himself. Sorry. Been a long day.
Anything was architecting the project. We had spoken earlier on today for another hearing. So just to summarize, the entryway is at the existing position of the entrance to the building now. So you come up from the front of the building and enter, as Tyler said, to Unit 5, which is the primary suite at the first door. Then there's a stair that takes you up to the second level on the south side of the property, which is also protected by that screen and planting, wall planting that we're proposing in response to concerns from the neighbors of privacy and acoustics. Up on the second level, there's entrances to the upper suites, so 2 and the 3 upper suites on the second level. From that common connection there, you can see them on that plan. Yeah, so you'll see there are three entrance doors. One on the existing building, which is a existing entrance to one of the existing suites that's there in the building right now. So we've maintained that. A second entrance on the back to the other unit, just to the left of that, which is also an existing door, but is enclosed with a shoddily built stairwell addition that's going to be removed. And then the new door to Unit 2 directly across from that, which is in the new part of the addition. So, and answer the question about the throughway, the majority of the access is from the ground floor, entering into the patio. That's the existing porch and patio that's there. And
I was looking at drawing A020, and I just saw a pedestrian walkway both on the north and the south. So that's why
yeah, so to the north, there were some concerns from the northern neighbor that they would have too much traffic there. So the access route from the north side is mostly reserved for fire exiting. So we need to have 2 exits from that central area.
Okay.
So one will be to the north. We have a enclosed gate there. We're proposing an enclosed gate so that won't be a main access to the unit. Everyone will be encouraged to enter from the front, but just in the case of an emergency, fire escape, then they would be using that northern access.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, Mr. Clay?
Thanks, Chair. Tyler, you had talked a little bit about the, I guess, ownership or tenancy nature of the units. Ms. Black, when she was talking, twigged something with me, and I don't, this is not a criticism and it may not even be a relevant question, but you've elected to proceed with 5 secondary units and a primary unit in an area which is quite not well known for its apartments. I'm wondering, why wouldn't you go for an apartment designation rather than 5 secondary suites?
Through you, Madam Chair, this was the extent of conversations we had with the staff back and forth a few times in terms of the approach to the project. If it would be something that could be proceeded as a detached house with secondary suites or something that would be considered an apartment building. Ultimately, we relied upon the zoning bylaw definition of an apartment building, which says an apartment building is not an existing detached dwelling. And because we're retaining the 4 walls of the existing detached dwelling, it was determined that the most appropriate course of action would move forward with the detached house with secondary suites.
Thanks. So when you designate one unit as primary, that's usually the owner or a principal resident. Is that the way it works, or is everyone going to be a renter here?
So it's the primary unit is just defined as being the largest unit within the building. It does not necessarily have to be ownership or rental per se, and I don't think that's been quite determined by the ownership group yet.
Fair enough. So in summary, there are 6 units. They're all designed to be rental. Is that what the current plan is?
I can't say with 100% confidence that that's what the ownership group would like to do. I believe that is one of their considerations, but it has not yet been determined at this time. And I don't believe it is required until such time as building permit. If I'm not mistaken, based on my other experiences.
Yeah, but well, you'll appreciate that just as a committee, one of the things that we would think about is the contribution to the neighborhood for rental accommodation versus permanent ownership. It's just a consideration that we think about.
And through you, Madam Chair, I do respect that comment. If I might offer in rebuttal, and having worked in many neighborhoods in this city, I think there is a desired need for both rental and ownership, and not just in the form of detached homes in terms of ownership, but in other types of forms that are not as attainable by much of the population. So having the opportunity to purchase a secondary suite as opposed to a 3-story detached dwelling will obviously provide, I imagine, less cost to that purchaser. And if it ends up being a rental, I think that also contributes to those housing options and needs that we need in the city.
Yeah, and I wouldn't disagree with you. It's just a factor that, it's kind of helpful to know.
Okay, any other questions? All right, let's take it into committee then. Any comments? Mr. Niffel.
Madam Chairman, I find this a very commendable application for a number of reasons. I've assumed it would be a condominium, although it doesn't have to be, and that's in large part because of all the press that it's received in the Globe and Mail and elsewhere. What I find really intriguing about it is the creative reimagining of an existing building to provide some densification that is quite compatible, I would argue, with what's existing in the neighborhood and what's existing immediately adjacent to it. I think it sets a new standard for intensification, which is, I would argue, softer and more creative than many of the things we've seen. My colleagues will remember as recently as 2 applications ago, one of the people was pleading with the developer to provide this kind of a solution rather than 2 semi-detached houses, because he felt, and I would agree with him, that it was more compatible with the existing neighborhood. And this, I think, is compatible with the existing neighborhood, and it preserves what I believe to be quite a handsome structure. And I believe a number of people have referred to that. I think it's trend setting, and in a very positive way trend setting. I have no difficulty at all in supporting this application.
Anyone else? Mr. Clay?
I wholeheartedly agree with what Carl is saying. I similarly was quite impressed with this proposal for the very same reasons that Carl mentioned, that it is revamping an existing, not a heritage building, but certainly a building that is consistent with the structure of buildings elsewhere in this neighborhood. It is a unique way, I think, of introducing more accommodation. I'd like to know whether it was rental or permanent, but I take the agent's view that it contributes in either case. These are large lots. I think the lot fabric can quite easily accommodate the increased massing that is proposed here. We haven't yet even talked about the laneway suite, which is an as of right proposal, which again, similarly, I think contributes to the livability. It introduces the opportunity for more folks to live in this neighborhood, which I think is a good thing. I would also just note that the applicant or their agents appear to have done extensive consultation with the neighborhood and the neighbors, and it's chronicled in one of the pieces of information that was in our package. Extensive conversations. I mean, and I appreciate from those who have called in opposition that not all those concerns have been met, but I see a number of positive changes that were made since this was before the committee previously and now, which I think make it an even better proposal. And so I too am supportive of this in part because it does bring additional density and intensification into an existing neighborhood that I think can quite capably accommodate it.
Ms. Hayes?
I would like to just direct some comments with respect to the forestry issue outlined in their memo. They do have some concerns and they are asking the applicant to reconsider or consider changing the front basement issue. Having said that, however, on the whole, I can support the application. I do have concerns as expressed by the immediate neighbor at 48 Wilson with respect to the view corridor from the terrace at the front of the property, and other terraces. I think they need to be screened because there is, I think, a concern with respect to that, which is valid.
Okay.
Madam Chairman, could I just add, if I'm reading the drawings correctly, the two terraces at the back, Joanne, I believe there is a proposal to provide them with opaque screens. It's and planning is recommending tying any approval to plan. So if I'm correct, that would capture screening as well.
Yeah, it's the front terrace.
Oh, okay.
On the third floor. And you know, the objector at number 48 was in their letter and in their submissions spoke to the view into the bedroom windows, because that house sits much further back on the property and there's concerns there.
Fair enough.
With respect to overlook and privacy.
Okay. Any of you prepared to make a motion? Mr. Nipful?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I'd like to move approval for the reasons that have been mentioned. I'd like to move approval of the application, subject to forestry condition number 1, the planning department's condition, which would tie the approval to plans, and to the point that was raised by Joanne, perhaps the screening on the, is it the east and west edges of, no, sorry, the north and south edges of all the above grade decks. which would capture the front and the back. And maybe Joanne could chime in and assure me that I've captured her concern there.
I think that's correct. I think if there's, say, to a minimum of 1.5 meters.
Okay.
Okay.
Did you get the forestry stuff,
Yep,
Carl?
Yeah, he
Yeah.
did.
Got it?
He did.
Okay.
Okay, so motion is to approve the application, including the planning condition, which is to tie it to the plans, forestry condition number 1, and a condition to have screening on all terraces that are above the ground level. Okay, that's moved by Mr. Niffel, seconded by Mr. Clay. Okay, all in favor? Okay, that carries. Okay, thank you, everybody. Okay, we can do item 41 and 42 together, correct?
Yes, just be mindful that item 41 has more variances than item number 42.
Okay. Okay, but it was deferred so they could be dealt with.
Yeah. No, you can
Yeah.
deal with them together, just
Yeah.
be mindful of the number of
Okay.
variances.
All right, so the next items then are 235 and 233 Browning Avenue. And so the conditions, so item number 41 is 235 Browning. For that, we have before us a copy of the, well, for both, we have a copy of the minutes, although they were different dates, but both in January. We have copies of the plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans, and elevations for both. Okay, and then for 235, we have a covering letter from the agent, a shadow study from the agent also, copy of the tree protection plan, revised 3D massing. We have a staff report from forestry, and they're asking for condition number 1 on 235 Browning only. We have 19 form letters in support, signed by residents on Gough Avenue as well as Browning and Pape Avenue, and correspondence in opposition from number 220. And for item number 42, 233 Browning, we also have 16 form letters in support from residents on Gough and Browning and Pape Avenue. Okay, do I have the agent on the line?
Sorry, and through you, Madam Chair, we did receive an extremely late response from community planning stating that they had no issues with either item.
Okay, thank you. All right, and I don't, I do have one speaker in support. Is that person on the line? Okay, do I have the agent?
Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
I can.
Yeah, this is Stéphane Leblanc. I'm the agent with Stéphane Leblanc Architects.
Okay. I'm just gonna go to, I have a few speakers for both, but they're listed as being in support. So I'm gonna go to them first, and then I'll come back to you.
Okay.
Okay, so do you have Mr. like Sean Reynolds and Melanie Brogniez?
Sean Reynolds, you have been unmuted.
Hi, it's Sean Reynolds from 225 Browning Avenue.
Hi, I'm showing you listed as in support of the application.
Yes, that's true.
Okay, anything you want to add?
Yeah, so thank you very much for your time, committee members. I'm here with my wife and we really appreciate your time. My wife and I know many of the families on Browning and Gough Avenue. We've spoken to a good number of those neighbors. None have presented any objections, and they really understand the reason for the adjustment to the property. Adding more living space to these really small homes would be a really great benefit to the families. Most of the homes are under 1,200 square feet. Most are only about 14 feet wide, very narrow. And families utilize every inch of the home, which is usually not enough for a family with 2 kids. This is quite challenging, especially when parents are asked to work from home now. So you're trying to run a business or work for a company, and there's really no space whatsoever. So I really empathize with both families. I looked at houses that are only 5 houses away from us on Browning, and yet they've been able to add 3rd floors. They're able to allow their children to stay at home for university, saving money, things like that that are really important, which you really can't do when kids, you know, start using more space in the house than they did when they were little ones. Additionally, I look at homes on Logan, Woody Crest, Boltby, where, you know, a precedent has been set already, and wonder why, you know, this can't be done here. Finally, I know both families. They're really lovely, and I would hate to see them leave the neighborhood and have to move to the suburbs to have to accommodate more space when they could easily stay here on Browning. And we've seen other houses do this already, so it seems like such an easy solution. I really appreciate your time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I do show actually the owner of number 235, Jacques Chamberlain. Do you have him? Because he's, okay, maybe just put him on the line, if you can.
Sorry with the muting and unmuting. Yeah, I'm the owner of 235.
Hi,
I'm Jacques Chamberlain.
Yeah, and you're in support, I'm showing you
I'm in
as
support, yeah.
supporting for 233, so.
Correct.
Okay. Anything you want to add briefly?
I think it would be, you know, I'm obviously very self-interested in it, so
yeah.
I don't know if I should really speak too much, but I agree with everything Sean said, and thank you, committee, for your time and staying so late today.
All right. Thank you very much for your patience. Okay. Mr. LeBlanc, are you there?
I am. Yep.
Okay. Let me see if the panel has any questions for you. Anybody? Mr. Nipfel.
Just a very quick one. This application is here because the committee was concerned initially with one half proceeding without the other, and I appreciate the cooperation of both owners in bringing these both back to the committee together. I just wanted one point of clarification. It seems to me that the perspective drawing that's been submitted is not accurate, and I just wanted to confirm that. The elevations actually show the 3rd floor actually set back a little further than is shown on the elevation drawings, and I believe the elevation drawings are what you wanted to show us today, and they respond to the previous committee's request that you try and set the top floor back. So am I correct that the perspective drawing, which shows a flat 2nd and 3rd floor, that's not accurate, that the elevations are correct, right?
That's not accurate. You're looking at perspective drawings we prepared for the initial hearing back in January. And one of the comments we did here was the concern about the that 2-story wall going straight up and the impact on the street. We also heard, after we asked for the deferral, we heard from the community planner who expressed the same concern. So we went back and worked with them with the planner so these are the correct, sorry, the ones you just showed there. The revised massing is the correct updated version where we step back the dormer and we slope the roof.
So A310 is correct.
A310 is correct, yeah. And
Okay,
what we're looking at
that's
the
great.
screen right now is correct. The other elevations with a straight wall is the old version.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions, panel members? Okay, Mr. LeBlanc, we're ready to take it into committee. We've read the material. Anything you want to add before, and we're dealing with both of them at the same time?
No, I think if you've read the material, that says everything I would want to say, and Sean's also explained very well the reasoning for why someone would want to do this.
All right, thanks. Let's take it into committee then, panel members. Mr. Nipfel?
Madam Chairman, unless my colleagues wish to raise some concerns, I would like to move approval of 235 Browning, subject to forestry condition number 2 and tying it to the plans. This is a remarkable example of a developer working with the community and working with the Committee of Adjustment, and what's come out of those consultations is a much superior project. And 2 halves of a semi that will match and I think stand as examples of how you can add extra space, as one of the speakers mentioned, but in a way that's really complementary to a strip of semi-detached houses. So I'd like to move approval subject to those two conditions. And if you're considering 233 at the same time, my motion would be the same, except that forestry condition number 2 wouldn't apply.
Okay, so that's correct then. All right, so there's a motion for approval moved by Mr. Nipfel for both 235 and 233 Browning. The only difference is 235 has forestry number 2, and both of them with a condition to tie to plans. And Ms. Hayes seconds that. All in favor? Okay, that motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Well, we are now on the final item, which is 53 Roblin Avenue. We have before us a copy of the minutes from the April 13th public hearing, as well as the materials submitted at that time, copy of plan of survey, revised site plan, floor plans and elevations, a covering letter from the agent's arborist report from the tree doctors. We have email correspondence from Transportation Services. They don't have any concerns. Forestry's asking for condition number 1, and I do not show any opposition speakers or any other speakers other than the agent, the owners. Do I have them on the line?
Oh, good evening, Madam Chair and members of the Committee of Adjustment. My name is Nikki Kokologianakis. I am the applicant and one of the current registered owners of 53 Roblin Avenue.
Okay, I don't think we need a presentation. Panel members, are there any questions that you have? No? Okay, I don't see any questions from the members, so we're ready to go into committee. We've read the materials. Is there anything that you would like to add that you feel we should know before we go into committee?
No, I think everything's clear. Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's take it into committee for a decision, panel members. Ms. Hayes?
Thank you. I think what's being proposed here is indeed reasonable. I can support this application, and if my colleagues have no further comments, I would be prepared to move a motion to approve the application subject to forestry condition number 1.
Okay, so motion to approve moved by Ms. Hayes, including forestry number 1. Do I have a seconder? Mr. Clay, all in favor? Okay, that motion carries. And the committee stands adjourned at 9:39. Thank you, everybody. It's been a long day.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, everyone. Have a good evening.
Thanks to staff. Thank you very much, Sabrina.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, staff. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, guys. Bye.
Well done.
Thanks, Sabrina.
Well done, Nancy.
Oh, well, couldn't have done it without you.
As always.
Yeah, as always.
Cheers,
Bye.
guys.
Thanks.